Okay. Let's just a few more words about dialectic. We talked last time about the four tools of the dialectician, right? And Aristotle, in that first book of the Dialectic, the so-called topics as they call it in English, but it's about places, he speaks of what dialectic is useful for, right? And he says it's useful, he says, to exercise your mind. Huh? Okay? The mind is exercised in looking at both sides of the question, right? And seeing what can be said for or against it, right? Okay. And then he says it's useful for meeting somebody in his own grounds, right? So when I encounter somebody and I try to reason with them, I will take statements, right? Or opinions that he has, right? And reason from them with him. Huh? Okay. But then the third thing he says is it's useful for philosophy. Huh? Okay. And he says, the ability to reason on both sides of the question helps you to what? Judge better, right? Just as the jury is better able to judge if they've heard both sides, right? But he says it's also useful to find the beginnings of philosophy. And he says in the Greek there that dialectic has a road, a huda. And it has a road to the beginnings of all knowledge. Huh? And Plato touches upon that when he talks about dialectic in the Republic. Huh? But in a kind of a formal way, you could say dialectic is concerned with the question whether this is that, right? Whether this is said of that, right? And Aristotle divides that question. Whether this is said of that, whether this is said of that as being essential to what it is, right? Whether this is said of that convertibly, and whether as a property or as a definition. And so the later books of the topics will give you places to look, right? To argue whether this should be said of that, right? Whether this should be said of that as a genus or difference, something essential, in other words. Whether this is said of that as a definition or property. Huh? He breaks it down according to those things. Okay? Now, going back to Socrates in the Phaedo there, where he distinguishes arguments and people into three. There are those you can trust completely, those you can't trust at all, and those you can trust but up to a point. Okay? And that's the way arguments are, right? A demonstration you can trust completely. It's really a demonstration. A dialectical argument or rhetorical argument you can trust up to a point. Dialectic more than a rhetorical argument. Okay? And then the sophistical refutations is about arguments you can't trust at all. Okay? It's simply a bad argument, right? Okay? Now, why did Aristotle entitle his book about sophistical refutations? Well, we have to see what the word refutation means in this context, and then what sophistical is saying. Refutation means what? To show somebody that they are contradicting themselves, right? Okay? In a sense, to take what somebody says and show that it's not consistent. It involves contradiction. Now, people don't always contradict themselves directly and immediately, but some things they say, right, lead to a contradiction of something else that they say. Now, there is such a thing as a real refutation. And the simplest example I can think of is when Socrates refutes the slave boy, right? Who thinks the way to double a square is to double the side, right? Okay? So Socrates is saying to the slave boy, if you have a square whose side is x, and you want to get a square twice as big, how much longer would the side have to be? Well, he says, twice as long. Okay? Now, is that true or false? Is the square whose side is 2x, is that going to be twice as big as a square whose side is 2? Well, the side is twice as long, why is it twice as big? Okay? But then Socrates would take an example, and the actual example is not important, but let's just take an example. If this square was 2 by 2, then the square whose side is twice as long would be 4 by what? 4, right? And now if you calculate this out, 2 by 2 has got an area of 4, and 4 by 4, the area is 16. Well, even the slave boy can see that 16 is not double 4, but 4 is double of 2, and he said if the side is twice as long, it's twice as big. Therefore, from something he says that the side is twice as long, it's twice as big, therefore this is twice as big as that, but 16 is twice as big as 4? No, 4 times as big, right? So they don't fit together, those things that he says, right? Okay? Or take a simple example. If Berquist has an oblong here and he says the length is 10 and the width is 3 and the area is 40, you're going to show Berquist that he has a what? Contradiction, right? Because 3 by 10 would be 30 and 30 is not 40, right? Or if I divide 40 by 10, I don't get 3, I get 4, right? Okay? So I'm going to contradict myself, and there's something screwy about what I'm saying here, right? These 3 cannot be all what? True, right? Now, you're going to find very often in the dialogues, it's dangerous to admit 3 things to Socrates. Because usually those 3 things don't include a contradiction as such, right? But from 2 of them, you will deduce something that contradicts the 3rd, right? Just like here, right? From these 2, I could deduce 30, right? Which contradicts 40, because it's not 40, huh? Okay? So if you admit 3 things to Socrates, you know, he may have enough to put you in a contradiction, right? But notice, that's a real refutation, right? You know? I really am inconsistent in my thinking, right? See? I think I can think that the length is 10, the width is 3, and the area is 40. And I don't realize that those don't harmonize, which is a Greek word meaning fit together there. It's incoherent, right? Okay? Now, if I can show that you contradicted yourself, then I've, in a sense, overcome you, right? And the sophist, he wants, what? The glory of being superior to everybody else, right? And the best way to have the glory of being superior to everybody else is to what? Refute him, right? Huh? So then you seem to have put him in this below you, right? Okay. And just like, you know, in Shakespeare's play there, Prince Hal, you know, everybody's admiring Hotspur, right? And Prince Hal says, when we meet on the battlefield, right? All his glory is going to come over to me. Because he's going to overcome the guy that everybody admires, right? Okay. So the sophist, he likes to take, you know, even famous people and make them, what? At least appear to contradict themselves, right? So the sophist enters into a conversation not with the view to find the truth, but with the view to winning, right? Okay? And therefore, he's entering into the conversation as if it were a form of war, right? Well, as the old proverb says, all fair in love and war, right? And so the sophist will even use what? Bad arguments if the person can't see through them, right? Okay? And but sometimes we use a bad argument just to see if someone can see the defect in it, right? Or point something out. Now, in his book about sophistical refutations, Aristotle distinguishes 13 ways that the sophist, right, deceives, right? And of course, we want to learn them to avoid being deceived by the sophists, but also to avoid falling into these errors by ourselves, right? I'm not going to go through all 13, but I'm going to talk about a few of the most important ones. But those 13 kinds of mistakes are divided into two groups. And 6 of them come from words or language, and 7 of them come from things. Okay? And Thomas touches upon this in his commentaries on the epistles of St. Paul, right? Because St. Paul alludes to these 2 ways of being deceived.
6 came from what?
Language or words. And then 7 outside of language. And like you notice in the little thing I gave you there, I emphasized 1 from language, the very first one, and the first 2 outside of language. And I did so because these are the most common, but also because they correspond to 3 kinds of distinction that are made again and again and again and again in philosophy, right? And the mind is deceived because it doesn't see a particular kind of distinction. Okay? And so it's a way also of learning these kinds of distinction. Now, the first one that Aristotle gives, and it's from language, it's often called in the books the fallacy of equivocation, right? Okay? I like to spell it out a little bit and say it's the mistake from mixing up the senses of a word. Okay? Or you could say the mistake from not seeing the distinction of the senses of a word, right? Okay? Mistake from not seeing the distinction of the senses of a word, or a name. It's the mistake that comes from mixing up the senses of a word. Now, sometimes we play upon the different senses of a word, and people, know that they have different senses, right? Okay. And sometimes I, illustrate this in the beginning with something very, easy, right? Okay. So my stock example is Roger Maris hit 61 home runs with a bat. The bat is a flying rodent, Mm-hmm. Therefore, Roger Maris hit 61 home runs with a flying rodent. Mm-hmm. Is that an argument you can trust completely? Well, I can trust up to some point. Or is it an argument that's simply bad? Yeah. Now, nobody's going to be deceived by that argument because they can see the 2 meanings of the word bat, right? The piece of wood used in baseball and the flying mouse, the Fledermaus. Okay? But if someone couldn't distinguish those 2 senses, right, then he might be deceived, right? Okay? And when I'm teaching the first reading there in natural philosophy, there's a sophistical argument based on this, and I give it to the students, right? I tell them I'm going to refute Aristotle now, right? And when I get through with the argument, they think that I refuted Aristotle. And that's enough. The old guy came up to the floor, right? I'll save it until we get there, okay? And see if you can see through it, right?
Yeah.
Okay? But Aristotle said, hey, Berquist. I said this is the most common one, you sophist. Advantage these poor little kids and stuff. From another stock example, just to get the idea across, is if you say that Chianti is a dry wine, right? What is dry is not wet, therefore Chianti is not what?
Not wet.
Okay? Nobody's deceived by that, But using the old, rule there, right? Look at the opposite. Dry as opposed to wet, dry as opposed to sweet, right? So when you say Chianti is dry, it's dry in the sense opposed to sweet. When you say what is dry is not wet, it's dry as opposed to wet, right? Okay? Now, let's take, you ever hear about Feuerbach now? That vicious little mind there between Hegel and Karl Marx. You hear Feuerbach? Terrible thinker, huh? He has a perverse little work called The Essence of Christianity, in which he maintains, that all this talk about the incarnation is just a symbolic way of saying not that God became man, but that man himself is God. Okay? And Karl Marx and Engels says, young men, they read with enthusiasm this great work of what? Feuerbach, right? When I was first teaching in college at St. Mary's College in California, I was teaching a course in Marxism at that time. It was kind of relevant. And but at that time, you still would get permission to use these books that were on the index, right? It was kind of, you would give the books to the registrar, and he'd send it down to the bishop's office, and it would come back, right? So when my request came back, I was going to use the whole essence of Christianity, but just the certain passages. When it came back, he called me in, in case you permission, he says, but you're responsible if anybody loses their faith. So, nowadays they don't bother those things, but it was a good thing in those days. Not that I was going to, have read the whole book, because that would be a bad thing. Okay? But this is the syllogism of Feuerbach. That's a simplified form here. He quotes a number of the theologians who say the unlimited, or the infinite, is God. Okay? So that seems like, a reasonable statement, right? The infinite is God. Okay? And then he points out that man's mind is unlimited. Okay? We can always learn more, right? We're always inventing something new, right? There's no limit to us, right? I mean, do you ever reach the point where you can't learn anything more? No. You can always learn more, right? Has man ever get to the point where we can never invent anything more? You can always invent something more. And the fact that we know the universal, like odd number, right? I know an infinity of things, right? I know even number, I know an infinity of things. When I know that no odd number is even, I know making a statement that I know about an infinity of things, right? So really, in some sense, my mind's unlimited, right? The theologians say the limit is God, right? Therefore, man's mind is God, right? Okay. Pretty good argument, right? See? And now, unlimited is not like the word bat, where the two meanings are nice and what? Sensible and concrete, and everybody maybe would know them, right? Or even like the word dry, which is much closer to senses. A lot of people couldn't really say that there's two meanings there of unlimited, right? And so, if you can't see any distinction between unlimited in this sense here and unlimited here, then you can be deceived by Feuerbach, right? And so Marx and Engels were what? Deceived by him. Maybe they wanted to be deceived, right? But I mean, it's easy for somebody who wants to be deceived to be deceived. And so innocent minds are deceived by this. So you look at Marx's doctoral thesis, and we reject anybody who does not accept the human mind as a supreme divinity, right? He says. Okay. Insert that right now in the Moscow edition, right? Okay. Now, what is the difference in meaning here between unlimited, when you say God is unlimited, and man's mind is unlimited?
Well, in the second one, man's mind is unlimited. The example you gave is imperfection, that you can always get better.
Yeah, you can always learn something more, right? When you say God's unlimited, it don't mean there's always something more you can acquire. It's an actual infinity, right? So right away there's a difference in meaning, right? But the average person maybe have a hard time, expressing that, right? So the sophist then what? Deceives in that way, right? Okay. And the thing you notice, like my teacher Dialectic used to say, every respectable word in philosophy is equivocal by reason. Huh? It has many meanings. And there's a connection. And what Aristotle has done is taken all the key words in philosophy and distinguished in order their senses. Huh? But he's the only guy who does that. You know? Thomas does it, but he's mainly following Aristotle. You know? But the moderns don't. Huh? And I've seen them, Locke says, I think there's a lot of confusion in conversation because of different words, right? But it doesn't really go into it, But he realizes there's something going on there. Huh? Okay. But this distinction of the senses of words is very important in philosophy. What you're saying and to avoid this. And the second tool of dialectic, Aristotle mentions that, right? It's for clarity in conversation, but also to avoid this mistake. It can be very serious, the mistake that you make. Okay? But Aristotle says this is the most common kind of mistake in thinking, the one due to equivocation. Now, I might mention here the second mistake, which is like the first one, except that instead of a word, you have a phrase or a speech, right? Okay. Let's put the speech there instead of the name. Okay. Now, this still isn't good, The Bible is the Word of God. Vatican II, document on the Bible, on Revelation, there's even titled Dei Verbum, right? The Word of God, right? Okay. But then when you read St. John's Gospel, you find out that the Word of God is the Son of God. Okay? Therefore, the Bible is the Son of God, right? Anything wrong with that argument? It sounds good to me. Well, this phrase or this speech, Word of God, has two different meanings, right? Okay. But I think it's interesting to note that there's a likeness between the two, right? Which is developed by the Second Vatican Council. That just as the Word of God, in the sense the Son of God, he became man, right? He took on human flesh and so on. So likewise, the Word of God, in this other sense, takes on human language, right? And expresses itself in a human way, right? Do you remember that proportion there in the Dei Verbum, But notice, the two meanings are connected. You could say the Word of God, in this sense, is chiefly about the Word of God. And that's taught in Vatican II as well, right? Okay? That's why the greatest books of the Bible are the Gospels, right? Okay, but all the other ones in some way refer back to the Word of God. Huh? So the Word of God is about the Word of God. Two different meanings, right? But it makes you stop and think, right? Huh? You see the connection between those two meanings. Huh? Okay. The Word of God is about the Word of God. I like Shakespeare's words for the philosophy of nature. He uses English words. He calls it the wisdom of nature. Okay. But the wisdom of nature, you could say, is about the wisdom of nature. Yeah. The wisdom of nature, meaning the philosophy of nature, right, is about the wisdom of nature, the wisdom that nature shows in its operations, right? Which is a reflection of the divine wisdom, right? Okay. Sometimes they say that nature is something of a divine art, right? In things, right? Put into things. Huh? Okay. So the wisdom of nature is about the wisdom of nature. But two different meanings there, wisdom of nature. But one is about the other. Okay? Remember the framing to wisdom, right? You can say, wisdom is the knowledge of God. But wisdom is the knowledge of God in two senses. It's a knowledge about God, in that sense it's a knowledge of God, and it's the knowledge that God most of all has, right? So it's the knowledge of God, right? Okay? It's interesting, huh? To see that, huh? And then when you study God's own knowledge, you could say the knowledge of God is chiefly a knowledge of God. Because God knows chiefly himself, right? And he knows other things only in knowing himself. So the knowledge of God is chiefly a knowledge of God. Interesting, huh? So you don't want to do away with they call that amphibole, right? As opposed to equivocation. Amphibole means it can be thrown two ways, right? But
How does that differ from equivocation?
equivocation is with one name, right? See, you have one name that actually has two meanings, right, or more. And in amphibole, you've got one speech that actually has more, right? And those are the first two ones, but the one equivocation is much more important, right? And in a sense, it's much more common, right? A lot of problems, huh? What about knowledge of reason? The knowledge of reason. Does that have more than one sense?
Knowledge about reason.
Yeah.
The knowledge which reason has.
Yeah. So some knowledge of reason is a knowledge of reason. But some knowledge of reason is not a knowledge of reason. It's only a contradiction, doesn't it? Some knowledge of reason is not a knowledge of reason. Explain that. You contradicted yourself, right? Huh? But geometry is some knowledge of reason, meaning some knowledge of reason has, right? But it's not a knowledge of reason, it's a knowledge of triangles and cubes and so on, right? Do you see that? Yeah. Okay. And after that, they take up the fallacies in language where you don't actually have two meanings, right? But you potentially have two meanings, right? And the one in speech is given first because it's more important, the fallacy of composition and division, right? Okay? So can I stand when I'm sitting? What'd you say?
I think so.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
You stand the way you're
They kind of pause and say, I can stand when I'm sitting, right? And at the same time I could stand, right? Huh? But I can't stand when I'm sitting to put them together in the composed sense, right?
Oh, okay.
Right? I can't be sitting and standing at the same time, right? Right? But when I'm standing, I could be sitting, right?
Yeah, okay.
See the ambiguity there, right? Huh?
Okay.
You see? Right? And it comes up very important when you talk about God's foreknowledge, right? Huh? If God knows that you're going to sin, right? Must you sin? Huh? Well, you know, an if-then statement to be true, the then part has to follow the if part necessarily, right? So if God knows you're going to sin tomorrow, then you will sin tomorrow. Okay? Does that mean then that you must sin and you're not free, therefore? You have to be held responsible for your sin tomorrow? Huh? Well, if you consider that separately by itself, must you sin tomorrow? No. You can sin or not sin, right? You have free will, huh? Okay? But, if you take the thing together, right, then necessarily, right, you can say, if God knows you're going to sin, then it follows necessarily you will sin. But in the composed sense, right? Not in the divided sense, huh? Okay? Just like the other example I was saying, can I sit when I'm standing? I can't sit and stand at the same time. But in the time when I'm sitting, I could be standing, and vice versa, right? Okay? That's kind of a subtle thing, right? Okay. Yeah.
So it's a different sense of must, is it? Or no?
Well, no, not sense of must. This is a different type of fallacy. They call it the fallacy of composition and division, right? Where it's true maybe in a composed sense and false in divided sense, or vice versa. Okay? So in itself, you can sin or not sin, but if you take the proposition as a whole, if God knows you're going to sin, then you will sin, right? Then that's necessarily true. Because God cannot be deceived, right? Okay. And the other ones are not as important. There's another one in the single word, which is called accent, right? But that's no big deal, right? The same word doesn't really have two meanings, but pronounced one way it means one thing, pronounced another way it means another. But it might deceive you in what? The written word, right? Okay. You can see how we do that kind of even grammatically. Students are always in a paper. And I find once in a while I do it myself even. You'll write there. Yeah. That's the similarity there. But anyway. But then the last one is kind of a fantastic or imaginary multiplicity mode, where the ending of a word, right, makes it appear to be something different. Like, let's take seeing, right? Seeing and being seen, right? One is active and one is passive, grammatically speaking, right? Just like kicking and being kicked, right? Okay? But now, if I'm doing the kicking and you're being kicked, I'm acting upon you, right? So when I'm seeing something and it's being seen, my eye is acting upon it because I'm seeing it and it's being seen. Nothing right here. See? Actually, the thing I'm seeing is acting upon my eye, right? But grammatically, I say I'm what? Seeing it, as if I'm active and it's being seen, right? You see? Okay? So it can be deceived by the ending, right? Okay. Sometimes they say that Mill's making a mistake. He says, the only reason we can say something is burnable, he says, is that it's able to be burned, right? The only reason we can call something lovable then is that it's able to be loved, And someone says it's something burnable, you put in the fire and it burns, then you say it's burnable, right? Mm-hmm. Is something lovable? You've got to see that somebody loves it, and then you can say it's lovable. See? Okay? Is that what it means, huh? Or desirable, right? Does desirable mean able to be desired? Like burnable means able to be burnt? Okay? Or someone might say, doesn't desirable mean what? Should be desired, right? Not that someone could desire it, right? But if you look at the ending of desirable, it's the same as burnable, right? So you might think, well then, desirable means like burnable, able to be desired, right? Huh? Do you see that? Okay. So there are many ways, but I'm not trying to teach them all today. But the one that I like to emphasize is the first one, huh? The fallacy of what? Equivocation, huh? The mistake for mixing up the senses of a word, huh? And that's very easy to do, huh? And it's done all the time, huh? Okay? And so, occasions we go through the philosophy of nature, I'll do this, right? Okay. Aristotle will be talking in the first reading about how the confused is more known to us, and we're more certain of it than the distinct, huh? So, how can he say that? When a man's confused, he's mixed up. He's mistaken, right? How can he be more sure? Well, again, there's maybe two meanings of the word confused, right? Aristotle doesn't mean confused in the sense of mistaken, that you're more sure when you're mistaken. But confused in the sense of what? Indistinct, right? Okay? But maybe Descartes said the opposite because he was a little bit confused with the words, huh? We'll see that with other words in that first reading too, but anyway. Forewarned is forearmed, right? Okay. Now, I was noticing Shakespeare there in the Tempest there, right? The Greeks, I mean not the Greeks, but the English have a saying, for somebody who's kind of a strange, odd person, he's a natural, right? And so they're calling, I think it's Caliban, a natural, right? But he's a monster, right? Oh. So he's kind of punning, a natural monster. A monster means something unnatural. Yeah. So he's a natural monster. He's a natural, unnatural thing, it seems to be saying, right? But it's because of that strange use of natural, right? Shakespeare in the Sonnets, he complains about simple truth, miscalled simplicity. And sometimes we use the word in English, don't we? A simpleton. That's not common what they call you. A simpleton, right? Huh? You see? So simple sometimes means kind of what? Foolish or something of the sort, right? But then we say God is the most simple thing there is, right? Different meaning, right? Yeah. Here's a monster, an unnatural thing, being called a natural, right? So, it's one of the characters kind of knows something kind of strange about saying that. He's a natural monster. Okay. And I mentioned the letter of Carolotia, right, where he's at the Angelicum, and he's writing to a friend, and he's describing how profound Thomas is, but he's amazed he can write so simply, and yet be so profound, right? Like he's kind of puzzled by that, right? But there's something about that, right? Why I guess they have a letter, of Hegel, where on purpose he's writing in obscure ways, because he writes in a way to be understood, nobody will admire him. And Descartes used to say, in his public lectures, he'd sometimes stick in a sentence that had no meaning even to himself. And people come up to you afterwards and talk to you and say how much they like to talk. They'd single out that sentence, the one that made no sense even to you. Yeah. Simplicity, huh? Yeah. So, notice, becoming aware of these kinds of distinction, and the kind of distinction I want to emphasize here first is the distinction of the senses of a word, right? Or the distinction of the meanings of a word, and the connection between that and this kind of mistake, right? Okay? And seeing this kind of mistake being made makes you more aware, more attentive to the fact that you have to be very careful with the senses of a word, right? Okay? But vice versa, right? Understanding that kind of distinction helps you understand that kind of what? Mistake, huh? And it's a very common mistake, huh? Very common, huh? Okay? You don't realize how common it is at first, huh? Okay. Now, when Aristotle goes to the mistakes outside of language, huh? The first one is called the fallacy of the accident, huh? Okay? You could call it also, if you wanted to, the mistake from mixing up the as such, if you wish, huh? Or the theory itself, and what happens, huh? Okay? But you often see the Latin word for happening accident, right? So you call it the mistake or the fallacy of the accidental, huh? That's the one you see more in the fallacy of the accidental. Now, it's important to see that distinction between the theory itself and what happens, and we've talked about it already in a lot of places, right? In a way, it comes up in the isagogia when you talk about the accident, right? Huh? Okay. And it comes up when we're talking about demonstration and so on. Huh? Aristotle makes the remark that this deceives even the what? Wise. Which is as strong a way as you could possibly say it, right? I think the great mistakes of some of the ancients and the great mistakes of some of the moderns, maybe the most important ones, are often of this kind. Huh? They're often of this kind. Huh? Okay? Now, let's talk a little bit about this in kind of a larger context. Huh? They used to think that marsh air caused malaria, right? That marsh air made you sick. Huh? It was unhealthy air. Now, is the marsh air as such bad or malaria producing? Well, no one got malaria who has not spent some time in the marsh air. And those who've been exposed to the marsh air seem to be the ones who got malaria, or vice versa. Okay? But is it really the marsh air as such that's causing this? Well, if a man slept in the marsh air but put a mosquito net over his bed, right? Maybe he wouldn't get malaria, right? Maybe it's not the marsh air as such, as you thought was causing this, right? But it's the what? Mosquitoes in the marsh air that are causing the malaria, right? See that? Because really only those bit by the mosquitoes get malaria. You see? But until you in some way separate the mosquito from the marsh air, you don't realize that it's a mosquito rather than the marsh air, right? Okay? Now, on second thought, maybe it's not even the mosquito as such that causes the malaria, right? Because maybe it's something that infects the mosquito, right? And not all mosquitoes, right? But if you get bit with one of the mosquitoes that has that, then you get malaria, right? So maybe it's not even the mosquito as such that causes this, huh? Okay? Take another more homely example, huh? Did you ever hear the expression, I used to hear it from my mother, put on your thinking cap? Huh? Well, they say it goes back to the Middle Ages, huh? Where the professors, would dress in something like we do on graduation day, right? And with these kind of fancy hats, right? And so they never saw anybody lecturing without one of those hats on. So the ignorant peasants thought, gee, if I could go in those hats, I could lecture too. Because they happen to go together all the time, right? You think one is pertaining as such to the other, right? Okay? But it's actually what? Purely accidental, right? Okay. Take another example. When I was back in my hometown of St. Paul there living, one relative lived in the state but not in the city. He comes down to St. Paul to visit, and one of the relatives died, right? So I runs into this relative I hadn't seen for a while at the funeral home, right? And then a few weeks later he comes down to visit again, and another relative dies. And I run into him at another funeral home. And that's happened 2 or 3 times. And finally he says to me, I don't think I'll come down anymore. Somebody seems to die, right? Now, to the best of my knowledge, this was purely what? Accidental, right? But he's kind of felt, but, you know? But suppose no one ever died until after this guy came to town. And then you might ask him to what? Stay away, right? And, if there's never trouble in town until after Professor Moriarty, let's say, shows up, right? The great antagonist of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yeah.
You get suspicious of this guy, right? Huh? You know? If there's never, maybe a clever terrorist attack until after so-and-so has been around, right? Mm-hmm. You might begin to suspect that he's in some way a cause, right? Okay. Now, I think where this becomes very difficult, and we'll see this in the first book of Natural Philosophy, Deceiving Even the Wise, it's where the accidental is always found there. Okay? In fact, where it's necessarily found there. That sounds like a paradox, doesn't it? How can the accidental be necessarily there, right? That sounds crazy, doesn't it, huh? Okay? But take the way that Berkeley proceeds, huh? Everything I know is in my mind, right? See? You don't know something until you get into your mind, right? So everything I know is in my mind. Therefore, I don't know anything outside my mind. And everything you know is in your mind, right? So we really have nothing to say to each other, do we? Now, can I know something without being in my mind? No. So does it follow then that I know only what's in my mind? See? Here's something that's necessarily so, right? So when I talk about what a triangle is, right? Or what a square is in my mind, right? But would I put square in my definition? Would I put in my mind in my definition of square? That a square is an equilateral and right-angled quadrilateral in the mind of Duane Berquist. Right? If that's what I know, that whole thing, right? And then you know, right? Equilateral, right-angle triangle in your mind, but not in my mind. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't even have the same definition of square, because in my mind would be in my notion of square, right? It wouldn't be in your notion of square, but in your mind, right? See? But when I define square, or Euclid, You could define square as an equilateral and right-angled quadrilateral. But he doesn't add in the mind of Euclid. See? But when he knows what a square is and he defines it, it must be in his mind, right? But in his mind is accidental to what a square is, right? And so he leaves it out of the definition of square, thank God. You see? But this in a way is deceiving Berkeley, right? Huh? He's saying we don't know anything outside of our mind, right? Anything outside of our senses in the same way, right? Because these things are known only when they're in there, right? Okay. Now, you have other arguments that are like that from the accidental, and this is kind of the stock example here. Let's say man is an animal. Animal is a genus. Remember very well. Therefore, man is a what? Genus, right? Okay. Or man is an animal. Animal is set of dog. And therefore, man is set of dog, right? Animal set of dog. Man is an animal. Therefore, man is set of dog. Perfectly good syllogism, right? Or Socrates is a man. A man is universal. You can say Plato's a man, right? Aristotle's a man, right? So a man is something universal, right? But Socrates is a man. A man is universal, therefore Socrates is what? Universal. He's not an individual. He's not an individual. He's actually universal. Okay? These seem to be perfectly good syllogisms, right? Kind of hard for the average person to say what's wrong with that, though. There's nothing wrong with it, but they observe the conclusion, right? What's wrong with it, right? You notice, if animal is said of man, it's said of man as a genus, isn't it, right? So it seems something necessary in that sense, right? Okay? And necessarily a man is something universal, right? Right? A man is something universal? Because the universal is something that can be said of many, right? And man is something that can be said of many, right? Okay? So what's wrong with those arguments?
Well, genus, like the first one, isn't in the definition of animal instead of man.
Okay. So is animal being said of man because animal is a genus? Or is that something accidental to animal insofar as it's said of man?
Yeah, it just belongs to animal as a predicate or
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see that though, see? You know? See? Or take this example here, Socrates is a man. Well, man is something universal in reason, right? Huh? To to be universal belongs to man, insofar as man is in the what? Reason, right? Huh? Okay. But is man being said of Socrates by reason of the existence that man has in the mind? That Socrates is something in the mind. Nothing more, huh?
Socrates in reality.
Yeah, it's being said of Socrates by reason of what Socrates is, right? Okay, he's an animal with reason, right? Okay. It's not being said of Socrates by reason of what happens to animal with reason in the mind, where it becomes something, what? Universal and common to many, huh? So here you have an example of something that is necessary. Man is necessarily something universal, right? And man is said of Socrates, right? Okay. But something that belongs necessarily to something is accidental to it in some way when it's said of something else. That's a very hard thing to express even in words, isn't it? Yeah. So the accidental can deceive even the what? Wise. We're going to see a very powerful example of that at the end of readings in Book 1, where Plato himself seems to be falling into the fallacy of the accident. So that Aristotle can say, well, that deceives even the wise. Huh? Give an example from Shakespeare, maybe a little bit misquoted here, but anyway. And some by virtue fall, and others by sin arise. I used to put this on the board on my final exams. And some by virtue fall, and others by sin arise. Of course, what I had in mind was that some students who did well in the earlier exams got overconfident, right? And then they took a tumble in the final exam because they thought, I got this thing sewed up, right? Others didn't do so well in the early exams, right? Goofed off, you might say. And they get kind of concerned and they read the books and they, did well in the final exam, right? But the students probably thought, those who don't cheat, so by virtue fall, and others by sin arise, those who cheat, right? Oh. So I used to put this on the board there when I was teaching at St. Mary's College, and I remember the academic dean used to have a policy of walking around during final exam days, to see that everything is proceeding orderly, and so on. And I looked over one day, you see the doorway there, look at that thing on the board. He just smiled and walked away. He said, what the heck of an thing? But let's look at that phrase, right? And some by virtue fall. Is that as such or by happening?
By happening.
Yeah. Does virtue as such make you fall in the moral order? Huh? Make you worse? Huh? No. So it's not virtue as such that makes you fall, right? It's the pride you might have, right? Because of your virtue, right? That makes you fall, right? And is sin as such, sin through being sin, the way to rise in the moral order? Huh? No. As such, or through itself, it's the way to fall, right? Huh? So when he says, and some by sin arise, he's speaking what? By happening, right? Huh? Okay? But the sin is an occasion to recognize one's what? Weakness, right? And therefore an occasion for humility, right? And so on. And for being more cautious in the future, etc., right? Okay? So it's not through the sin as such that you rise, but through the humility and the caution and the other things, right? See? But this is very common, the accidental, isn't it? Huh? See? And there's a passage in Augustine somewhere where he's talking about the virgins, right? The woman in the early church there who were virgins and who became proud, right? Because of this, right? Okay? And he says that it would be better if they fell into sins of the flesh than to remain in this kind of what? Pride, right? Because they fell into sins of the flesh, that it's obvious that you sinned, right? And obviously that you've fallen, and this would be an occasion for them to what? Get the humility that they need, right? And that's the only, solid foundation which to build, right? Huh? See? But it's strange, huh? That the accidental in that sense, isn't it? See? So we're going to see in the first book, at the end, Plato being deceived by the accidental. And we'll see some other things, just like Plato, all the way up to Sartre, who is deceived by the same kind of thing. Okay. Not that he's in the category of Plato, right? But yeah. And then Hegel universalizes this deception. Okay? But notice, apart from this fallacy, that kind of distinction between the as such and the accidental is altogether essential to philosophy. We saw the importance of that in demonstration and so on, right? Okay. And just to bring out one, very important example, in the Meno, Socrates says, in objection to Meno's definition of virtue as the desire for good things, well, doesn't the bad man also desire good things for himself, right? Doesn't the man who robs the bank say, doesn't he want something good for himself, the money? Yeah. So, when we first define the good, we define the good as what all desire, right? And somebody might object and say, but isn't the bad desired sometimes? Well, yes, it is. Well, how can you define the good then as the good is what is desired? Huh? How can you say it's a good definition of good if the bad is what sometimes desired, right? Okay. And yet, not only does Aristotle, quote that definition, he says, therefore, at the beginning of ethics, they speak well who say the good is what all desire, right? And Thomas follows that definition, right? He uses it all the time. How can I say this when the bad is desired sometimes, right? Well, the man who denies that definition is going to get in very serious trouble, by the way, denying it. But the man who denies it because he doesn't see the distinction between the as such and the accidental. Is the bad desired because it is bad? See? Is the bad desired as such? Huh? See? The man who robs the bank, right? Does he rob the bank because it's unjust to rob the bank? Because it's taking what isn't yours? No. He robs it because that's where the money is, as the bank robber said. Okay? You see? The same way the man who commits, let's say, fornication or adultery, right? He doesn't do this because it's adultery, right? But because it's what? Pleasant, right? Because it's good in some way. Okay? So, it's very important then to see the distinction between the as such and the accidental, right? Otherwise you can't defend that definition of the good, right? You can't understand that definition of the good. You're going to misunderstand it, right? Shakespeare has a sonnet here, the one about the mistress, right? And one of the lines goes, I love to hear my mistress's voice, although I know that music hath a far more pleasant sound. Oh. Okay? Now, what is that touching upon?
Music is good.
Yeah? But does he love her voice as such?
Oh, just for
Right.
what it means to him. For
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's associated with something else, right?
Yeah, okay.
See? Just like, if the telephone rings and I answer the phone, I recognize the voice of a what? Friend, right? And I rejoice, right? Is because his voice is like Pavarotti or somebody, right? Maybe not a very pleasant voice, right? In his actual sound, right? High pitched or squeaky or but because what? It's a sign to me that my friend is at the other end of the line, right? Then I have this what? Rejoicing, right? Huh? See? Right? And sometimes something makes us happy because it reminds us of something else, right? So are we rejoicing in this thing as such? Sometimes a person hears a piece of music or they smell a certain food or something like that. It reminds me of some event or something that they enjoyed a lot or something, right? Okay? So it's accidental, right? Right? Yes, right? It's not that sound or smell as such that delights them, right? But something else, huh? And of course you don't realize how much of the accidental there is in our life sometimes, right? Huh? By this kind of association that we have with things, right? And it may be, purely what? Accidental that we associate this with that, huh? But sometimes it causes pleasure or pain because of what we associate it with, right? But it's not the thing as such that is causing the pleasure or the what? Pain, right? You see that? Yeah. So the accidental plays an enormous role in our life that we're not maybe aware of, huh? But as far as the logician is concerned, it plays an enormous role in deceiving us, right? And especially in deceiving even the wise, huh? We're going to see something that is necessarily there but isn't really responsible for something, right? And it tends to seem to be responsible for it because it's always there. Okay?
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
Be reading something, I go, how do I start thinking about this? And then
Yeah.
I come back to that key word. Oh,
Sure. Okay.
So there would be a cause between the thing that's necessarily there, but not with.
Well, take an example here. Take the example of Socrates, right? As we learn in the Apology, right? How did Socrates make so many enemies? We run around examining people, right? Who thought they knew something, and he showed them they were mistaken, like he showed the slave boys mistaken, right? Now, is that the way to make friends? Huh? See? Well, someone who thinks he knows something, right? And especially if he's admired for knowing what he thinks he knows, well, then he's going to get what? Angry, maybe, right? When you show him, and maybe others who are around, he doesn't know what he claims to know, right? Okay. But is Socrates as such helping the man or harming him by showing him that he's mistaken? Yeah. When I show you that you're mistaken, I'm actually removing a mistake from your mind, or helping to remove a mistake from your mind, right? I'm actually helping you, aren't I? Huh? I'm doing good to you. See? Now, is helping another and doing good to another, is that the way to make an enemy? That's accidental, right? That makes an enemy, right? By doing good, huh? And yet you could almost say, taking into account the way human beings are, right? that they're going to resent this. See? And therefore it almost seems to be, as such, the way to, what? Make enemies, right? And yet, in a certain way, it seems to be accidental, right? Because as such, it's helping them in the life of their mind. But you need the humility, let's say, of the slave boy, right? The philosopher need, you know how our Lord would say, unless you become like a little child, when the apostles are squabbling about who's the greatest among them, right? And then he says, unless you become like a little child, you won't enter the kingdom of heaven, and so on. But I could say, unless you become like the slave boy, right? When your mistakes are pointed out, you'll never get very far in philosophy. See? Mm-hmm. But the slave boy is a nobody in that society, right? He's got no reason to be proud, right? Or anything, huh? See? But if someone has a position or reputation, all that sort of stuff, well, then he's not going to what? Accept this very well, right? But it's really his pride that is the cause of this, right? Rather than you're helping him, right? The pride of the man you're helping is something that happens to you helping him, right? But notice how frequent that is in human life, huh? So Socrates has got more enemies than friends in the end. He's more concerned about, people saying bad things about him because of this, right? Than he is about any arguments proof they can bring up in the court. Huh? So it's very important in philosophy to distinguish between the as such and the accidental, right? Sometimes, priests, in the parishes don't speak enough about, abortion and contraception, all these things, right? They don't want to offend their congregations, right? and they will offend their congregations or a certain part of their congregations, right? But maybe they have a duty and obligation to do this, right? So, it's a Western way to do it. It's better than other ways, right? But you're almost bound to offend some people if you do the law. But they don't do it. Right? Yeah.
So, one of the discussing fallacies here in a true way. But something was brought up which I find is very enlightening for myself. Is the discussion or the presentation of, in this speaking about how some moderns or contemporaries will speak about, say, Aristotelian philosophy or Greek philosophy, and say, well, that's Greek thought. Mm-hmm. That's just Greek thought. And that just was so illuminating for me to hear that described. That's a fallacy. It's the fallacy of the accident. Could you maybe comment upon that? Maybe I don't remember everything that was said in our discussion.
Yeah, right. But it is accidental to philosophy that be in Greek or in English or some other language, right? Mm-hmm. Although you can say, that one language is sometimes better than another language for philosophy, right? Okay. But still, basically speaking, it's accidental, right? Yeah. But Monsieur Diane and Father Boulay used to say that Greek is better for philosophy than Latin, huh? And that English is better for philosophy than French, although French was their native language, right? Berquist said English is better than French. Berquist doesn't know French very well. But his native language is French. He recognized that English is superior, huh? Monsieur Diane always said English is superior for poetry and for philosophy over French. And Greek is superior to Latin for both philosophy and for poetry. Interesting, huh? And I used to point to André Gide there in his preface to the Pléiade edition, you know, Shakespeare's plays in French. Where he talks about the difficulty, of course, of translating any poet into another language, but the peculiar difficulty of trying to translate Shakespeare into French, right?
Yeah.
And he calls the French language, of which he's supposed to be a master of French prose, I guess. You know, he calls it a language presque antipoetic, almost antipoetic, huh? To abstract the French. Huh? Okay. Yeah.
You have mentioned the Feuerbach earlier.
Yeah.
Do you think that he was really mistaken, or he knew that he syllogized wrongly and did it because maybe he had some agenda, maybe some...
Well, I would suspect it's more pride, right? Now, pride is the chief cause of deception on the side of our will, right? Huh? So that the man who's proud will be more apt to accept an argument that agrees with his pride, right? See? So if you want to put yourself in place of God, right? You're more apt to accept an argument that is what? To not delve into argument too much, right? Okay. But I mean, to what extent it's self-deception, to what extent it's just deceiving us, you know? I think there's some amount of self-deception there too, right? But kind of a voluntary thing, see? You know? The fool has said in his heart there is no God, right? Okay? You know what it says in the Bible? Yeah. But no, it says the fool has said in his heart, right? As if it's not just to the outside world, right? But in his heart he said this, right? Huh? Right? But in the power of his will, his pride, right? Huh? You know? Yeah. If you look at that preface of Marx to his doctoral thesis there, you can see the element of pride there because he takes as his hero Prometheus, right? Well, I mean, the image there, Prometheus is revolting against Zeus, right? Not obeying Zeus and being punished by Zeus. But Prometheus is not unaware that Zeus exists. Zeus is punishing him, right? So, I mean, it's kind of a funny image to take. You think there's no God, right?
Yeah.
Might take a man who's, revolting against God, right? And being punished by God, huh? You know? And, it's even more clear in Sartre, because in Sartre, he says, we're not atheistic, he says, in the sense that we would exhaust ourselves by trying to prove he doesn't exist. We're atheistic in the sense that it makes a difference to us whether he does or does not. That means he's, bad faith in a sense, because how can I can see a man maybe in some sense being in doubt about God's existence, but saying it makes no difference whether he does or does not exist, we're going to go on, live our same way. Seems like, he's just voluntarily choosing, right? Okay, now the second kind of mistake outside of language is extremely important for the kind of distinction also that it's overlooking. And this now is the mistake from not distinguishing between what is so simply or without qualification is the way of saying it. And what is so in some imperfect or qualified way. Read here. The mistake from not distinguishing between what is so simply or without qualification and what is so in some respect or in a qualified way. Qualified in a diminishing sense. Okay. Or you could say mistake from mixing up, right? What is so simply and what is so in some, what, limited way, right? Okay. Now, Aristotle takes a very simple example, right? He says, are you a white man or a black man? What am I? Look into my eyes. What color do you say?
I'm black.
Yes, I'm black, right? Now, has he contradicted himself?
No.
Huh? No. Because you call a man black or white simply by the color of their skin, right?
Yeah.
But the black man is white in his eyes, right? See? You wouldn't say he's white, period, would you? He's a white man, period. You'd say he's white, and you qualify it, in his eye, right? Okay? Or he's red in his lips or tongue, or we are red in our lips or tongue, right? Okay? Suppose there's a delicious poison, huh? Okay. And Mummy is aware of this, right? Okay, and the little boy or little girl asks, Mummy, is this good to drink? What's Mummy going to say?
No.
Bad to drink, right? Okay. But is it good tasting? Yeah. So in some imperfect way, it's good, right? You can't deny it's good tasting, right? And someone might be deceived into what? Drinking it because it's good tasting. In some way it's good. Smells good, tastes good, right? But simply without qualification, if you had to say, is it good or bad to drink this? It's bad to drink this. Okay? Mama, is it good to rob the bank? No, it's a bad thing to do. Okay? I'm not qualifying am I saying it's a bad thing to do, to rob the bank, right? Okay. But why do people rob the bank? In some way it's good, right? Pieces of money in your pocket if you don't get caught anyway, right? Okay? It's good to murder somebody who annoys you. What would you say? I'd say no, right? It's bad, right? I'm not qualifying, it's a bad thing to do. But it does get rid of annoyance. See? So something that is bad, simply speaking, right, can be in some very diminished, imperfect way good, right? Okay? Now is the reverse possible, right? Well, any good thing in this life prevents you from doing something else if you do it, right? Right? So, I said to students now, is it good to know? Yes. Well, then it's good to study, right? But do you sometimes not study when you should study? Oh, yeah. See? But because it might prevent you from going to the party, or it might prevent you from playing a game, or it might prevent you from something else that's good, right? Huh? Okay? So, in that sense, anything that's good, right, and even necessary to do, could in some way be considered what? Bad, because it prevents you from doing something else that is good, right? Getting up and going to Mass on Sunday morning prevents you from sleeping longer, right? Right? Okay? So, I say, you're making this kind of mistake, I tell them all day long. You're doing something bad because in some way it's good. Or you're not doing something good that you should do because in some way it's what? Bad, right? So your life is based upon this, right? Huh? Okay? I mean, even the terrorists, right? I think we all think they did something bad, but in some way it seemed good to them, right? That's how they did it, right? Okay? So, this is a distinction now that comes up all the time in philosophy between what is so simple and what is so in some imperfect way. Take, for example, in logic, right? In logic, Aristotle sometimes says, well, there's two kinds of arguments. Syllogism and what? Induction, right? And so he says, if the rhetorician uses enthymeme, an example, they must be of these two kinds, right? Well, the enthymeme is a syllogism, and the example is an induction, right? But he'll call them what? In the Greek, you'll say kiss there, right? They say it's in some way. It's a quidem quid, that's the way you say it in Latin, right? Okay? So the enthymeme is in some way a syllogism, right? Example is in some imperfect way an induction, but not simply without qualification. A boy is a man in some way, right? A girl is a woman in some way. A kitten is a cat, right? Okay? But not simply without qualification, huh? So it's a distinction we use. Sometimes we call it encircling a definition. Other times we deny it's a definition, right? It's not a definition in the full sense, right? If I encircle wisdom as the best knowledge, if I really define wisdom when I say it's the best knowledge? No, in a way I defined it, but not simply or without qualification. Huh? So it's a distinction in the sense between the perfect and the imperfect that lies behind this, right? Which are words that run through everything, huh? Perfect and imperfect. Huh?
Would they both be?
Huh?
Would they both be as such, or per se, or just one would be?
Well, it's not the same distinction, but sometimes have both of these distinctions involved. Huh? Okay. I take this very simple example in class here. I always pick on a girl and I say, "Do you know my brother Mark?" That's that question, and she answers, "No," right? I said, "Now you all heard what she said. She doesn't know Mark." I said, "Now you know what a man is? You know what a brother is?" And she says, "Yes." That's what my brother Mark is. So you know my brother Mark, don't you? See? But notice, simply speaking, we'd say she doesn't know my brother Mark, right? But in knowing what a man is, and knowing what a brother is, in some way she knows every man, every brother in the whole world, right? That's a very, diminished sense of knowing, right? Huh? Right? To know the universal. In that sense, I know everything, because everything is something, and I know what something is, as opposed to nothing, don't you? Huh? I know something is not nothing, right? So some of my students would say, "I'm going to go home and tell Dad that I know everything now." It doesn't work when you tell me that. But I mean, I'm sure you can make the distinction clearer that I have in mind there, right? See? In knowing the difference between something and nothing, you know in some way everything. Because everything is something, right? And even the guy who said, you don't know everything, he means something by the word everything, right? And what does he mean by everything? Everything, right? So even to say I don't know everything is to admit that in some way you know what you're saying, and therefore you know what you mean by everything, and therefore you in some way know everything, right? You see? But simply speaking, I'd say I don't know it, right? Huh? I don't know everything, right? Okay. But in some way I do know everything. See? But I'm not really contradicting myself when I say that, huh? Am I? Now, sometimes we say, if we're looking at our knowledge and God's knowledge, we say God is wise and man is not wise except in some, very diminished and qualified way, right? Now, okay? But if you're looking at human knowledge, right, then metaphysics, we call that wisdom simply, right? And we call philosophy of nature wisdom about natural things. Or political philosophy, wisdom about political things, right? Okay? But metaphysics is wisdom simply without qualification. But then you're looking just at the genus of human knowledge, right? But if you compare man's wisdom with God, right? The first attribute of the wise man we saw was he knows everything. But in some way, right? But God knows everything, without qualification, right? perfectly. All things are naked, it says, open, right, to him in the scriptures. So that's a very important distinction in philosophy. What's good for man? What's pleasing to his senses? What's good for man?
Not everything.
Not everything, right? What's good for man? I want the answer. With the brevity of listening right now. What's good for man?
What reason to his hand?
Yeah? Okay. Even more simply, you can say what's good for man is what is reasonable. Right? Since man is an animal with reason, right? What's reasonable is good for man. Okay? But now, what about what is pleasing to his senses? Is that good for man? Okay. Well, if you don't qualify it, don't say insofar as it's reasonable, right? You say what is pleasing to his senses, then you're talking about what is good in some way for man, right? Okay. What is reasonable is good simply for man, right? Now sometimes that might seem too weak a word, you talk about the terrorist or somebody who murders somebody like that, Is it reasonable to murder somebody? Is it reasonable to rob the bank? To say that they're unreasonable might seem too weak a word, right? But in a very fundamental way, they are unreasonable to rob the bank, right? It is unreasonable to murder somebody. You don't really see that it's bad for a man, haplos, simply, without qualification, until you see that it really is unreasonable. Because man is by nature a political animal, right? This is contrary to that. So it's unreasonable for a reasonable animal, right? That must live in society to do what is contrary to life together, right? Okay. Now, in the Meno, you people read the Meno? Huh? In the Meno, you have a beautiful example of this fallacy in the middle part of the dialogue. In the middle part of the dialogue, Socrates has found out that Meno doesn't know what virtue is, so he proposes that they have a joint investigation into what virtue is. And Meno objects, he says, how can we go investigating what we don't know? Now, he's in a sense saying, how can we, in our conversation, in our investigation, how can we aim at what we don't know? You can't aim at something you don't know it, right? So, what are you proposing, Socrates? And if I drive into the gasoline station, I say to the guy, how do you get there? What's he going to say? Where are you going? I can't tell you how to get there. You don't know where you're going, right? Well, how do you get there? Okay? So, here, if the teacher knows, he can direct the student to what the teacher knows, right? Just like the gasoline guy can do that. But if neither one of us knows, right, how can we direct our conversation to what we don't know? Seems impossible, right? Now this is an objection, really, that if it's good, it takes away both logic, the art of defining and reasoning, and logistike, the art of counting and calculating. Because these are the two arts that are for the sake of coming to know what you don't know. They're the two arts that direct us to a knowledge of what we don't know. Well, how can you direct yourself to what you don't know? Huh? How can you do that? Right? You have to know what you're aiming at, right? Okay. Well, this objection is overlooking the distinction between what is known simply or without qualification and what is known in some, qualified and diminished way, right? Now I take a very simple example, which I can't do in this class, but I can do it at school where you have more students. I say, how many students are in class today? I said, I don't know. Nobody knows here, do we? Nobody knows how many students are in class today, right? Okay? And then I count. 1, 2, 3. And I count in one class 26, right? And I say, do you see how easily I got to the number 26? I know exactly how to get there, right? But now, how did I know how to get to 26 when I didn't know I was trying to get to 26? Huh? I mean, if we go out on the highway and say, what road should I take? Well, you got to know where you're going, right? So how could I have known what road to take to get to 26 when I didn't know I was trying to get to 26? Huh? Huh? And I took the greatest of ease. I mean, I was amazed, and I directed myself to what I didn't even know I was trying to get to. Huh? How could I do that? It's amazing, right? Okay. Well, the point is, in some imperfect way, I already knew 26, right? I knew I was looking for the number of students in class, and that, in fact, is 26, right? So since 26 is the number of students in class, and I knew I was looking for the number of students in class, in some way I knew what I was looking for, right? And knowing that I was looking for the number of students in class was enough to tell me that I should count, right? That that's the road I should take, right? So by knowing, in some imperfect way, right, what I was looking for, I was able to know the road to take, to know what I didn't know at all, in the strict sense, or the full sense, namely 26. Do you see that? Well, if the question had been, what is a student? I would not have counted them, right? I would have compared them and separated out what they have in common, right? Leaving aside the differences, right? Because I knew, without knowing the definition of student, I knew in some way what I was looking for the definition of student. And that's enough to tell me that I should take one of the roads to a definition. You see that? Right? It's a very subtle thing, isn't it? Huh? Now, when Socrates replies to that objection, he makes the same kind of mistake in trying to reply to it. Because he tries to say, and he recalls, he says, he's heard some priests, And I tell him it's not Catholic priests, because there were Catholic priests in those times. But he's heard some priests say that our soul existed before it was in this body, right? And maybe it had some knowledge, right? That it's forgotten when it was put into the body. And if we make an effort, we can recall that, right? Okay. And Meno says, well, that's interesting, but do you have any evidence? And Socrates takes the slave boy of Meno, right? And Meno witnesses to the fact that the slave boy was born in his house and has never been given the chance to study geometry, right? Doing menial things all his life. And Socrates asks the slave boy questions, and eventually out of the slave boy's answers comes a theorem of geometry. That the diagonal of a square is the side of a square twice as big. Huh? And Socrates says, what came out of his answers? So he must have been, what? Recalling this, huh? Okay. Well, now, is the slave boy, in fact, recalling the way to double a square? Or is he coming to know it for the first time in his life? See? Because Socrates is saying he's recalling it, right? Mm-hmm. But when Socrates first asked him, how do you double a square? He said, double the side. He was not only not knowing it, he was mistaken about it, right? Mm-hmm. Now when Socrates asks him questions, the slave boy can answer the questions, but out of those answers, eventually he sees, right, the way to double a square, but maybe he's putting together for the first time in his life things that enable him to what? To see this, right?
Yeah.
See? So Socrates, you know what Socrates does there, huh? He says, if this is the original square,
Yeah.
you put another square just like it next to it, and another one just like it next to that, and then fill up the square here. You make a square 4 times as big. Oh yeah, the same way you can see that if you put 4 of the original squares together, you'd have a square 4 times as big, right? And then Socrates takes the what? Diagonals, right? And the same way you can see the diagonal divides into 2 equal parts.
Mm.
And eventually you can see that this square inside the square is made up of 4 halves of 4 squares, and therefore he knows that half of 4 is 2. So it's what? Equivalent to 2 of the original squares, right? Original square. So he now knows that the diagonal is the side of the square twice as what? As big, right? Huh? See? But maybe he's putting together these things for the first time in his life, huh? And then he's coming to know something he never knew before. Take a simple example of that, right? See? If one day I measure this oblong, and let's say the length is 10, and another day I measured the width, and it's 4, do I know the area?
40.
Well, if I haven't multiplied these 2 numbers, I wouldn't know it yet for that. See? But if I know the length, I know the width, I know how to multiply, I'm able to know the area, right?
Oh, okay.
But is able to know the same as actually knowing?
No.
See? But after I multiply them, then I would know the area is 40, right?
Okay.
So there's a distinction between knowing something and able to know it, right? Now if I ask you about something that you're able to know but don't know yet, right? Do you know it? What would you say?
No.
I don't know it, right? See? Okay. Even though you know it in ability. But that's a qualification that is in a perfect way, right? Okay. So in a sense, what Socrates is saying, that because the slave boy was able to know this through what he knew already, right? That therefore he actually knew it, right? So he's confusing his knowing an ability with knowing actually. He's confusing these 2, right? Knowing an act is knowing simply without qualification. This is knowing only in a qualified sense, right? And I think a more difficult example of this, because here ability and act are so close together, you might not see that they're different, right? If I take the example, the man who's been putting items in his grocery basket, and he examines the price of each item he puts in his grocery basket, that's that big basket full. But now as he approaches the checkout counter, if someone asks him, do you know what that's going to cost you? Does he know? See, I don't know until they bring it up, right? See? But I'm able to know it, right? If I know the price of each thing I put in there, and I know how to add, right? I don't actually know it until I add up those, or they add it up for me, right? Do you see? You see that? So if you ask me, as I approach the checkout counter, I can add them up myself, I don't have any calculator, I don't know, I'm going to pay, I don't know, right? Even though I'm able to know, right? But I have to qualify that. I know an ability. See? I know how to get there, but I don't know yet. Right? So Socrates is claiming that the slave boy already knew how to double a square, right? See? And he gives the appearance of that because it comes out of what he does know, right? But it comes out of it in the same way that the area comes out of these 2 numbers, right? Or it's like that, right? But to know those 2 numbers is not to know the area. But it's to be able to know the area, right? But to know something in ability is not to know it simply without qualification. So Socrates, in replying to the objection of Meno and trying to see a way out of it, right? makes the same kind of mistake that Meno makes, the mistake that comes from mixing up what is so simply and what is so in some what? Respect, huh? In some qualified way, right? You wonder whether Plato, did that on purpose, huh? But it's a beautiful example here, right? Of a tremendous, example of this, right? Because it's something so basic, right? The very existence of logic depends upon answering that objection, right? And that objection, if it's good, means there's no logic. That's it. There's the end of logic. And there's no logistique either. No art of counting and calculating. It's all over. There's no art at all to direct us to what we don't know, right? You see, understanding what logic really is about. Logic involves, on the one hand, right, directing you to what you don't know, because in some limited or qualified way you do know it. And logic involves using what you do know, right, to come to know what you don't know, right? But in the beginning, you don't know what you don't know. But you're able to know it through the things you know already, right? So you know it in ability, right? That's what you have to see to understand what logic is all about. To understand what the discourse of reason is, right? The discourse of reason is coming to know what you don't know through what you do know, right? Okay? But it's one thing to know what you already know, another thing to come to know something through it, right? Okay? So when Socrates says that learning is recalling, it's not recalling what you learn, but it involves recalling what that through which or by which or from which you learn, huh? Okay? Learning by reason, right? Involves that. And all advanced learning is of that sort, huh? That's really kind of a marvelous thing to see what Plato's done there, right? But he's teaching us in a way, he's giving us a figure, huh? And in both of those there were 4 arrangements that are in fact in the form of a syllogism, right? But 12 that are not, right? And there's 1 for universal affirmative conclusions, and only 1, right? Yeah, when they call it mood or case, right? And 3, 1 in the first figure and 2 in the second figure for universal negative. So I have to look at the third figure, huh? Okay? The third figure comes third because it's third in power, right? As we'll see, it has no universal conclusions, huh? So, we'll look first at the 4 cases where you have 2 universal statements. Okay? Now, in the third figure, your middle term is the subject in both cases. And then you have the universal affirmative, major premise, and the universal negative minor premise. Every B is A and no C is B. And then you have the reverse, the universal negative is the major, no B is A, and every B is C. That's your minor premise. And then you have the 2 universal negatives. No B is A, and no D is C. So notice the middle term. Oh, see? Wasn't thinking, was I, huh? Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's all of the first figure, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So B is the what? Subject in both premises, huh? Okay. Now we're asking merely, is there anything that follows necessarily with C as a subject and A as a what? Predicate, huh? That's all we're asking. On the basis of the statements laid down. Huh? anything you can say affirmatively or negatively about seated with the subject and A as a predicate, right? Okay. Now, as we mentioned before, in the second and in the third figure, the set of all or the set of none never apply to it exactly as it stands. Huh? But sometimes by conversion you can get the what? Set of all or the set of none. Huh? And so you have to know how to convert statements, right? And if you recall, the universal negative converts simply and stays universal negative. The universal affirmative converts partially, right? And you get particular affirmative, right? The particular affirmative converts to a particular affirmative, but the particular negative doesn't convert at all. Okay? So conversion is a necessary tool for making clear that a syllogism in the second and third figure is in fact a syllogism, right? Okay? Now, look at the first case here. Every B is A, every B is C. So these forms will be used again and again, right? Okay. And they're used very much in theology, because in theology you're proceeding by the via negativa, right? Via negationis, huh? You're showing that God is not something, right? Huh? Okay. Now, I might mention there, just as a particular thing there, that God, who's not universal, right? Said of many, huh? Only one God. Huh? The individual there, as far as conversion, functions the same as universal, right? Give an example of what I mean. Huh? If Socrates is not a woman, then no woman is Socrates. Right? Okay. If God is not a body, no body is God, right? But vice versa. If no woman is Socrates, Socrates is not a woman. Okay? If no body is God, God is not a body. You see that? Okay. Yeah. So all the time, when you're syllogizing there in theology, you're finding something which is said of God and denied of other things, or vice versa, right? Okay? Everything corruptible has parts. God has no parts. Therefore, God is not corruptible. Okay? Whatever has what? Parts is a composition of act and ability. God is not a composition of act and ability. Therefore, he has no parts. Okay? So you're going to find these used again and again when you have a negative thing, huh? Have you people read the Phaedo, or I don't know if you have? Yeah. Well, when Socrates is reasoning against the soul being the harmony of the body, right? He wants to find something that is affirmed of the soul that is denied of the harmony of the body, or vice versa, right? Mm-hmm. So one argument he has is that the soul resists the body, right? But the harmony of the body does not resist the body. Therefore, the soul is not the harmony of the body, right? Or the soul has a harmony, right? But a harmony doesn't have a harmony. And therefore, the harmony is not the what? Soul, right? So he's using these forms here. They're often in the second figure, right? That's very common, huh? So these four forms are used again and again. And notice that it's easier in a way, this is more ways you can draw a negative conclusion than a universal what? Affirmative, right? And one way to do that. Okay. notice, in a way, you're trying to find the reason why there at that middle term. Huh? The first road in our knowledge is what?
Natural road.
Yeah. But I want to syllogize that the first road in our knowledge is the road from the senses into reason, right? Okay. So, first road in our knowledge is C, and the road from the senses into reason is A, right? Well, what I want to do is to find a middle term, right? That brings together first with the road from the senses into reason. And the middle term is natural, right? The first road is the natural road in our knowledge. And the natural road in our knowledge is the road from the senses into what? Reason, huh? Okay? Now you might want to come back and back up the minor and major premise, right? Why is the first road the natural road, right? Well, if you know that nature means what a thing is, and a thing must be what it is before it can be anything else, obviously what is natural is first in the thing, right? So obviously the first road is the natural road, and vice versa for that matter. And then, why is the natural road the road from the senses into reason? Well, the nature of man is to be an animal with reason, right? An animal is defined by senses, huh? But man is not just an animal, he's an animal with reason, huh? But what is general in a thing develops before what is what? Particular. So the natural road then is from the senses into reason, right? From the senses he has an animal to reason which is particular. Huh? Okay. So we're finding a middle term there to unite those two, right? Okay.
Could you explain that final statement? I don't remember.
Wise and slow?
Yeah.
Well, when I started thinking about it, I began to realize that he's coupled wisely and slow there, right? And so he's not recommending slowness, period. Because there's a slowness of stupidity and etc., right? Okay? But there's a slowness that is wise, right? Huh? So, as applied now to his thinking, when does the wise man proceed slowly, right? Well, the most obvious time he proceeds slowly is when there are many things to be considered before you can decide or judge. Then obviously you have to proceed slowly, right? Okay? But secondly, he proceeds slowly when something is difficult to understand. And there the text comes from the second book of Wisdom, when Aristotle shows that there can be a difficulty in things either due to the thing itself or to the weakness of our mind, right? And in natural philosophy, the difficulty is due to the weakness of the thing. But in theology, it's due to the weakness of our mind. And so he proceeds slowly in those matters, unlike Descartes, right, who skips over the definition of motion, right? Never understand this because it's too hard to understand. Who understands that? He says, that's it. No real attempt there to understand something as difficult as the definition of motion. And then when Descartes talks about God, well, it's kind of obvious what God is and so on, It's obvious what thought is, right? Okay? But then the most subtle thing, and this is the very important thing, the greatest minds are very slow in the beginning. Huh? And DeConnick, pointed out that even Edgar Allan Poe sees that, right? He says the law of inertia applies to minds as well as to bodies. Edgar Allan Poe says in the Purloined Letter. Huh? You know how a ping pong ball is easily set in motion but easily stopped? By a heavier body, it's hard to get moving, but once it starts to move, it's hard to stop. And he compares the great mind, the little mind, to that, right? Okay? And you start to think, hey, why did they call Thomas the greatest mind of the Middle Ages? Maybe the greatest mind of all time, the Damox. Chesterton took that whole thing, the Damox, as the title of his little biography. Huh? Why would it be the greatest mind? Would appear to his fellow students to be the Damox. Well, Thomas was proceeding slowly in these fundamental things, right? Because they are so important that everything else you want to know depends upon them. And if you make a mistake in those fundamental things, all the rest of your thinking is going to be affected by that. Aristotle and Thomas give the comparison until man comes to the fork in the road, right? And makes a little mistake, turn this way rather than that way, and the further he goes, the further he is. So the wise man is especially slow in the fundamental beginnings, huh? And that's why Thomas was called the dumb ox, right? And I compare him, I tell you that little anecdote there about the Gamow, one of the Nobel laureates, in fact, who studied under Bohr, the way he described Bohr. Well, you see, in Copenhagen, Bohr set up an institute for the study of theoretical physics. And this is after he became famous for his understanding of the atom, quantum theory of the atom. And this became a very famous place. People came all over the world to study under him, like Oppenheimer came to the United States, and Heisenberg came from Germany, and Gamow came from Russia. And many of these guys who studied under Bohr got the Nobel Prize themselves later on, right? So he was tremendous influence upon the younger generation. We flew him out of Denmark in the Second World War, right, to help with the E-bomb and so on, huh? But anyway, Gamow says that because this place was so famous, there was always some physicists coming through, right, with a new theory or hypothesis, right? And they would get like a seminar room, like we're here, and sit around the table, and the visiting, physicist would explain the new idea. And he said he saw this happen over and over again. Everybody seemed to get the idea except Bohr. He says, and then we turned to Bohr, and we'd what? Try to explain it to Niels Bohr, right? This would go on for some time. And finally Bohr said, now I see it. Isn't it this way? And he explained the way he saw it. He said, they get it all wrong. And then there'd be another long conversation, at the end of which they would, end up agreeing with Bohr. Now the point of that, you see, so it's happened again and again and again. The last man to get the idea was the first man to get the idea right. Huh?
Yeah.
See? Wisely and slow, right? They stumble and run fast. So there's certain likeness there of Bohr, right? He seems to be like the dumb ox there, right? And this Thomas Aquinas, huh? Okay. You see that? See? So there's a slowness of stupidity. That's not what Friar Lawrence is talking about, huh? But there's a slowness that the wise man has in those 3 or 4 places, right? And there's many things to be considered, right? When they're difficult, for the 2 reasons, different reasons that Aristotle gives why they can be difficult in the second book of Wisdom. And then he's slow in the fundamentals, right? That everything else, depends upon, huh? Okay? I remember my mother, telling me that about my father. My father was kind of a self-made businessman and so on, but when he was a young guy coming up, and the boss would sometimes call my father in and the other younger executive to kind of, I asked their advice or, toss the idea around. And the other guy would, come out with his answer. My father says, I'll tell you tomorrow what I think. He always followed my father's advice. I think it's kind of interesting, little example of that, right? Huh? I think I was quick to state his mind, and my father said, let me think about it, The next day, right? You get out a much better idea, huh? See? There's something like that, right? There's a slowness, which is stupidity, right? But there's a slowness that the mind realizes, huh? Because of the difficulty of the thing, or the complexity of it, or because it's so fundamental that you've got to be so careful about this, huh? That's what I used to say about Diane, his predominant passion is fear, the fear of being mistaken, right? Especially the fear of being mistaken about something that's so fundamental, right? Okay?
There was one of the desert fathers who was known to do that. They would ask for advice, and he would say, he would wait a month or something before he'd say something, but they would always want to hear what he said.
Yeah. Now,
The quote again is wisely and slow stumble.
they run fast, yeah. There's another remark about stumbling that Friar Lawrence makes too that's very interesting, huh? I said, for not on the earth so vile, but to the earth some special good doth give. Nor aught so good that strain from that fair use revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse. What's that phrase? Revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse.
Stumbling what?
On abuse. On abuse.
Abuse?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, nice talk about that too, right? Because nature there, the word nature comes from birth, right? So he's using the word birth there. He's extending the word in English like it's extended in Greek and Latin, right? So you revolt from true birth, from your what? Your very nature. Then you stumble on abuse, right? Or as Heraclitus says, wisdom is to speak the truth and to act in accord with nature, giving ear thereto. I was looking at the beginning of Macbeth there, and the weird sisters, the witches. They kind of said they had a companion animal, or they assumed the form of an animal, right? And one of the witches says, she'll be a rat without a tail. and the old, Hudson edition has a very nice remark upon that there's always some defect in the animal they assume, like the cloven foot of the devil and so on, right? Isn't that subtle, huh? That the body that they assume, has a natural defect, right? It shows that they are twisted out of what their nature should be, right? They're actually contrary to their nature, right? But if the good angels, assume a body, that doesn't mean incarnation, but just assume the appearance of it, like when they come to Abraham or something, right? It's not a deformed body, right? You see, but a body that has what it should have naturally, right? In a subtle way, it's kind of in the legend. I don't think it's original to Shakespeare, but she's that you're departing from nature. Terrible, terrible thing. Now, I want to just take a few little examples here. Now, as I've been saying, there are 4 forms here of the syllogism that are used the most. These are the 4 to remember. But then in addition to these, there's the 2 forms of the if-then syllogism, right? One where you deny the consequent and then deny the antecedent, and the other where you affirm the antecedent and then affirm the consequent, right? Okay? We mentioned how Socrates in the Meno uses the 2 forms, right? If virtue is knowledge, then virtue can be taught. But virtue is knowledge, therefore virtue can be taught, right? You're affirming the antecedent, if virtue is knowledge, right? In the second premise, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other form is when you deny the consequent. If virtue can be taught, then there are teachers, right? But there are no teachers of it, therefore it cannot be taught. Okay? Now, and then there's the 2 forms of the what? Either or syllogism, right? Huh? Okay. And the difference is then one, you deny, right, all but one of the alternatives, because you know what you're talking about comes under one of these, right? You're trying to find out which one it is. The other is where you deny all the possibilities because you're wondering whether what's being divided is something that the thing you're thinking about comes under or not, right? Okay. Okay. I was explaining in class today in philosophy of nature, the reason why Empedocles gave up the attempt to find one first matter, right? And I said, well, if there's one first matter, either it has definite qualities or it has no definite quality, right? Now, if it has definite qualities, like sugar is definite, everything would have to be sweet in the world, right? Mm-hmm. Okay? If water was the beginning of all things, everything would be wet. If fire was the beginning of all things, everything would be hot. But we live in a world of contraries, so it seems you can't have one matter with definite qualities, right? Now, if you take the other alternative, which the Milesians are trying to do, when they go take water, which seems kind of qualityless, and then they take air, right? Mm-hmm. If you say that the one matter has no qualities, how do you get any qualities in the world, right? In the world, right? You know, you were a kid, you added Kool-Aid to water, and you got some taste and some color and so on. Mm-hmm. But if you add water to water, you never get any taste, any color, right? Mm-hmm. You see? So it has maybe a greater problem. How do you get something out of nothing, right? Mm-hmm. See? So those are two alternatives, right? If there's one matter out of which all things are made, either it has some definite quality, like red wine is red, or sugar is sweet, or something, right? Or it has no definite qualities, right? And either one is a problem, right? Therefore, it seems it can't be just one matter, right? Okay? There's a way out of it. I mean, that's where the argument proceeds, right? So, there are really 8 things you have to know, in the sense that they'll come up again and again, right? The 4 ones we have on the board here, right? And then the 2 ways of arguing from an if-then statement, right? And the 2 ways of reasoning from an either-or statement, right? And these will come up again and again, right? Okay. Now, sometimes, of course, you'll use the induction also, or the enthymeme, or the example, but as far as the syllogism is concerned, those 8 are the ones come up again and again. Now, in this first example here, from Euclid's Elements, right away, Book 1, Proposition 1, I start with that one because he uses exactly the same kind of syllogism throughout there, right? Now, this is a construction theorem. On a given finite straight line to construct an equilateral triangle. And you met this theorem before. Let AB be the given finite straight line. Thus, it is required to construct an equilateral triangle in the straight line AB. So a center AB, with center, A, and distance AB, let the circle, BCD, right, be constructed, right? Okay. And then, again, with center now in this case, the other end, B, and distance BA, let the circle ACE, right, be described. And from the point C in which the circles cut one another to the points A and B, let the straight lines CA, CB be joined, right? Okay. Now that's the way he's going to construct an equilateral triangle. But he has to prove that he has in fact constructed an equilateral triangle by doing that, right? Mm-hmm. So he has to prove that AC and AB and BC, that each of those lines is equal to the other 2, right? Okay? Now, how many syllogisms does he need to prove that, right? Well, he has one syllogism to prove that AC and AB are equal, right? One syllogism to prove that BC and BA are equal, right? And then he has to have a third one to prove that AC and CB are equal to each other. Okay? Now, what's the syllogism to prove that AC is equal to CB? What you're looking for there is a middle term for connecting now, right, those 2 lines with what? Equal, right? Okay. And what's the middle term that enables our mind to see that those 2 lines must be equal? What's the middle term?
Radii have the same shape.
Yeah. So if you want to put it in a formal term, you could say these 2 lines, right, are radii of the same circle, right? Radii of the same circle are equal. Therefore, these 2 lines are equal. Simple enough, right? Do you see that? Okay. In the same way, you would prove that BC and AB are equal, right? Because they also are radii of the circle ACE, right? And radii of the same circle are equal, therefore. So it's 2 syllogisms there, right? Now, he wants to prove that the remaining 2 lines are equal. That AC is equal to what? CB. But he can't prove that in the same way, can he? Because they're not radii of the same circle, are they? Okay? So what's the middle term to unite the lines AC, CB, and equal? What's the middle term for uniting those 2?
Things which are equal to the same thing.
Yeah. AC has been proven equal to AB, right, already. And CB has also been proven equal to AB, right? Mm-hmm. By separate arguments, right? So you can take as a premise then, AC and CB are equal to AB. And your major premise would simply be the axioms, quantities equal to the same are what?
Equal
To each other, right? So you have three syllogisms in this first theorem, right? But they're all of exactly the same form, right? Right? They're all basically in this form here, right? You could say all radii of the same circle are equal, right?
Mm-hmm.
These two lines are radii of the same circle, therefore they're equal, right? Or all quantities equal to the same are equal to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But these two are equal to the same, therefore they're equal to the same, therefore they're equal to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You see? Okay? Now, in the second one here, this is more subtle here, more difficult matter, right? This is the first article in the Summa, in the treatise on love, in the question on the causes of love, right? Thomas's treatise on love there, he has a question on the nature of love, and has several articles, and then a question on the causes of love, and then a question on the effects of love. And there's 4 articles on the causes of love, and 6 articles on the effects of love, right? And I use that in the love and friendship course, right? We could do it sometime if you wanted to, consider those things, What I do is, for each article of Thomas, I begin with a page from Shakespeare to lead them from their own experience of love to something more universal, and then we see it in Thomas. Okay? But notice, this is he wants to syllogize that the good is the cause of love. Okay? And sometimes in an article, you not only syllogize a conclusion, but one of the premises, or in some cases both the premises, are in need of being manifested, right? Okay? Now, take the example I was giving you there from my own thinking there. I wanted to syllogize that the first road in our knowledge must be the road from the senses into reason, right? So I had to find a middle term uniting first road with the road from the senses into reason, right? And the middle term I found was the natural road in our knowledge, right? But then I had to kind of manifest how the first road and the natural road would go together, right? Because the nature of the thing, or what it is what's first in that thing. And then I had to manifest the major premise a bit, that the natural road for man, right, is the road from the senses into reason, because, like the middle term would be, that man is an animal with reason, right? Okay? And you can see, that an animal with reason is the nature of man on the one hand, and an animal with reason is going to have senses, right? And his senses are going to develop before his reason. So the road's going to go from the senses into the reason. Okay? Well, Thomas is going to do something like this here, right? Okay? But it'll take you a while to analyze what he's doing here, right? So he says, I answer that, as has been said before, this is something you'd read earlier, love pertains to the desiring ability, which is an ability that is acted upon. Whence its object is compared to it as the cause of its motion or act. It is necessary, therefore, that what is the object of love be properly the cause of love. But the proper object of love is the good, because, as has been said, love implies a certain natural fit or agreement of the lover with the loved. And what naturally fits or agrees with something in its proportion to it is good for it. Whence it remains that the good is the proper cause of love. Okay? Now, this is more difficult to analyze than the one from Euclid, right? Okay? But now, I tell the students, the Aristotle's books are called the prior and the posterior analytics, right? Mm-hmm. Analysis. And the culmination of the books is not the generation of syllogism we've been studying, but how you take apart a syllogism and see how it is. Well, in an argument like this here, the way you do is, in a way, you begin from the what?
Conclusion.
Yeah, the chief or main conclusion, right? And then you figure out what are the premises that are immediate to that conclusion, right? And then everything else is either superfluous or it's there to back up one or the other, or in some cases, both of those premises, right? Okay? So, what's the chief conclusion? That's where you begin with. And then you find the chief syllogism, and then you find what some people want to call the post-syllogism, or I call it the backup syllogism sometimes, right? Or the backup manifestation of these things. Okay? And you say the chief conclusion is obviously at the end there. Whence, which obviously is a sign of these conclusions, right? Hence, or whence, it remains that the good is the proper cause of love, right? That's the main conclusion, right? So we got to start with that, the main conclusion. Maybe I'll start at the bottom of the page here so I can work my way back, right? Okay. So the main conclusion is that the good is the proper cause of love, right? Okay. Now, being a trained logician, right, I said, this is an affirmative conclusion, right? Okay? She's not going to be using those three forms of the categorical regular syllogism that draw a negative conclusion, right? It's going to be, if you're using that kind of syllogism at all, you might be using if-then syllogism too, but if you're using this regular syllogism, it's going to be in the form every B is A, every C is B. B is going to be a middle term uniting C and A, right? Yeah. Okay. And what does he use to unite those, right? By kind of, if he's using that kind of syllogism, he's going to say the good is whatever that is, right? And whatever that is the what? Cause of love, right? Does that make sense? Okay. He's got to find a middle term, that unites these two, right? And often I compare the middle term in logic to the middleman economics, right? Who unites the producer and or the matchmaker, right? Unites the man and woman, right? Okay? Because he knows both of them, right? So what does Thomas use as a middle term to unite these two?
Object of love.
Yeah. The good is the object of love, and the object of love is the cause of love. Okay? Now, if you read through this, you see, though, there are many whences and therefores, therefore, right? And therefore there must be many arguments, right? Okay? But notice what Thomas does grammatically, right? At the end of the first paragraph, and I've mercifully separated the first and second paragraph for the students, right? But at the end of the first paragraph, he must be drawing a conclusion, right? But it's not the main conclusion. It is therefore necessary, therefore, that what is the object of love be properly the cause of love, right? The first paragraph is drawing, at the end, the conclusion, which is in fact the major premise of the main syllogism. This is going to be the main syllogism. Okay? But notice what Thomas says grammatically. As he begins the next paragraph, he begins giving you the what? Yeah. Okay.
Line or premise.
Yeah. Now notice he has it in the reverse order, right? But the two are really convertible things, right? Mm-hmm. So you can turn that around and say the good is the proper object of love. But notice, after he says that, he says because, right? Okay. So notice grammatically, in the first paragraph, he gave the reason and then drew the conclusion. In the second paragraph, he states the conclusion and then gives a reason. Right? See? They say, does he do that to confuse you? No. It's so that the two premises, which are conclusions of earlier arguments, right, will be put together in your mind and you can draw the conclusion right away. See? Okay? So he ends the first paragraph with the statement of the major premise, the reason for which he's given in the earlier part of the first paragraph. And he begins the second paragraph, right, by giving the minor premise and then going on to state the reason for it, right? So that the major and minor premise are right together, right? You see what he's doing? Okay. He wouldn't have to do that, but it's a little easier for the student, huh? Okay. Now there may be syllogism or some kind of manifestation of both of these premises. There must be, because when he says at the end of the first paragraph, is necessary therefore, he's obviously showing us something, right? Okay. Now, you have to go back a little bit, when we say that love pertains to the desiring ability, which is an ability that is acted upon. Well, when we study the abilities of the soul, the powers of the soul as they call them sometimes, one very fundamental distinction we see is whether the object acts upon the power or the power acts upon the what? Object, basically, right? Huh? And of course, when Aristotle takes up the soul and its powers, he'll ask the question, should we consider the powers first or the acts of the powers, right? And should we consider the acts first or the objects of the acts, right? Okay? And you eventually learn that the powers or abilities are for doing something, right? So you have to know the abilities or powers by what they do. And you don't even know you have the ability to walk if you don't walk, right? You don't have the ability to see, right? Until you do it. And sometimes you do something you didn't know you had the ability to do. And you say, I didn't know I had it in me. But you know you had the ability to do this, right? Okay? So if you're going to distinguish the ability to see from the ability to hear, it's because you distinguish seeing and what? Hearing first, right? But seeing and hearing are both sensing, so how do you distinguish between those? Well, seeing is sensing color, and hearing is sensing what? Right? So the difference between color and sound enables you to understand the difference between seeing, which is sensing color, and hearing, which is sensing sound. And the difference between seeing and hearing, and that seeing is not a form of hearing, or hearing a form of seeing, means that the ability to see and the ability to hear are not the same what? Ability, right? Okay? But now, when they talk about the ability and its object, the fundamental difference, or one very fundamental difference, is does the object act upon the ability, or is the ability act upon the object? Huh? Now, when Aristotle talks first, he talks about the ability to digest your food, right? And the ability to digest your food, the ability acts upon the what? Object, and breaks the food down, crunch, 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 right? And all the way down my stomach there, right? I'm acting upon the food, right? Okay? But in the case of the senses, right? Does my eye act upon the lamp over there? Or does the light act upon my eye? See? You know? Does my ear act upon the sound? Does the sound act upon my ear? Well, these kids are going deaf because they listen to this, you know. But if you looked at the light too much, you would get blinded too. You're not supposed to look at the sun, too much or something, right? And during an eclipse, huh? So the sense powers are acted upon by their object, huh? But the digestive power acts upon its object, right? Okay. Now, if you stop and think about that, you got an either or there, right? Either the ability acts upon the object or vice versa. But if neither of those was the case, there'd be no connection between the power and the object, right? If the object in no way acted upon the power no way acted upon it, there'd be no connection between the two, right? So this is a fundamental distinction of abilities. Now, when you come to the heart, right? The ability to desire, right? Now let's call it the heart for want of a better name. Is the object, does the power act upon the object, or does the object act upon the power? Which kind of a power is it?
Object.
Yeah, yeah. And even, you talk to kids, you go to the party there and you made a big impression upon her. Or she made a big impression upon you, right? Huh? Okay? So the one's heart has been what? Acted upon, right? Huh? Okay? And that's why they speak of the heart as being what? Wounded, right? Huh? And even in the highest kind of love, where Catherine of, St. Teresa of Avila, right? Or St. Teresa of Lisieux, they receive an increase of love under the likeness of being what?
An arrow.
Pierced, yeah, with a lance, right? Or an arrow, yeah. So, Thomas is recalling this, right? Huh? That the heart, the desiring ability, and called in Latin, is an ability that is acted upon by its object, right? And that makes clear that the object is what? Causing the love or whatever the act is, right? And you can see that in the case, if you want to proceed by example, which is philosophical example they call it, as Diane would say, right? You can see that in the case of the other acts of the desiring ability, like fear or anger or something, right? Huh? It's the object that what? Causes it, yeah. So people had fear with this, terrorist attack, right? Huh? Okay? So it's the object that arouses fear, right? If a man comes in here with a gun and says, I hate monks or something, right? You start to feel some fear, right? Or I hate Americans, whatever it is, right? He would be the cause of your fear, right? So he'd also be the object of your fear, right? Okay? If somebody comes and insults you, you might get angry about it, right? Okay? So the object of your anger is also the cause of your anger, right? Okay? So Thomas, in that way, is manifesting the major premise, right? You see? Now, if you wanted to put that in the form of a syllogism, you'd say that the object of love acts upon the heart, right? Okay? Bringing it to love, right? And what acts upon the what? Passive ability is the cause of its what? Activity, right? So that would be another syllogism, and the middle term would be acts upon, right? Okay. What acts upon the heart, arousing its love, is the cause of love, right? But what is that? It's the object of love that acts upon the heart, arousing its what? Love, see? The same thing you could say, right? You could syllogize in a similar way that the object of fear is the cause of fear, right? The object of fear acts upon the heart, right? Moving it to anger. It acts upon the heart in this way is the cause of its what? Fear, right? Okay. So you have another syllogism of the same kind, right? Middle uniting those two, right? Okay. The Thomas doesn't spell it out fully, but that's what he's doing, right? Okay. So he has a syllogism to back up the major premise, right? The object of love acts upon the heart when it loves, and what acts upon the heart when it loves is the cause of love. Okay? Okay. Now, in the second premise, this kind of presupposes already what he said about love. What's the middle term uniting good with the object of love, right?
It's an agreement.
Yeah. It's the idea that the good is what fits something, right? What agrees with it, right? The shoe fits where, right? And then what is fitting is the object of love. Now, how is it to be manifested, right? Well, when we talk about the desiring ability, and talking in reference to the good, you have really basically three acts, right? Love, desire, and what? Pleasure or joy, right? Okay? And love is the most basic, right? But now, if you love something, but don't have it, then you what? Want or desire it, right? Right? But if you love something and you get it, then you have pleasure or what? joy, right? So want or desire arises from love in the absence of what is loved, and joy or pleasure arises from love in the presence of what is loved, right? Okay. But what is love itself, right? See? Well, love is nothing other than the what? The agreement of the heart with the what? Object, right? Okay. So, on the one hand, he sees that since the love is nothing other than the agreement of the heart with its object, right? And that's why you pursue it, because your heart is in agreement with the object. Then he sees a connection between the object of love and what fits you, right? Right? Because your heart is going to be in agreement with what fits you. And then he sees, on the other hand, the connection between the good and what fits you, right? Because that's what's good for you, right? Okay. The shoe that's good for you has got to fit you, right? Okay. So fitting there is the connection between good and the object of love, right? Okay. So notice, if you compare this with the argument of Euclid, right? In Euclid's theorem there were three syllogisms, right? All of the same kind, right? Mm-hmm. In Thomas here, there's at least three syllogisms, all of the same kind, right? Mm-hmm. They're like that, what? Every B is A, every C is B, right? Mm-hmm. You're seeing a middle term, right? 9 to 2, right? But notice, in the case of Thomas, there's one main syllogism, right? And he uses that, and the other two are to back up, in the one case, the major premise, and in the case, the minor premise, right? Okay. Euclid's a little different than there because he's got three things to prove, right? And he proves two of them by separate syllogisms that are similar, right, in the reason, but different, right? And then he takes the conclusion of the two ones he has to construct one of the premises in his third syllogism, right? Okay? But you wouldn't want to say that's necessarily the main syllogism, right? Because he's got to show equally, you might say, that these two sides are equal, these two sides equal, and these two sides equal, right? Okay? But there's a certain order among them, right? But he has to show that these two are equal and these two are equal before he can show that these two are equal, right? Mm-hmm. You see that? See? But here, it's constructed a little bit differently, right? Here, there's clearly one main syllogism, one main conclusion, right? Not three things you got to prove. You want to prove one thing, that the good is a proper object of love, right? And your middle term is object of love, right? And then the other two are one to prove the major premise, one to prove the what? Minor premise, right? But the proof of the major premise he gives before the what? States the major premise. The minor premise he states and then proves it. So you can see these two together, right? Put them together in your mind, right? Okay? But notice there's only one kind of argument being used in these, right? In one case, the matter is very easy, relatively speaking. The other one is very difficult compared, right? Okay. But nevertheless, there's a structure, there's a difference in the way the three syllogisms are what? Ordered, right? Okay, do you see that? Okay. Now, Proposition 6 here is perhaps the first one in Euclid that I remember anyway, that uses all three kinds of syllogisms. It uses what Aristotle calls the syllogism period, what some people call the simple or categorical syllogism. And it uses the if-then syllogism, maybe a couple of them if you want to make it spelled out even more. And it uses the what? Either-or syllogism, right? Okay. Now notice he wants to prove that in the triangle ABC, that when the angles at B and at C, the angles ABC and ACB are equal, that the two sides AB and AC will be equal, right? Okay. Now how does he go about showing that, right? See? What is the main syllogism? See? What kind of a syllogism is the main syllogism?
If then.
No.
Gee, that's right.
When I say main, the one that has the main conclusion, right? See?
You throw on.
Yeah, yeah. In other words, he proves that AB and AC must be equal because they can't be unequal. Right? Okay? Now you say, how's that proving it? Well, you have to realize that they're either equal or unequal.
Mm-hmm.
That two straight lines are either equal or unequal. There is no other possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if you exclude unequal, then you must conclude equal, right? So he doesn't prove, we say, directly that they're equal, right? But he shows that the other possibility is impossible, right? Okay? So now here you have an either-or syllogism where you know that the two lines, right, must be one or the other, right? So it's the form of the either-or syllogism where you eliminate all but one possibility, right? Because you know that one of them must be the case.
Mm-hmm.
The two lines are either equal or unequal, two straight lines. You can see that, right? There's no other possibility. So if you eliminate, them being unequal, then they must be equal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, you don't always spell this out because it's so kind of obvious, this form, as they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say these two straight lines are either equal or unequal. But they cannot be unequal, therefore they must be equal, right? It sounds almost childish, but in a sense that's what he's arguing, right? Okay? So, the main syllogism then is an either-or syllogism. Okay? Now, how does he eliminate the alternative or the possibility that they are unequal? Well, basically, it's by the if-then argument. Yeah. He's saying, if they are unequal, right, then the lesser will be equal to the greater. But you can go through several steps to see this, right? You might have, okay? What he's saying is that if they are unequal, and it makes a difference which one is longer, right? Let's say AC is longer, right? If they are unequal, then you can cut off the lesser one, or the greater one, a line equal to the what? Lesser one, right? Okay? So he says, let AB be longer than AC, right? Okay? If one of them was unequal, right? One would be longer. Then I could cut off on AB, starting from B, a line BD equal to AC, the shorter one, right? Okay? That's a consequence of the fact that they're of unequal, right? And as you know, there's an earlier theorem in Euclid where you cut off a greater line, a line equal to a given line, right? Okay? And if you did that, then you could draw a line from what? D to C, right? And then you'd have two triangles, DBC, ACB, one of which is clearly a part of the other and therefore lesser than the other, right? Okay? Now, where's the difficulty, right? Well, because of proposition number 4, you could say, or you'd have to say, that DBC and ACB have to be equal, though. Why? Because DBC and ACB, the two triangles, have equal angles. DBC, we said, was equal to ACB, right? They have equal angles contained by equal sides. BC is common to both, right? Common to both, right? And DB was constructed equal to AC. So though they're turned around, they're two triangles with equal angles contained by equal sides. So by proposition 4, it follows necessarily that they're equal. But that's absurd. Because the lesser can't be equal to the greater, right? Okay? Therefore, you've overthrown the idea that they're unequal, right? Okay?
So,
Now, you could make that into several ifs if you want to, but basically he was saying, if the lines are unequal, then the part will be equal to the whole, the less to the greater, right? But that's impossible. Therefore, they can't be unequal, right? Okay? So you have an if-then argument, at least one, if not more. And then you say, but how do you show that you would follow from these admissions that they're equal? Well, you'd say that the triangle DBC and the triangle ACB are triangles having equal angles containing equal sides, and triangles having equal angles containing equal sides are equal. That's the regular syllogism, right? That's the one he used back in number 1, right? So all three kinds of syllogisms are used in what is a very simple and very elementary geometrical demonstration, but it shows you can't really analyze it without knowing all three kinds of what? Syllogisms, right? You see that?
There's a simple one at the...
Well, the simple one is you're giving a syllogism that triangle DBC, which is a part of ABC, right, is nevertheless equal to it because DBC has an angle DBC which is equal to the angle ACB in the greater triangle, right? And that angle is contained of equal sides because DB is equal to AC, and BC, of course, is common to both, right? So sides DB, BC, surrounding the angle at B, are equal to AC, CB, surrounding the angle at C, ACB. So you have two triangles then, right? Having what? Equal angles contained of equal sides, and all such triangles, we go by theorem 4, are equal, right? Therefore.
So is the middle term proposition 4?
Well, proposition 4 gives you the middle term, yeah. Yeah. Proposition 4 gives you the premise, one of the premises really, right?
Yeah.
It says triangles having equal angles contained by equal sides are equal. And then we can show from the constructions the man has made that these triangles fulfill those two conditions, right? And therefore they must be equal, but they can't be equal because one is clearly a part of the other, right? Euclid says, lesser to the greater, but I mean, it goes back to really the axiom that the whole is greater than the part, right? So he's resolving all the way back to the axioms, which are the statements known to themselves by all men. Huh? You see that? Okay. I mean, the triangles are turned around. But you can turn around and see easily if they're the same. Okay. Now, this is not a particularly interesting or profound proposition, number 29. But again, just to show you how a very elementary theorem it can sometimes involve all three kinds of syllogisms. So the second page is different from the first page. They're all just one kind of syllogism, right? But here you have all three kinds. Okay. And he says any prime number is prime to any number which it does not measure. It's almost obvious, right? Okay. So he says let A be a prime number. And you know what a prime number is, right? A prime number is a number which is measured only by 1 and not by any other number. So 1 and 2 and not 1, but 2 and 3 and 5 and 7 and 11, so on are prime numbers, but 4 is composite, right? Measured by 2. 6 is composite. 8 is composite. 9 is composite. 10 is composite. 12 is, right? You know the difference, right? Okay. Okay. Now, a number is said to be prime to another number when there's no number that what? Measures them, right? Huh? Okay. Now, sometimes Euclid will, if you have 3 and 9, are they prime to one another? Well, Euclid will say no, because 3 and 9 are both measured by what? 3. Okay? So you got to understand that way of speaking, huh? Okay? So he says, let A be a prime number and let it not measure B. I say that B and A are prime to one another, right? They're measured by no number, right? Now, for if B, A are not prime to one another, what kind of syllogism is he going to be using here as his main one?
If then.
Well,
Either or.
it's going to be either or because, you see.
Yeah.
Now, when you say the main syllogism, we don't mean it's the one that is the most interesting or the one that really is the great discovery, right? But we mean the one whose conclusion is the main conclusion, right? Okay? Okay? And either these two numbers are prime to one another or they're not, right? He wants to prove they're prime to one another, but he shows that if they're not prime to one another, some difficulty follows, right? Okay? So he's going to be using the either-or syllogism,
Yeah.
eliminating the one of the possibilities and concluding to the rest, right? Okay. So he says, for if B, A are not prime to one another, some number will measure them. Okay. That's obvious, right? Okay. Let C then measure them, right? Now, what kind of a syllogism is this? Since C measures B, right, according to this hypothesis, right, and A we're given does not measure B, that's one of the things we're given at the beginning, right? Therefore C is not the same with A.
Is this if then?
Since C measures B, and A does not measure B, therefore C is not the same with A. Even though the others were using and talking about the syllogism. Huh?
So just a simple syllogism.
Yeah, yeah. And what figure is it in? First, second, or third?
The second.
Yeah, see, now there you have a syllogism in the second figure, right?
Yeah.
You're affirming and denying the same thing, right? You're affirming measures B of C and denying measures B of A, right? Okay, you were given above that, any prime number is prime to a number which does not measure, right? So you're given that A does not measure B, right? So if A and B were not prime to one another, something would measure both of them, namely C, and C couldn't be A, because C measures B in this hypothesis, and A doesn't measure B, right? Okay? Therefore, C is not the same with A. Okay? Now, since C measures B and A, then it follows that it measures A, which is prime, right? But no prime number can be measured by any other number, only by itself, right? Which is impossible. Okay? Therefore, no number will measure B and A. Therefore, the other alternative must be true, that they're prime to another. Okay? So you have actually, in that, you have all, three kinds of syllogisms, huh? The chief syllogism, the main syllogism, is that A and B are either prime to one another or not prime to one another. But they cannot be what? Not be prime to one another. Cannot have something measuring them, right? Therefore, they must be prime to one another, right? Okay. Now, the either-or statement is obvious, right? Either they're prime, or you might say either they're prime or composite to one another, right? Okay. And therefore, if they can't be composite, they must be prime to one another. How do you know they can't be composite? What? Well, if you say that they're composite, right, then it would follow that some number C measures both of them, right? Okay. And this number C that measures both of them couldn't be A, because we're given that A doesn't measure B, right? Therefore, there must be some number C that measures both A and B, but A is a prime number. And no number can measure a prime number, except itself, perhaps, right? You can speak that way, right? If 3 measuring 3, right? So therefore, that's impossible, right? Therefore, the antecedent, that they're composite to another, right? That they're measured by some number, is impossible. Therefore, the other alternative must be the true one, that they're prime to another, right? Okay.
Where's the if then?
Well, he's saying, if they are what? Composite, right? Then there's some number that measures them, right? And if there's some number that measures it, then that number measures A, right? But no prime number can be measured by any number except perhaps by itself. But he excludes that possibility, right? Because A doesn't measure B, right? And C is a number that measures both A and B. So A can't be C, or C can't be A. Because A doesn't measure B, C does measure B. So you have a syllogism in the second figure, right? So here we got the second figure syllogism, unlike the first page where they're all in the first figure, the affirmative. you get the basically the either or, and you got the if then, huh? Now, I was mentioning that was the last time I was here. I happened to be reading my favorite book there, the Summa Contra Gentiles, and Thomas was arguing that the relation of God to creature is not really in God. Okay, and he says that a relation, if it was really in God, you either have to be the substance of God, right, or an accident of God, right? Okay. But in the previous chapter, he's shown there's no accidents in God. Therefore, he eliminates that possibility, right? Okay. And then he eliminates the possibility of being the substance of God, because if it's the substance of God, then God would be what? His very substance towards creatures, and therefore he depends upon creatures, huh? But God in no way depends upon creatures, therefore he can't be that, huh? So he's got what? All the kinds of syllogisms there, right? So these things always drive students crazy, but that's the that's the reason. But no, the reason why I give it here is not so much that I'm crazy, although that's laudable too. No, but I mean, it's to show that even in a very elementary theorems like these two, it might require as many as all three kinds of syllogisms, right? Mm-hmm. Now, when the conclusion of one syllogism is a premise of another syllogism, I call those what? Continuous syllogisms, huh? See? Just like the mathematician, sometimes he calls a proportion like this, 4 is to 6, and 6 is to 9. You call it proportional because what's the end of one is the beginning of the next one, right? But if you have to say 2 is to 3, 4 is to 6, that's not proportional because it's not the same thing that's the end of one and the beginning of the other. So it's by kind of a metaphorical likeness there to what continuous is. In the continuous, the end of one is the beginning of the next, right? The end of America is the beginning of Canada, or the end of America is the beginning of Mexico, or vice versa. So when the conclusion of one syllogism is a premise of the next one, I call those two syllogisms what? Continuous. Or when what is defined, in one definition is in another definition, I call those definitions what? Continuous, right? Like the definition of quadrilateral and square continuous, right? Okay. The square is defined by quadrilateral, which is defined by its own definition, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So you have continuous, even in simple geometrical theorems, you have continuous what? Syllogisms, right? Even that first one in Euclid, you had two syllogisms whose conclusions were necessary to see the minor premise in the third syllogism. In Thomas here, you had what? A syllogism, and then a syllogism backing up the major premise, and a syllogism backing up the minor premise, right? Okay? In these other two examples from Euclid, you have a either-or syllogism, which is backed up maybe by an if-then syllogism in one of its premises, and backed up if-then syllogism in one of its premises by a simple syllogism, right? Okay? So those 8 forms are going to be used again and again, huh? Sometimes just one, sometimes 2 or 3, right? Go back to Socrates there in the Meno, right? You take the first argument there, the argument for virtue being able to be taught, right? Okay? The main syllogism that he gives there is an if-then syllogism. If virtue is knowledge, then virtue can be taught, right? But virtue is knowledge, therefore it can be taught, right? Okay? Now, the if-then statement is kind of obvious. If virtue is knowledge, then it can be taught. It's knowledge that is taught. The simple statement, the second statement there in the if-then one, if virtue is knowledge, he shows by a regular syllogism. Virtue directs us to the good. What directs us to the good is knowledge. Therefore, virtue is knowledge, right? So a simple syllogism backs up the second premise of an if-then syllogism, huh? You see that, huh? So you have the different kinds of syllogisms sometimes, as well as the same kind of syllogism with one term backing up another one, right? So as you go through book one of Euclid, I mean, there's one continuous syllogism after another, right? A is used to prove B and B, C, and right down the line, right? And it becomes a long chain there at the end, just to go through all the steps. Okay. But the thing to do is to know this and to use it, right? It's better, as Aristotle says in the Logic there, to know a few basic things and to use them often, use them well. Because they're useful for so many things, right? And you don't always stop and analyze the argument, but you suddenly just stop. Oh, no, I'm seeing it. So it's put together, and then just to copy it down. There was an argument in the Summa the other day. That I think it's using all three kinds, in Summa Gentiles, but those will be used again and again. But everywhere from Euclid, the first science, to theology, the queen of the sciences, the last one, right? It's used all the way. Those forms, Now, of course, in the Phaedo you also have, of course, inductions, right? So Socrates induces the changes between what? Contraries, right? And then he syllogizes from that to the immortality of the soul, the first argument. And with the induction example too, sometimes we find them used in a second sense. The first meaning of induction is an argument from many singulars to one universal, right? But sometimes you have something like an induction where you proceed from many less universal things to one more universal thing, right? Okay. And sometimes you have a kind of philosophical example too. Instead of going from one singular to another singular of the same kind, you go from one particular kind of thing to another particular kind. Okay. So those other forms of argument will be used, right? And as much as Diane would often point out, Aristotle sometimes he'll give the syllogism, then he'll give a kind of a sign down from one of the weaker arguments. And why does he do that, right? Well, to take us back to the senses, The mind wants to return always to the senses, And the Alpha and the Omega, right? You want to go back to your beginning. And the senses are the beginning of our knowledge, Now, you have more time, or you want to stop, or do I know what your schedule is?
Stop.
Yeah, okay. Now, next time maybe we should talk a little bit about the matter of the syllogism here, And this is very sketchy, but just a little bit here, Usually by this time the course is over with logic, so no time to go into too much, right? Okay. But that's how many copies do you need?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
5, 6, 8 copies here. What do you know? He needs one from me. Okay. I taught logic for a while, so these are run down, these supplies of these things here. So I'm touching here upon some of the more important aspects of what they call the matter of the syllogism, right? Because you can have a syllogism, from statements that are known to be true, right? And known to be necessarily true. And you can syllogize from statements that are only probable, right? Okay? People forget that. They forget that the rigor of the syllogism doesn't mean that the conclusion is necessarily true. See? And you can compare that to adding and subtracting, multiplying and dividing, right? Correctly adding two numbers doesn't mean the number you got is correct. Because the numbers you correctly added might have been the incorrect numbers. Right? And so when I define calculating as coming to know or guess a number of other numbers, how could you say that? It's such a rigorous thing, adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. But the point is that you might not have the correct numbers to add, subtract, multiply, or divide, right? So all the rigor of adding and subtracting doesn't make necessarily that you have the right number at the end, right? See? And the same with the syllogism, right? You can even syllogize from false statements, right? So if I say every man is a stone and every stone is an animal, it follows necessarily that every man is a what? Animal. If every man is a stone and every stone is an animal, well, then every man's an animal, right? Okay? But it's not a good argument because the premises are clearly false, right? So you can have premises all the way from what? Ones that are necessarily true and even seen as necessarily true, to ones that are only probable, to ones that might even be what? Simply false, right? And Aristotle takes apart Melissus there in the first book of the Physics, right? And he says his conclusion doesn't follow, and his premises aren't even true or probable, right? The poor guy. Of course, Albert the Great, he's very kind. He says, that's the difficulty. The first Greeks, they didn't have logic, right? So yeah. But you can see when Socrates reasons in the Meno there, he reasons that the virtue can be taught, that virtue cannot be taught. Well, this can't be necessary reasoning when you're reasoning, to contradict your conclusions. But dialectic enables you to do that, right? You can reason from probable opinions, right, to contradict your conclusions. In demonstration, where you reason from statements necessarily true, you never reason to opposite conclusions. You always reason to one half of a contradiction, right? So we'll talk a little bit next time, just to give you a little introduction to the matter of the difference between dialectic and demonstration and sophistical argument and so on, right? Okay. We'll expand a bit upon this, it's just very brief. Okay. Final exercise on equivocal names.
What's that?
Where is it? I have it here. These things that are around the office still. Where is it? Exercise. Is the first name being said equivocally or univocally of the second names? Okay, you got enough copies there? No, I should keep copy myself. Good exercise for next time. Okay. In the case of the five predicables, the isogoge, you have a name said of many things univocally, right? With the same meaning in mind, right? So, but sometimes the name is said of many things with a different meaning in mind. So, see if you can figure all these out here.
You also go through the fallacies?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But just the main ones, which you see I do here, I just do the first one in language and the first two outside of language, right?
Oh, it's in here?
Yeah. Okay. The fallacy, the accident, see. But again, there are 13 fallacies, and eventually you have to learn them all, but some of them are much more important and much more common than the others, right? And the three that are most common are the fallacy of equivocation, the fallacy of mixing up different senses of the same word, and the fallacy of the accidental, making up the accidental and the as such, and then the fallacy of simply in some respect, right? But they also correspond to three distinctions that are not really divisions, I think, right? But are made over and over again in philosophy. These three kinds of distinctions, right? You're going to meet them again and again and again, everywhere. And if you don't understand these kinds of distinctions, you have a hard time understanding them, right? And once you start to get a hold of each kind of distinction, you'll be beginning again and again. It's absolutely crucial.
What's your love and friendship course?
What's what?
Your love and friendship course?
Yeah. Well, when I first invented the course, see, and of course, they were saying, you have to put sex in there. I said, no, I'm not going to put sex in there. Love and affection. And so, I was getting, a couple sections of it, in the advanced course. And then one semester, I could only offer one section. What do I do? So, I'm a bit mad. So I said, well, put it, 8:30 in the morning, right? That cuts down the numbers, It was 9:30, 10:30, But, I think, come into such a course, I think it's going to be fluffy, and just, talking about, social relations, and I realize it's all written out and so on.
That was really good. That's interesting. I got to go think about it.
From statements or premises, we call them, necessarily true. In fact, you could add and seen by the reason that necessarily true. And seen as necessarily true. Okay. Now, obviously, that's going to give you a very strong argument because, being a syllogism, the conclusion will follow necessarily from the premises, and because the premises themselves are necessarily true, then the conclusion must be what? Necessarily true, right? Okay. And this word, demonstration, is a Latin word which they translate, the Greek word, right? Greek word is apodeixis. You get the word apodictic, that horrible word in English. But apodeixis and demonstration come from the respective words in Greek and in Latin to show something, right? Right? I'm going to show you this is true, right? And sometimes, even in English, that word to show means what? Something that's going to be very clear, right? That it is so, right? And was it Missouri has that the license plate on? I'm from Missouri, you got to show me, right? As if you've got somebody like Seabez in the dialogue, right? Who's insisting upon, a necessary argument, right? You've got to show me before I can accept it, right? So that Greek word comes from that same word, from showing, okay? And that's why in maybe editions, of Euclid and so on, at the beginning of each demonstration, he'll propose what he's going to prove. In English they translate it proposition, but really proposal is more the sense of it, right? It's what he proposes to demonstrate, right? And then at the end, he indicates, kind of an epilogue, that he has demonstrated what he proposed to demonstrate, right? And so you'll see sometimes Q, E, what? D. You see that in the text there of Euclid? Which I guess, is the letters for the Latin. What was to be demonstrated, right? And as we've now demonstrated what was to be demonstrated in this particular proposal, right? Okay? So sometimes you find people using the word QED, right? I remember William F. Buckley one time using it in an ironic sense, right? He was kind of recounting the bad reasoning of his opponents, right? QED, he says. That's kind of clever. But in Euclid, of course, it's supposed to mean what? Something that is truly a demonstration, right? Okay? And the clearest examples of demonstration are in geometry or in the science of numbers, right? And so if you read Aristotle's book on demonstration, which is called in English the Posterior Analytics, there are these two books that go together, the Prior and the Posterior Analytics. But in the Prior Analytics, he teaches you how to take apart a argument to see if the conclusion follows necessarily from the premises, like we were doing when we went through the 48 cases of the three figures there. But in the posterior analytics, he teaches you how to examine the premises from which the syllogism proceeds to see if they are necessarily true or not. Huh? Okay. But in that book, The Posterior Analytics, he often takes his examples from geometry or from the science of numbers, not only, but mainly, right? Huh? Because it's more clear that you have a demonstration there. Okay. Einstein is our biographical sketch. Huh? If you look at these two volumes there that are out in the Harper there, it says Einstein, scientist, philosopher, something like that. And it's actually a collection of essays by different writers, many of them scientists, some philosophers, about the work of Einstein. Huh? And there's a number of volumes in this series, but there's one or two volumes actually devoted to Einstein. And then at the end of that, usually the man who's being written up has a chance to write a reply, comment on these papers, if he finds something he wants to criticize or reinforce in what they say. And in the Einstein volumes, there's also an autobiographical sketch that Einstein gives of his life, but kind of more of his scientific inclinations. And he says in there that if Euclid did not arouse your youthful enthusiasm, you were not born to be a scientist. But he speaks of the effect of Euclid upon him as a child, but in terms of the rigor, which one thing was shown from another thing, right? Okay. So even in our own century, there we see most clearly there, right? This rigor of reasoning. And Plato, has these dialogues, which we call the Socratic conversations sometimes. Dialogue is a Greek word for conversation. And they're called Socratic conversations because Socrates is, in almost all of them, kind of dominates the conversation. But often the conversation is named from the other person with whom Socrates talks. Otherwise you have to call them all Socrates, 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 Socrates. But the other person that he talks with is a person with whom there'd be some reason to have a conversation about whatever the topic of that dialogue is. So there's something significant about the man with whom he speaks. So you might talk to a Hippias, or you might talk to Protagoras, or you might talk to Gorgias, or some sophist who teaches the art of rhetoric. You might talk to them about the nature of rhetoric. Because here's a man who should, have some acquaintance with it. He talks in the Euthyphro about piety with a man who's charged his own father for being impious, right? And some man who should know something about piety if you're doing something apparently impious, like charging your own father for being impious. And or he talks in the Laches, about courage, that virtue, right? But with whom does he talk? Who is Laches? Well, he's an old general. Well, presumably an old soldier would have some experience of courage and the opposite of courage, right? He was a soldier all these years, right? So here's a man you would talk to about courage, right? Well, what dialogue is about demonstration or about episteme, which is that reason out knowledge that's an effective demonstration? Well, the dialogue is called the Theaetetus. And Socrates talks with Theaetetus, who's a young man at the time. He's an historical person, Theaetetus, who made important contributions to Euclid's Elements, to the mathematics of Euclid's Elements. And so why would Socrates talk with a mathematician about what? Demonstration and reason out knowledge, right? Because such a man might have some experience of this kind of thing, right? Okay. But it's not only in mathematics that you have demonstrations, right? There are some demonstrations in natural philosophy in the beginning. Okay, there are demonstrations on logic itself, right? There are demonstrations of wisdom and so on. But the more obvious examples and easier to get hold of are in geometry or the science of numbers. Okay. Now, That's why, custom use that there, right? Not elsewhere, but that's kind of a sign of this, right? And that's why mathematics is named from learning, huh? Because the student, in a sense, most of all can learn and not simply believe the teacher, right? Because of the rigor of the demonstrations and the comparative ease with which those demonstrations can be grasped if you go through them. Interesting, mathematics and Sacra Doctrina. The one is named from the student, Mathetes, the learner, and the other is named from the teacher, Doctrina, doctor, teacher, right? Because in Sacra Doctrina, most of all, you depend upon the teacher, right? Who's ultimately God himself, right? What's our teacher, Christ, right? And you most of all need belief there, right? But in geometry, you need belief the least of all. Just in the initial stage there, but once you see the demonstration, you no longer believe Euclid, you now know yourself, right? No matter what Euclid says from then on, you know that this is to be so, right? Okay. Sometimes these teachers lose their mind, I don't know cases of that, right? They start saying very strange things. So, what did I say? He seems to have lost his mind. But if you understand the demonstration yourself, then you say, no matter what he says, right? I'm going to hold on to this, right? I don't really depend upon him. Huh? Okay. Now, the other main kind of syllogism is the dialectical syllogism. There's not one word to name the dialectical syllogism. Okay. And this is just as much a syllogism as a demonstration, but the premises are not, either they're not necessarily true or they're not seen as necessarily true anyway. They're seen only as what? Probable, right? Okay. So this is a syllogism from probable statements, probable premises, you could say. Premises are what statements of which you syllogize. So it's a syllogism from probable statements. Huh? Now, in the book on this, which they kind of translate there in English as they usually do, the English title will be Topics, right? Okay, topica. That's not very good translation, right? That's kind of, I call it a what? Transliteration, right? Just like when they refer to the apology of Socrates, right? The Greek word is apologia, so apology is what? Kind of letter for letter putting it into English, right? But apology in English doesn't mean what apologia means in Greek. Apologia in Greek means what? A legal defense in the courtroom, right? And so Cardinal Newman, in his kind of autobiographical defense of himself, right? It kind of gives a Latin title, the Apologia Pro Vita Sua, right? Kind of justifying his leaving Anglicans and becoming a Catholic, to the great scandal of the Anglicans, right? And maybe enmity them in some cases, But it's kind of like a legal, not legal in the strictest sense, but it's not just an apology for what he did. It's a real attempt to defend the reasonableness of what he did, right? And leaving the Anglicans and becoming a Roman Catholic. So when they translate apology, it's not really a translation, but more like a transliteration. Because translation means what? You keep the meaning, not necessarily the word or even the form of the word, right? Okay. So in English, they translate the title of Aristotle's work, topics, right? But the root of that word in Greek, topos, is place. Okay. And in a sense, the Greek title is there about places, right? And a place, without saying it to say so what it is, a place is where you look to find a dialectical argument, right? So topics, nothing much to do with that at all, right? Okay. But in the so-called topics, in this book about places, Aristotle defines the probable, or actually more precisely you might say probable opinions, which is another way of saying it. Say proceeds from probable opinions. He defines probable there as the opinions of all men, right? Or most men, right? Or the opinions of all or most men in a given what? Art or science, when they're speaking about the matter of that art or science, right? Or the most famous and illustrious of men in that art or science, right? Now notice those 5 things he says you could divide into 2 at first. You say an opinion is probable because of the number, the quantity of men thinking it, right? Or because of the quality of these men, right? Okay? So, it's the opinions of all or most men. And there is simply the number of men that hold this gives a certain probability to the opinion, right? Okay? Or all or most men or the most famous in a given art. Okay. But when they're speaking obviously about something that pertains to that art, right? Okay. So if all or most geometers say that the square on the side opposite the right angle is equal to the squares on the sides containing the right angle, then that's probable, right? Because all or most geometers are saying this, right? Okay. Or if Einstein says that a scientific hypothesis is freely imagined, that statement is now probable, right? Because this most famous scientist who in 1 year had 3 papers worth the Nobel Prize, right? He says that these scientific hypotheses are not reasoned out, but they are freely imagined. Oh, okay. Okay. Shakespeare, right? Says, o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing. Whose end, both in the beginning and now, is as 'twere to hold the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own face, for her own image, in the very age and body the times form impression. Well, Shakespeare says that the purpose of what? God is to hold the mirror up to nature, right? And that's probable, because Shakespeare is such an illustrious dramatist, right? Mozart in his letter to his father there on the representation of anger, right? In the aria of Osmond there, in the touching from the Seraglio, right? He says, the music has to imitate the anger of Osmond, as does he kind of control himself, right? But not, he says, in a way that is displeasing to the ear. Or in other words, ceasing to be music. So Mozart, the most illustrious and famous maybe of the composers, if he says that music must be pleasing to the ear, or if not music, that's it. That's certainly a very probable opinion, right? Okay. And especially men are apt to follow the advice of all or most men in a given art or science, or the most famous of them. Especially if it's not contrary to what all or most men are thinking, right? Okay. But sometimes the most famous men in art or science are saying something different from most men in that art or science. And sometimes, the most illustrious men are ahead of the other men, right? Or they see more, right? And I've seen examples of this, right? Okay. So it's possible that the opinions of most men and the opinions of even all or most men in a given art or science, or the most famous of them, they might not be the same, right? They might have opposite opinions. So most men, for example, might think that sense pleasure is the greatest thing in life, right? But maybe most moral philosophers would not think so, right? Or the most famous ones, like Aristotle and so on, would not think this is the best thing in life, right? So there's some probability in saying that sense pleasure is the best thing in life, and some probability in saying it isn't, right? Okay. But if a statement is necessarily true, then its contradictory is necessarily what?
False.
Yeah. If you go back to our logic of the second act there, when we talked about contradictory statements, right? There are statements with the same subject and predicate, right? One affirmative, one negative. And opposed such that both cannot be true. Both cannot be false. One must be true and the other must be false, regardless of whether you know which is the true or which is the false one, right? So if you see one half of a contradiction necessarily true, you must at the same time, as it were, see the opposite side as necessarily what? False. But if you see one side of a what? Contradiction as probable, right? Well, then the opposite side need not be what? Manifestly false. Because if the contradictory was manifestly and clearly false, or necessarily false, then in a sense, and then the side you were with would be more than just probable. You see? So there is that ambiguity, right, in the mind there, in probable things, right? There can be probability to some extent on both what? Sides, right? Yeah? Okay. It might be, that we might use the word probable for what is more probable, right? Especially if it's very probable, and it was not very probable at all, right? But there's in fear that the other side might have something in it too, right? Okay. Now sometimes Aristotle will speak of dialectical reasoning then as reasoning from probable opinions to contradictory conclusions. Since you can have even opposite sides of the contradiction have some probability, it's possible from probable opinions to reason to contradictory conclusions. Not maybe necessarily as strong on one side as the other, right? But it is to some extent on both, right? But in the case of demonstration, one never reasons to contradictory conclusions. Conclusion that follows necessarily from such premises that are seen to be necessarily true is seen to be necessarily true itself, right? And therefore its opposite is necessarily false. So you never truly demonstrate contradictory statements, but you can reason dialectically, right? To contradictory statements, And you people read some of the Meno, right? Yeah. When the third part of the Meno still wants to know whether virtue can be taught, although he doesn't know too well what virtue is. And Socrates says, well, we should really find out what virtue is first before we try to, show that it's one or the other. But if you want to, I'll try to think about it, right? And so he looks and says, is there any reason to think that virtue can be taught, right? And he works out an argument, right, that virtue can be taught. And then he reasons on the contradictory side, right, that virtue can not be taught, right? Okay? Now, of course, the mind can't accept a contradiction, right? And so after Socrates has reasoned that virtue can be taught, and he's reasoned that virtue cannot be taught, and in both cases there's some probability of what he's saying, right? He argues that virtue is knowledge and it can be taught, which seems reasonable, right? And then he gives an argument to say that virtue is in fact knowledge, right? And it goes something like, virtue directs us to the good, and that sounds probable, right? And what directs us to the good would seem to be somewhat knowledge, right? Therefore, virtue is knowledge, right? So that sounds reasonable, right? But then he argues on the other side and says if virtue can be taught, there will be teachers of it, right? Given the immense importance of virtue for civic life and living together, right? But then Meno himself admits there doesn't seem to be any teachers of it, right? Except those sophists whom you know what to trust, right? His son would. I mean, he's got a very little opinion of the sophists, right? And they're charlatans and they're quacks, you know? So, many people had their opinion about the sophists, huh? Maybe they were quacks. So, it seems then that it's not the sort of thing that can be taught, right? When Socrates comes back and he says, well, is one of these sides stronger than the other, right? See? Another way of looking at it is there a weakness on one of these sides rather than the other, right? And then he goes back and he says, well, it's thought that virtue is knowledge, huh? Let's go back to that, huh? The backup for that, you know? And he says, virtue directs us to the good. What directs us to the good is knowledge. What is that major premise? What directs us to the good is knowledge. Is that necessarily true? Aren't people directed to the good also by having the right opinion? The true opinion, right? Even a correct hunch, right? You see? So, you know, my simple example that I give of the man going down the road, he comes to the fork in the road, right? He wants to go to Boston. Which one goes to Boston? Which one goes to Providence, right? Okay? And if he knows that the right fork is the road to Boston, he would take that and get to Boston like he wants to, right? But if he doesn't know that that's the way to Boston, but he thinks it is the way to Boston, even though he doesn't know, he's thinking correctly, right? But he doesn't know. He's going to take that if he thinks that's the road to take, right? Okay? So he can get there by right opinion as well as by knowledge, right? So maybe the great men of Athens did not direct Athens to the good, what was good for Athens, because they knew what was good for Athens, but because they had the right opinion about what was good for Athens, right? Huh? You see? Right? Huh? You see? And it's not so clear in these human affairs, you know, whether the man really knew what was good for the country or he had the right opinion, right? See? Could MacArthur, you know, my famous example there, could MacArthur really have known that the Insham landing would succeed? He had contingent plans in case it didn't, right? He couldn't really maybe know with all the factors involved, and that's why the Navy and the Chief of Staff were opposed to it, right? You know, as a matter of fact, MacArthur had the right opinion at least, right? You see, but whether he knew, I don't know how great his mind was or not. Whether he knew or merely had the right opinion, you know, he led us to something good, right? You see the idea? Okay. Yeah. Now, in another dialogue, I think it's in the Protagoras, you see a weakness on the other side, right? You know, that there are no teachers of virtue, right? And I think Protagoras says, well, you know, it's like saying there's no teachers of Greek, right? See? I mean, I can name the man who first taught me French, let's say, right? You know, but who was my teacher of English? See? Well, it was my mother to some extent, my father, my older brothers, my uncles, my aunts, right? You see, they all taught me how to speak English, right? You know, so it's kind of diffused there, right? Huh? But I can't, you know, point to a, you know, whom did I hire to teach my children to speak English? I didn't hire anybody. It must be that nobody's teaching English to my children, right? See, I hired somebody to teach them piano, right? And I can point to that person, right? But I didn't hire anybody to teach them English. Must not be teachable, right? See, you see? So Socrates, you know, or Plato at least, in another dialogue, this comes back, right? And there you see a weakness on the other side, right? So this is dialectical reasoning, reasoning from probable opinions to what? Contradictory conclusions even sometimes. But, if one side is really true and the other is false, maybe you can find more probability on one side than the other, right? But, as Thomas says in the major premium to wisdom there, but with formidine, with fear of the opposite, right? There might be something, right? You see? Just like McCarthy was convinced that we should do the in-sham landing, but there was still some fear in his mind, right? And I mentioned how when he was going there, he called his subordinate officer up and he went over the whole thing, Said, that's the thing to do then, he said, and he can, kicking out loud again, and then he went and read his Bible, waited to see if it worked out. You see, so there's that, certain fear that this could fail, right? And that's all kinds of things that happen, right? Okay. Now, this is the way Aristotle speaks in the beginning of the topics, and so-called book about places. But there he also speaks of the sophistical syllogism, which is opposed to the dialectical syllogism. And then he talks about what they name from geometry, but the falsi graphicus, the falsely drawn, right? A syllogism that would have a defect as opposed to what's requiring demonstration. Okay? But sometimes you just distinguish these two because these are the two that are what? Good, right? Okay? But a sophistical syllogism would appear to be a good dialectical syllogism, but it is not, right? Okay, we'll talk about those later on a little bit. And there are some things that would appear to be a what? A demonstration that are not, right? Okay? But anyway, these are the two forms that are good. Now sometimes Aristotle will, like in the beginning of the Paralytics here, and go back to what we saw in the logic of the second act, of what contradictory statements are, right? And he'll point out that the demonstrator, right, he takes one half of the contradiction and lays it down as necessarily true, right? And excludes the other half, right? Discards the other half as manifestly false, right? The dialectician, in the concrete, in his conversation with other man, he gives you what? A choice, right? Do you think this is or is not so, right? And you say either yes or no, right? According to which one seems probable to you, right? So, the real difference there, right? Because the demonstrator sees one half of a contradiction necessarily true, right? The dialectician doesn't see this side as necessarily true, and therefore he gives you what? Choice as to what seems more probable to you, right? Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit more about necessarily true here now. One thing that comes out in the post-analytics about the necessary is the connection between the necessary and what in Greek is called the kap auto, right? Called per se in Latin, right? The through itself or the as such, right? Okay? Connection between these. The through itself or the as such. Okay? That phrase, through itself as such, is very abstract, as you just stated there, right? When you take an example, then you kind of begin to see what you mean by this. Suppose I say that 2 is a number. Okay. Is that necessarily true that 2 is a number? Yeah. Okay. Or that 2 is half of 4. Is that necessarily true too? Okay. Now, do you see a connection between these here and 2 itself or as such? Is 2 through itself a number?
Yes.
Is 2 through being 2 a number? What do you say? Okay. And of course, number pertains to what 2 is, right? Okay. And so what something has to being itself, to being what it is, right, obviously belongs to it, to itself, or as such, right? Now, half of 4 is not a part of the definition of 2, right? 2, right? Half of 4 is really a property of 2, right? But a property in the strict sense, huh? Something that belongs only to 2, to every true, and always, right? It's something that follows necessarily upon being 2, right? Okay. So that, although in another sense, right, belongs to 2 to itself, huh? 2 through being 2 is half of 4. Right? 2 as such is what? Half of 4, right? Okay. Do you see that? Now, take another example. If I say the triangle, a triangle is a plane figure. Or I say a triangle is a rectilinear plane figure, right? Does that belong to triangle as such? To itself? To be a plane figure? Yeah. If you're going to define a triangle, you'd say it's a rectilinear plane figure, right? Contained by 3 straight lines. Huh? So to be a plane figure, as opposed to a solid figure like a sphere or a cube like that, that belongs to triangle because of what it is, right? Okay. Anything that pertains to the definition of a thing belongs to it, what? As such and through itself, right? Does it belong to triangle as such to be 3-sided? Does that belong to triangle as such? Yeah. So the genus or a difference, right? Anything that is within the definition of a thing belongs to it through being what it is. It belongs to it as such, right? Okay? And sometimes Aristotle says if something's necessary, it's through itself or as such, right? And sometimes he says the reverse. If it's through itself or as such, it must be what? Necessary, right? Okay? Now, what if I say that a triangle has its interior angles equal to 2 right angles? Well, this is not part of the definition, is it, of triangle, right? But this belongs to the triangle as such in some other ways. It's something that follows upon the nature of triangle, right? Okay? And so the geometer, when he demonstrates this of the triangle, right, he shows that it belongs to triangle to what it is, right? So, it presupposes another theorem, but let's take it a little simpler than Euclid. usually if there's two still at the same time, right? But because of what a triangle is, you can always draw a straight line through one vertex that's parallel to the opposite side, right? And then if you know the parallel theorems, you know these alternate angles are equal, and these alternate angles are equal. And then it's obvious that these two add to those two, the third one will make what? Two right angles, right? So, you're seeing something now that belongs to the triangle as such, right? Through being a triangle, right? Something that necessarily follows upon the triangle, right? That if a triangle is made, you've made angles equal to right angles, okay? Even though that's not the definition of what you're doing, right? When you're making a triangle, right? But it's something that follows necessarily, huh? Now you can see the importance of this for the necessary and the importance from this for a definition, right? Okay? Because the definition gives you things that belong to a thing as such, to itself. And the definition also is involved in seeing what follows upon the what? Nature of the thing or what it is. Because the definition is speech making known what a thing is, right? Making known the nature of the thing, right? And once that nature is made known clearly through the definition, then you can see what belongs to the thing through its nature, right? Okay? But if the nature is not understood clearly enough, you might not see what follows from it, huh? Do you see that? Okay. Of course, it was Plato, the great Plato, who first brought out the importance of the through itself, katauto in Greek, right? Okay. For episteme, for necessary knowledge, right? But now, if I say that a triangle is green, well, a triangle might be green, right? But is it through being a triangle that it's green? Does it belong to the triangle as such to be green? Okay. And could you know by thinking about what a triangle is? Could you discover that a triangle is green? No, it doesn't pertain to the definition of triangle. And does it follow necessarily upon what a triangle is? So I could never demonstrate that a triangle is green. Reason, huh? Now, I could go back to my senses, right? And I might see a green triangle, right? Okay, that would be a matter of sensing, but not a matter of what? Demonstrating it in reason, huh? Okay. Now, snow is white. Does it belong to snow as such to be white? Okay. Now, maybe it does. But I don't see that it belongs to snow as such to be white, huh? In other words, I don't know well enough, huh, the nature of snow to see that it must be white, huh? Maybe somebody else does, but I certainly don't see it that well enough. I say snow is white, or even that all snow is white, because of an induction, right? The snow that I've seen, right, has all been white, huh? See? But if someone went to Mars or some other place and said, you know, there's green snow up there, I'd be surprised, right? Or would I say it's impossible? See? See, if a man lived in darkest Africa, and he was black, and every man he saw was black, right? He'd say all men are black, just like he'd say all snow is what? White. All men are black, like all snow is white. Because he'd never seen anything other than a black man, right? But would his mind see that a man must be black? Okay. Because when one tries to define man, one defines man as an animal with reason, right? One doesn't put black there in the definition of man, right? So, that all snow is white would be, for me, a statement that I see as probable, right? And we see as being necessarily true. That snow as such has got to be white, huh? Okay? Well, if someone said that a triangle, I know if a triangle, I met a triangle that didn't have its interior angles, you get two right angles. I say you're crazy, or you're using the word triangle in a different sense, right? Now, sometimes, people will talk about a triangle drawn from the North Pole down to the equator, right? Okay? You draw a line from the North Pole down to the equator, and then you go over a while on the equator, and then you go up again, right? So you got two right angles down here, and then you got something up here, an angle up here, so you got more than two right angles, right? But that's being, sophistical in the first way we'll talk about it. You're equivocating on the word, triangle, right? Huh? Okay? So, that's not a plane figure, right? It's not on a flat surface, huh? Okay? So if you're taking triangle unequivocally, then you see that it has to have its interior angles, even two right angles, huh? Okay. What's interesting in the Pashanalytic, sometimes Aristotle reasons from it being necessary to being about the two itself, and sometimes reverse, right? And Thomas says, well, isn't he violating his own rule that we don't argue in a circle, right? And Thomas says, well, the real demonstration is from necessary to what? To itself, right? But you might take as a probable opinion, and certainly among the Platonists, right? It's a common opinion, that science or necessary knowledge is about the episteme, this real knowledge is about the as such, right? And if you might reason from that back to this, right? Okay? But as far as the demonstration is concerned, he reasons for it to be necessary to its being about the through itself, or the as such, right? Okay?
So is that because is the first thing is that the demonstration has to be certain?
Yeah. But anyway, apart from that, right? The fact that Aristotle reasons it both ways, it very much shows the connection of these two, right? Okay. I know it's myself, I've talked to you about the first road and the natural road in our knowledge, right? And sometimes I reason that the first road must be the natural road, right? And sometimes I reason the natural road must be the first road. That's because they're kind of convertible, right? Huh? The nature of the thing, or what it is what's first in that thing, right? You must be what you are before you can be anything else. So, because the first road, it must be the natural road, and it's the natural road, it must be the first road. They're very closely tied, the natural and first, right? That's why in the definition of nature in the second book of the physics there, first is in the definition of nature, huh? Okay, very essential to see that as being first, huh? So here you see that connection between necessary and as such, right? And you know my name for episteme, right? The way I translate it, reasoned out knowledge, right? I think that helps you to see. One could never reason out that a triangle must be green, right? One could reason out that a triangle has its interior angles equal to right angle. Because that is a necessary connection of what a triangle is, right? And if I know what a triangle is, I might be able to reason out this. That it's got that. But never that it's green. That would be at best a matter of sensing, right? You see that? Not a matter of reasoning out something. Okay. When I define man as an animal with reason, right? Okay. Now the old, stock example used to be of a property of man that he's risible, right? Capable of laughter. Kind of a good example he's taken the medieval thinkers there, huh? But do you see a connection between being an animal with reason and being capable of laughter, right? See? Because the incongruity that provokes laughter is something that reason will see, huh? And, but the animal aspect, the exterior movements of the body parts, right, when you laugh, huh? I see. But I can see a connection, therefore, between the ability to laugh and what man is, an animal with reason, right? But do I see a connection between being an animal with reason and being white like I am? Right? Do you? No. See? But because you're an animal, you have to be white? Well, I tell you to watch out for black cats, right? Or else you're a cat, huh? So, because you're an animal, you don't have to be white, do you? No. And because you have reason, that's a neat connection there, right? So maybe an animal with reason is white, but it'd be a matter of a sensation, looking at myself in the mirror, oh yeah, or seeing you or something, right? You see that? So, sometimes I would distinguish more than one sense of as such, right? And we're talking here about two senses, two most basic senses. One is where part of the definition or part of the definition belongs to that which is being defined as such, right? And the other where the property, right, belongs to its species as such, right? But the property is more defined by the species, and the other is just reverse, right? The predicate will be defining the subject of the statement. Okay? This is part of the way we recognize the as such, right? Okay. Now, take a little different example of this here. Must a philosopher love reason? Must a philosopher love reason? Okay. Must a philosopher love popcorn? Okay. What do you say about those two questions? Huh?
Yes, to the first one.
Okay. But no to the second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, there must be some as such there, right? If it's necessary that the philosopher love reason, right? But now, I might begin with the very definition of philosopher, huh? And say, well, a philosopher, as the Greek word means, is a lover of wisdom, huh? This is the very definition of philosopher, right? He's a lover of wisdom, right? Now, Shakespeare says, love and reason keep little company nowadays. Okay? But what about, he's going to be thinking romantic love, right? Okay? But now, is there a connection between the other part of that definition, wisdom, and what? Reason. Because wisdom would seem to name what? The highest or the greatest perfection of what? Of reason, right? Okay. Even the way the modern biologists name man, the Homo sapiens, right? They're using the word homo there, which means man and human being in Latin. They're using it though in a broader sense for a man-like thing. So popularly you might say an ape. Okay? But I used to say to students, used to be a book you see in the bookstores, or one of the ones that was very books you'd see it in the window. The Naked Ape, huh? It's about man, the naked ape. I said, is that the scientific name of man, the naked ape? Man much less, fur or whatever you call it, hair than the ape has, right? So compared to the apes, he's not naked, right? But that's not the scientific name of man, is it? It's Homo sapiens, the wise ape, right? Right? And of course, obviously, man is wise compared to the other apes because he has what? Reason, okay? Or excellence of reason, right? So wisdom seems to name that excellence of reason, huh? So, could I love wisdom, which is the chief good or the greatest good of reason, without loving reason? Right? So, if it belongs to the philosopher as such to be a lover of wisdom, and wisdom as such is the what? Highest or greatest perfection of reason, well, could one love wisdom then without loving reason? No, could one love health without loving one's own body? Because health is a good of the body, right? And perhaps you could say going both ways, right? Do you love your body if you don't love health? Or do you love health without loving your body? If I want your good, I must love you, right? You see? And if I love you, I must want your good, right? So if I want the good of the body, which is health, I must love the body, right? And if I love the body, I must want the good of the body, which is health, right? So if I love wisdom, then I have to love reason, and maybe even the reverse is true. If I love reason, I have to love what? Wisdom, right? And then I tell the students, but man is an animal with reason, so you don't love reason, you don't love yourself. So you don't love wisdom, you don't love yourself. But it seems to belong as such, right? If man's an animal with reason, how does man love himself if he doesn't love reason, right? And if he loves reason, doesn't he have to love the perfection of reason, the good of reason, right? Yeah.
So what about in the angelic order? Must an angel love reason?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got something better than reason, He's got understanding, right? I think I mentioned how sometimes you call reason understanding, and understanding can name the act, but it can name the faculty, right? But it's sometimes they will what? Divide understanding into what? Understanding and reason. Okay? And it's because man has in a very weak way the ability to understand, right? Which is what understanding means here, right? Like the angel, he understands everything, he naturally understands at once. My son Marcus, when he was a little boy, says, why can't we be born on everything we need to know? I said, you want to be an angel, that's what an angel is created. Knowing everything he naturally knows, right? Yeah, it's pretty good, to be like that, So when Shakespeare defines reason, he defines it as ability for large discourse, right? Looking before and after, right? But looking means what? Trying to see, trying to understand, right? Man is more trying to understand than actually understanding, but he does understand some things, right? But like Augustine says, there are more things in the Bible I don't understand than that I do understand, right? Even though he devoted his life to understanding the Bible in many ways, So, since man has imperfectly what is meant by understanding, the ability to understand, he gets a new name, right? Just like the examples we gave there, right? Now it's like the kitten gets a new name, right? And adult cat keeps the name cat because he is fully what a cat is. Huh? Okay. You can see the angel, right? If he loves the ability to understand, he obviously loves truth and wisdom, right? Yeah? Okay. And that's why, in a sense, the fallen angels are going to be tormented, right? Huh? Because they naturally want to see God face to face, right? See, but they won't. That's very frustrating. That's very frustrating. That's what frustration we've met in this life. And the souls in purgatory are what? Extremely anxious to see God as He is, right? Huh? So I think it matters to get to see Him face to face, right? And you have to be purified, huh? Purged, huh? Some more. So what's his name? St. John the Cross said to his friends, pray that I have my purgatory on earth. Unusual request, right? Of a friend, right? But, a very wise request, huh? Let's look a little bit more at dialectic. Okay. Aristotle in Dialectic there, in the first book, he talks about the two arguments that the dialectician uses. Because the dialectician uses not only the dialectical syllogism, but also uses induction. Okay. Now, induction is considered more an argument of the dialectician than of the demonstrator, because induction by itself doesn't tell you that something must be so. If you cut open 1,000 frogs and each frog is a 3-chambered heart, you would guess that all frogs have 3-chambered hearts, right? But does it follow necessarily? You see? That because I cut open 1,000 frogs and everyone had a 3-chambered heart, it becomes very probable, you might say, right? That all frogs have a 3-chambered heart. But do you see it as being necessarily so? And I could produce 1,000 numbers that are odd, right? And that doesn't make it what? Necessarily so that all numbers are odd, right? In fact, there's an infinity of numbers, right? That are odd, and it still doesn't prove that they're necessarily odd, right? Okay. I think we mentioned before when we talked about induction that we always come to universal statements through induction, right? But in some cases, it's only through induction that we come to accept the universal statement. In that case, we have a kind of probability about it, right? But in other cases, it's not through induction alone that we come to see it, but through understanding better the terms which is composed. Huh? So, in the case of the axioms, for example, we come to understand that a whole is larger than its part, right? Through seeing wholes and parts and experiencing them, right? But we understand enough about what a whole is and what a part is to see that a whole must be what? More than one of its parts, right? Because a whole, as such, has parts, right? So, to say that it's no more than one of its parts is to say it'll have parts. That's a real contradiction, right? Okay. And likewise, we might, originally come to understand what an odd number is and what an even number is, and that an odd number is not even through induction, right? But we understand enough about what an odd number is and what an even number is to see that no odd number is what? Even, right? Huh? Okay. By definition, right? That this is possible. So, the dialectician has two arguments, the dialectical syllogism and induction, right? And you could contrast that with what you have in rhetoric, right? Because in rhetoric you have two arguments too, but they're the enthymeme and the example, right? Okay. Now, dialectic and rhetoric have a certain likeness, the two of them. And in both of them, in the argumentative part of rhetoric, enable you to make a, reasonable guess, right? Okay. But dialectic is an art for guessing about the universal. And rhetoric, in its argumentative part, is an art for guessing about the singular in human affairs. We're not so much interested in the singular elsewhere, right? But we are interested in knowing whether this man is guilty or not, right? Whether we should go to war with this man or this country, right? Okay. And so enthymeme and example are arguments for guessing about the singular contingent, right? But dialectical syllogism and induction are arguments for guessing about something universal, like whether virtue can be taught, and so on. Okay. Now, in the first book of the book about places there, so-called topics, Aristotle distinguishes the four tools of the dialectician. Okay. And as Albert the Great says in his commentary on that, this in a way is an art by itself, right? The four tools. But then in the later books he gives places for where you can use the four tools, right? Okay. But in accordance with the idea of not trying to teach you the whole logic, but some basic things that you can use, right? Well, the four tools of dialectic are very basic here. Now, the fundamental tool of the dialectician is the ability to select probable statements, right? The ability to select probable premises, Of course, that involves recognizing what we mean by a probable statement, right? Or a probable opinion, to be more precise here. If you have the opinions of all men or most men, right? Or all most men in a given art and the most famous, Now that ability, as far as all or most men are concerned, you're going to run into these things simply from what? Living with men, right? But the opinions of all or most men in an art or science, the most famous one, to some extent you'll be exposed to these without searching them out, right? You'll hear Einstein or somebody quoted, right? But you might have to go, read some of these men, right? Okay. I mean, some of the famous things like smoking is dangerous to your health, you're going to find all or most doctors may be saying that, right? Okay. So you recognize this as a probable opinion, right? Smoking is dangerous to your lungs or something, right? But Aristotle speaks of dividing these probable opinions, right? According to the matter, right? Okay. And in a way, he's like dividing almost, like say, the sciences, right? Some are opinions in natural philosophy, some in logic, right? And some in ethics or political philosophy, right? Okay. And that sounds kind of obvious, but you'd be surprised how it's ignored, right? I remember after the close of the Second Vatican Council and so on, there are people trying to cash in now on the Second Vatican Council, so they're writing books that are in accord with the Second Vatican Council, so to speak. And this extended even down to philosophy, right? And so I was getting, as you often get as a professor, free copies of books helping you adopt your courses, right? And they have one on the philosophy of man, whatever that's supposed to be, and one in ethics and one something else, right? And so on. And in this sort of ecumenical spirit, you have selections from a bunch of different thinkers, obviously, right, who are thinking different things about the same thing, presumably. But anyway, in the one here, you got a selection from Aristotle's 3 books on the soul, right? And then you have a selection from Karl Marx, where he's talking about man in society, right? Well, that's kind of a false comparison, isn't it? You see? Aristotle's somewhere up there talking about the soul, and Marx is talking about man as we meet him in society. Well, no, you should be comparing Aristotle's politics to that, right? And Aristotle says man is by nature a political animal, talks about man in society, right? In other words, you're making kind of a false dichotomy, right? As if Marx thinks that man is a social animal or a political animal, right? And Aristotle thinks he's something that has a soul. It's kind of a false dichotomy, right? If you just, So Aristotle, in this first tool, he's talking about selecting statements, that are held by all or most men, or all or most men in a given field, the most famous, right? But dividing them according to the what? Subject. Yeah, the matter, yeah. Okay? And there he distinguishes between the natural and those things that contribute to a choice or avoidance or choice, right? Which would pertain to ethical, and then the ones that are pertain to logic, right? Okay? And then the third thing he speaks of is what? And ordering them from the general to the what? Particular, yeah. And see, all of that enables you to select quickly, right? The opinions you want in a given matter, right? And the most basic ones, which influence all the other thinking of the person, because you've what? Ordered them from the general to the particular. And especially if the man has a definition of something, right? As you know, that's very basic, right? In all his thinking, right? Okay? If he thinks philosophy is in the search, okay. That's his opinion, right? You see? But if you think philosophy is in the search, that's going to influence all the rest of your thinking, right? You're not going to be looking for demonstrations, for one thing. You see? So, that first tool is the ability to select probable premises, right? But that involves recognizing what a probable premise is and also dividing them and ordering them, right? According to the subject matter. Okay?
Could you say a little more about that aspect of ordering them according to general and particular?
Well, you know what general and particular means, right? Okay? So, let's see, you're in ethics now, right? Well, what's most basic in ethics is good and better. What do you mean when you say something is good? What do you mean when you say something is better, right? That's more general than what do you mean by justice, or what do you mean by courage, or what do you mean by temperance, right? Okay? And that's more general than what do you think of premarital sex, or what do you think of, something more particular, right? So what is a man's opinion about good, Okay? Now, when we first define good, right? The first definition really of good is the good is what all desire, what all want. Okay? But Socrates, in the Euthyphro, he teaches us how to ask a very fundamental question about such things, The question Socrates would ask, after we define the good as what is desired, what is wanted, right? Do you want it because it's good? Or is it good because you want it? So, and of course, the answer you eventually see, if you proceed correctly, is that we want it because it is good. But there's all kinds of difficulties before you can see this, right? But now if a man thinks that something is called good because we want it, that's going to influence all his thinking about good, right? Nothing in itself is good, or for that matter, bad, right? But we call it good because somebody happens to want it. Now, there's all kinds of people running around with that idea about the good, right? But that opinion about the good is going to influence all thinking about these things, huh? Okay? And notice, if something is good because you want it, then it's better or good because you want it more. Okay? Now, when I take that up in ethics, the first thing I show is that something is not good because we want it, right? Right? But that we want it because it is good, but it takes some time to show that. And then after you show that, right, then you can syllogize that something is not better because you want it more. Because it's not good because you want it. See? Okay? You always start out with something very simple. You say, if something is good because you want it, and everything you wanted was good for you, wasn't it? And I take always this example. You're at the party and the host or host says, you want another drink? And you say, yes. And after you drink this last drink, you go, ooh. Well, the one too many, right? And you've got to go and you're embarrassed and so on. And you recognize now that what you wanted was not in fact good for you. It's not other people saying it's not good, but you yourself recognize that. Or the kid that wanted to drive his car 100 miles an hour down the curvy road and he ended up, in a tree, right? And he's still alive, he's a track, and his car is ruined, Even he might think it wasn't good for him to drive his car 100 miles an hour, right? But he wanted to do it, right? Okay? So there are various, very obvious examples, to show that something is not good for us because we want it, right? Okay? But then you have to, do other things to show the opposite, right? Okay? But once you've shown that, then you can show that something is not better because you want it more. Huh? So when you take up Socrates' disagreement with the Athenians in the Apology, right? The Athenians want the goods of the body and exterior goods more than the goods of the soul. And Socrates wants the goods of the soul more than the goods of the body and exterior goods. Socrates thinks they're better, and these are better. And the Athenians think the goods of the body and exterior goods are better. I say a false solution would be to say, well, Socrates, if you want those more, go for those. Or you want these more, so you're going to go for these. But if you've already shown that something is not good because we want it, then you can't say it's better for us because we want it more. The ball game is over. You've got to give a reason for it. Once you have to give a reason for saying the goods of the body and exterior goods are better, you'll find how to give a reason for that. And there's one fallacious reason you can give, which is not too hard to solve. But there's all kinds of reasons you can give for saying that the goods of the soul are better than the goods of the body and exterior goods. You see? So anyway, you can find those thinkers who will say, that the only reason we can call something good is that people actually want it. See? So that's an example of a most general opinion about good, right? Okay? Or take the better now. When Aristotle takes up the better there, he says that the end is always better than what is for the sake of the end, huh? And the whole is always better than the part, huh? But those are very general statements about the better, right? Okay? So if you arrange Aristotle's opinions, you start with the opinion about the good and about the better, and then you go down to, his opinions about the chief good of man, right? And eventually his opinions about courage and temperance and justice and all the way down, right? Okay. Now, in the same way in political philosophy, right? mean, Aristotle begins by saying man is by nature a political animal, right? He needs to live in society, right? He's not self-sufficient and so on, right? If he doesn't need society of other men, he's either a beast or a god, but not a human being, right? And then you start to go down to more particular things, the need for government, but then the various forms of government, right? So on. So the most common opinions are going to come up again and again and again, right? So you want to have those down, and you select those when you're going to talk about these things, huh? Okay. See that? So that's the first tool of dialectic, right? The ability to select probable opinions, right? And that requires to some extent experience of men in general, but also some experience of men in these particular things, right? Okay. So I'm always quoting Einstein when I talk about science, or quoting Mozart when I talk about music, right? But I have, that might require some reading on my part, right? Because not everything maybe that Einstein said, most people have gone and read it actually, right? Okay? But you tend to arrange these things, right? So I always keep in mind what Einstein says about the hypothesis, that's freely imagined, right? Okay? Because that's a very general opinion. Einstein has opinions about quantum theory in particular, right? And so on, right? And it's good to know those too, but this first one is more useful to know because it's going to be brought up again and again, in any hypothesis, right? Okay. Einstein says creating a theory is like writing a novel, he says. It's something, much more imaginative than philosophy, right? Closer to literature, really, than philosophy, It's not a reason out knowledge. Now, the second, the third, and the fourth tools presuppose this first tool, but they're very interesting, Very interesting. The second tool is the ability to distinguish the senses of a word. Okay? Now, when a man makes a statement, it's always in words, right? And if you don't have the ability to distinguish the senses of a word, you could, misunderstand the statement, right? Or it would not be so, clear, right? Okay? But likewise, you could easily become, fall into the fallacy of equivocation, the most common mistake in thinking according to the father of logic, right? Okay? You can become a sophist in a way, right? Either knowingly or unknowingly, right? Because you'd be reasoning from words in different senses, right? To an apparent refutation of somebody, right? Okay. But at the same time, right, distinguishing the sense of a word might give you a way of multiplying a probable opinion, right? So the good is desirable, right? But good can mean the useful, or the pleasant, or the reasonable. Now you got three probable statements, right? The reasonable is desirable, the pleasant is desirable, the useful is desirable, right? Okay. So there's many reasons why it's useful to be able to distinguish the senses of a word. Okay? For clarity of what you're actually saying, right? For avoiding this equivocation, right? Okay. But it's also a way, in a sense, of multiplying sometimes probable statements, right? Now, when Aristotle takes up the second tool, he distinguishes a number of ways in which one can distinguish the senses of words, right? Okay. Without going through all of them, The most basic ones are to look at the what? Opposite, right? Okay. Or to look at the word in combination, right? So you take the word like dry, for example, just to illustrate this thing. And the opposite of dry in cloths is wet, huh? Okay? But the opposite of dry in wines is what? Sweet. Yeah. Okay? So when I say the cloth is dry is the opposite of sweet, wet rather. Huh? When I say the wine is dry is the opposite of what? Sweet, right? Okay. So sometimes there's even different words for the opposite, right? Well, then clearly the word dry is more than one sense, right? But if you recognize, if you had one word over here for both of these meanings, right? And you recognize one of these opposites as having two meanings, right? Then the other one would have what? Two meanings, right? Okay. What's the definition of genus, huh? Or what's the definition of difference? Well, it's a name said with one meaning, right? Of many things, right? Other in kind, signifying what it is. That's what genus is, right? A difference is a name said of many things, said with one meaning, of many things other in kind, signifying how they are, what they are, right? Okay. Now notice, in that definition you got the word many, right? Huh? Okay. Now suppose we're dealing with probable opinions here. Well, now we got the opinion of Porphyry, right? Or Aristotle, so the genus is, right? Okay. But in that definition he uses the word many, right? Now, does the word many have more than one meaning? See? If someone says he has many children, what would you think he means?
Number.
Yeah? What would you think of? Just two children? No, I think more than two, right? Because I have many children, right? Huh? Okay. We have many chairs. We have many chairs in my house. We have many chairs here, right? I think more than two, isn't it? See? Well, there are many as opposed to what? Few. Right? Okay. It's got a few days off. I got many days off. Right? Okay. In the other sense, many as opposed to what?
One.
One, yeah. See? See? Okay. Two different senses of many, right? So when genus or difference is defined by many, right? Which sense of many is it?
Second.
Yeah, yeah. So sometimes trying to avoid equivocation there, I'll say more than one, right? Okay. Okay. So a genus always has many species, meaning it always has more than what? One. Okay. But it may have only two, like numbers divided into odd and even, maybe, or have it into virtue and vice, or something, right? Well, actually more than that, but take an example. But all you need is more than what? One, right? Okay. Or take another one from logic. Maybe we're in logic now, right? We distinguish sometimes between a univocal word and an equivocal word, right? A univocal word has one meaning, right? An equivocal word has what?
Many.
Yeah. What does many mean there?
More than
More than one, yeah. A word is equivocal if it has more than one meaning, right? It doesn't have to have 5, 6, 7, right? Huh? Okay. Some of them do, but doesn't have to have that, huh? Okay. So even when somebody, when we quote somebody's definition or we quote, his opinion, it's in words, right? We've heard these words, right? But now we have to what? Sometimes clarify exactly what those words mean, right? And the words he uses are very often equivocal words, right? So So in what sense is he using that, right? Okay. So you look at the opposite, and if that is more than one meaning, right? Or you look at it in combination, like you have to say dry wine and dry cloth, right? Now if you were to define what you mean by dry wine, right? And then drop off that wine from it, what you're left with would not be the same as if you define what you mean by dry, cloth, right? Okay. So these are places where, that's why the book is called about places, right? Not topics in Greek, right? Even here in the second tool, there are places where you might look to see if a word has more than one meaning. You look at the opposite, right? Let me take another example of that. A little more difficult here now. Take this word liberal, right? Okay. Now, you find the word liberal in ethics, right? In fact, there's a virtue we take up in ethics called liberality. And we speak of liberal also when we speak of liberal education, right? And the liberal arts, right? And then we have liberal in the sense of in politics, huh? See things in politics. Politics is liberal, right? Okay. Now, is the word liberal univocal in these three uses, huh? If I say mechanically is liberal, right? You know. And we have our liberal arts college, what that means. You know? And then we speak of someone being liberal in ethics, right? See? Well, what is the opposite of liberal, right? See? Well, in ethics, the opposite of liberal is what?
Miserly.
Huh?
Miserly.
Yeah. Stingy, right? Okay? Stingy. Okay? What's the opposite of liberal in education? Speak of liberal education originally. Liberal arts. What's the opposite of liberal?
Something like servile?
Yeah. So Aristotle speaks of the liberal education opposed to a servile, okay, slavish. Huh? And so, even as late as Shakespeare, I see, in the editions they have of Shakespeare, they're referring to works of the time, right? And a survey of the liberal and servile arts, common distinction, right? Huh? Okay. Now, in politics, we contrast the liberal with what?
Conservative.
What?
Conservative.
Conservative, yeah. Well, these three obviously are different things, right? So these have three different what? Meanings, right? The word liberal, right?
But the liberal might believe that a conservative is both servile and stingy.
Yeah. Might be some, Aristotle, in the second book of Wisdom there, right? He says some people don't like, precision or certitude in argument, where you're very careful about everything. They think it's kind of what? The liberal, right? Stingy or something, right? That's kind of a, almost metaphorical likeness there between the two, right? Shakespeare in the sonnets, he speaks of niggard truth. And niggard there is another word for stingy, right? Okay. You go to somebody's house for dinner, and you praise the meal, even though it might not be too good, right? You see? Or sometimes professors praise the student's paper, even though it's not very good, right? So we often tend to flatter people a bit, right? Why the truth, would be what might hurt, The truth seems to be kind of what, stingy, right? Stingy in your praises, niggard in your praise. No more than you deserve, right? Huh?
So niggard truth is what for Shakespeare? How's he use that? That it's...
Yeah, as opposed to flattery, right? The sweet, flattery speaks of this, preserving sometimes peace among people, right? Okay.
Oh, okay. So,
So I'm praising you beyond what you really have, right?
And he's saying nigger truth doesn't do that. Truth wouldn't flatter.
No.
No.
Flattery means you're praising something beyond what it is, right?
Yeah.
Who's that famous professor now at Harvard there? He gives 2 grades. He's opposed to all this grade inflation, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's rampant at Harvard, right? You don't get maybe below a B or something, right? So he gives them the inflated grade, right? So that they can go on the record with the inflated grade, right? And then he gives them their real grade, so they know what they really deserve. He can do that, right? He's very controversial, right?
Yeah.
He's what do you say? If you gave the students what they deserve, most of them are flunks. Then you'd be out of business, right, as a college. Your retention rates would be no good, right? I'm hearing this problem, right? This grade inflation, right? When I first started out teaching in college, I was teaching at St. Mary's College in California. One of my colleagues was a very tough marker, right? And I get called into the dean's office. You having trouble with your teaching? He's not getting the material across to students. They're just giving them what they deserve, right? But the dean is protesting this, right? So you realize you got to some extent compromise there. See, so people, so they got a job, right? It proved the inferiority of your teaching that so many students have flunked in your course. We had a professor there, and I was at the College of St. Thomas in the old days. His name was Ross, right? And he taught constitutional law. Did I tell you what his grading policy was? He announced at the beginning of the course. In this course, he said, A is for God. B is for Ross. That was his own name. C is for geniuses. And D's and F's for the rest of you. Remember, in these colleges, they some professors, kind of, where you are compared to other professors in your grades, right? So you can kind of, see if you're outlined like that. My teacher, Kasurik, right? He'd get his stuff, and it says I'm next to the lowest teacher, he says. So he looked at Ross, he said, I wonder who the other guy is. Yeah, okay. So these are quite different meanings. So I think, conservatives are very much interested in liberal education, right? I think more so than liberals in politics are, from my experience of them, right? And so they're quite different meanings, right? And of course, there's a joke about the liberal in politics, right? That he's liberal with other people's money. That's the joke. They say by the true liberal in the virtue is obviously the man who's generous with his own money, right? And his own things, right? It's kind of funny to see that professors, good professors who are politically very liberal, right? And they want to, obviously spend up people's money and, tax industry more and give it away and wherever they want to give it away to. But when it comes to, let's say faculty raises, and there's always different ways of calculating how the raises will be distributed, right? Then they vote exactly their own pocketbook, right? I remember one year where they can across the board thing, or they can try to even out ranks and so on. And I happened to be in 2 different things. One I was with advanced professors, right, and they may want maybe not a certain financial increment, but a percentage increment, which would be more for them than for the guys in the lower ranks, because the percentage would be, but same percentage would be more money for them, right? And then you go to the other one where you had professors, more of lower ranks, right? And they were voting to have it more like a, certain amount of money, right? And so they're all voting their, what was their pocketbook, right? And so not really being liberal with their own money, right? But they're so that's kind of a pun on the 2 different meanings of liberal, right? You see, and the liberal in politics is the one who's liberal with other people's money. three different meanings of the word. Huh? And so you got to be aware of that, right? Huh? You know? And sometimes we kind of conflate these meanings together, right? Huh? Sometimes we say liberal education in the traditional sense, and then liberal education in the sense of what befits a free man, or something like that, right? Kind of combining the two. So that's the second tool of the dialectician. Huh? It shows you how closely logic is tied there to words, right? The opinions of all men or most men, or all or most men in a given field, and most famous, all these opinions are expressed in words, right? And words, for better or for worse, are for the most part equivocal. And so there's a lack of clarity there if you can't distinguish the senses of these words, right? And there's a possibility of falling into equivocation. Huh? We'll get some more examples of that when we get down. We should stop and look at a little exercise. Did you have a chance to look at that exercise? Let's just go over it and see. Dry said of wine and cloth. Is that univocal or equivocal?
Equivocal.
Yeah, okay, it's obvious. Number said of 2 and 3. Number said of 2 and 1. See? That's more subtle, right? See? When Euclid defines number, he says what? It's a multitude composed of units, right? Aristotle says it's a multitude measured by the unit, right? Measured by 1, right? And 1 is not a what? Or the unit is not, therefore, a number. It's not a multitude, right? Okay? Now that's the first meaning of the word number, huh? In daily speech, huh? A multitude, huh? So I would not say that I have a number of heads, right? Or that I have a number of wives, huh? Unless I want to be misunderstood, right? That I'm one of those guys down in Utah, is it? Okay. Getting investigated now more. There's still Mormons, right, who have, throughout the plurality of wives, right? Okay. So I would not say that I have a number of wives, because I have only one wife. You see? And Shakespeare in the love poem there, Phoenix and the Turtle, he speaks of love as what? Eliminating number, right? Because love makes the lover and the loved in some way one, and of course one's not a number. Okay? So, that's the original meaning of number. You still see it in daily life, huh? So if I have one child, I wouldn't say I have a number of children, right? No. Now, even in Euclid, although he doesn't say explicitly, sometimes he uses number to include what? 1, right? Okay? And the word number said of 2 and 1 is not purely what? Equivocal, because 2 is composed of 1s, right? And there's a likeness there because 1 has to 2 a ratio like what? 3 has to 6, let's say, right? So there'd be more reason to call 1 a number than to call the point a line, right? Because a point doesn't have to a line the ratio of a line to a line. But 1 can have to a number the ratio of a number to a number. So it's something like a number, right? But now you're extending the word number, right? But there are some theorems in Euclid, there's a theorem in the books on numbers where he says that numbers prime to one another are the least of all numbers that have the same ratio, and then that they measure all the other numbers that have the same ratio. See? Like, for example, 2 and 3 are prime to one another. There's no other number that measures them. And all numbers that are in the same ratio as 2 to 3, like, say, 4 to 6, or 10 to 15, they're all measured by 2 and 3, the smaller by the smaller and the greater by the greater, right? But he actually proves that, right? any numbers that would be in the same ratio as 2 to 3, they're measured by these, right? But then, you see, what about this here? 2 to 4 and 6 to 12 and so on. What are the least numbers in that ratio?
1 to 2.
Yeah. If you don't consider 1 to be a number, then that theorem would break down, right? Because, I took a good example there. I say 3 to 6, right? Well, 2 doesn't measure 3, right? 4 doesn't measure 6, right? But 1 measures, of course, every number, and 2 measures 4, 6, and so on, right? So the theorem would not be true unless Euclid's understanding by number, right? 1 to be a number, right? But now he's using the word number equivocally, right? But equivocal by reason. There's a reason why 1 might be called a number, right? It has a certain likeness to a number, right? And also because a number is composed of ones, right? So there's a connection between 1 and number. And because 1 can have to a number the ratio the number has to a number. Okay? So most people don't realize that, right? Because we're so accustomed, what the moderns calling 1 a number, right? But you can still see in daily speech that, number means what? More than 1, right? I have a number of children. Do you have any children? I say I have a number of children. Everybody's going to understand that to be more than 1, right? Okay. Do you have a number of heads? You have a number of arms, right? Number of legs, right? You have a number of heads too? Huh? You wouldn't say that in daily speech, would you? Unless you're, speaking some kind of metaphorical sense, but you wouldn't say you have a number of heads like you have a number of arms, right? A number of fingers, right? You have a number of fingers, but only 1 thumb on a hand, right? There's a number of fingers on a hand, but only 1 thumb. Right? Not a number of thumbs on the hand, is there? No. You see me? So that's the first meaning of number, right? It's always a multitude. You see that? So it's equivocal instead of 2 and 1. But not equivocal by chance, right? There's a reason for it, huh? Number said of odd and even number.
Univocal.
Univocal, yeah. Square said of 4 and 9.
Univocal.
Square said of a number and a quadrilateral.
Equivocal.
Yeah. Again, there's a certain likeness there, but it's still equivocal, right? Doesn't Euclid call, what we call in modern math sometimes the factors of a number, When do you call like 2 and 3 the sides of 6? Huh? Didn't you do that way of speaking? Yeah. It's obviously, what?
I think so.
Yeah, but it's not the same sense of the word side as when I speak of a triangle as being 3-sided, right? Okay. Line said a straight line and curved line.
Univocal.
Yeah, because they're both linked without what? Width. Line said of straight line and line of argument. Yeah. Okay. Limit said of point and line.
Univocal. Univocal.
That's a difficult one, huh?
I thought it was univocal.
Okay.
I have to define it.
Mm-hmm.
Extremity.
Continuous set of line in the proportion 4 to 6, 6 is to 9.
Equivocal.
Yeah. You see, when they distinguish between arithmetic and geometry, they do because of the kind of quantity they consider, right? And as we learn in the categories of Aristotle, there's 2 kinds of quantity: the continuous, right, and the discrete. Huh? Louis de Broglie, the great French physicist, the father of wave mechanics, has a book on the continuous and the discrete in modern science. Huh? Very interesting. But the continuous has two definitions. Huh? Continuous is that which is divisible forever. And this is a definition Aristotle brings out in the 6th book of Natural Hearing, or the Physics. And then the continuous is that whose parts meet at a common boundary. So the parts of a line, you might say, the left and the right side of the parts are continuous at a point, and the parts of a surface meet at a line, and the parts of a body at a surface, right? But we can also show that the continuous is divisible forever. Okay? By numbers, they're not divisible forever. They're divisible down to 1, right? And that's the end. And they're not continuous because in the number 6, the 2 and the 3, or the 2 and the 4, what do you want to say, they don't meet anywhere, do they? Okay? In let's say that line, the point that's the end of the first half is the beginning of the second, right? So it's continuous, right? So there's certain likeness to that when you have a proportion like 4 is to 6 or 6 is to 9, as opposed to this kind of proportion where you have like 2 is to 4, 3 is to 6. You don't have any link there, do you? Okay, or 2 is to 3 as 4 is to 6. Huh? Okay. But by certain likeness we speak of vague what? Vague what? Of a continuous proportion, right? Because you have the same number there that's the end of one, right? 6, and the beginning of the next. In that same way I speak sometimes of continuous syllogisms or continuous definitions, right? The continuous syllogisms are where the conclusion of one syllogism is the premise in the next one, right? Okay? Or you could say the definition of quadrilateral and the definition of square are continuous, right? Okay? Because what is defined by the definition of quadrilateral, namely quadrilateral, is in the definition now of what? Yeah. So reason now of knowledge is really an effect, of continuous, what? Syllogisms. So Euclid, see, you prove one thing and use that to prove something else, and so on, right? And define this, and what he's defined here, you use to define something else, right? So body said of a stone and a geometrical sphere. Equivocal, yeah. Even in different genera. One is in the genus of substance and the other in the genus of quality. Healthy said of body and soul. Equivocal, yeah. Sick said of body and soul. Yeah. So they shouldn't say that somebody has a psychological problem, right? Naming the thing from the science that studies it, right? You see, he's sick in his soul, right? He's got a sick soul. Okay, healthy said of body and diet. Yeah. But it's equivocal, these examples of healthy and so on, equivocal by reason, right? Because the diet is a connection with the health of the body, right? So it's not purely equivocal, huh? Convertible said of automobile and statement. That's obviously equivocal, right? Good said of pleasing and reasonable.
That might be equivocal.
Equivocal, yeah. So premarital sex is good in the sense of pleasing, but not good in the sense of reasonable, right?
Yeah.
So what is good, simply speaking, for a man is what is reasonable, right? Okay. Good said of beautiful and useful.
Univocal.
Equivocal again.
Equivocal?
Yeah. See, good said of the end of the means, the same thing, right? Huh? Science said of geometry and logic. Univocal. Science said of geometry and experimental science.
Univocal?
No. Equivocal. See, geometry and logic are both a reasoned out knowledge. That's what science means there. the effective demonstration, but experimental science is not a reasoned out knowledge. It's not an effective demonstration. Because Einstein says, right, the hypothesis is free to imagine, right? Okay? And then you test it, but even if it's confirmed, it's not by syllogism. You're saying if my hypothesis is correct, there will be an eclipse of the sun at 9 o'clock this morning. There is an eclipse of the sun at 9 o'clock. Therefore, right? It's not a syllogism, right? If A is so, B is so, B is so, therefore, no. But the more predictions you make that come true, and the more, precise those predictions are that come true, the greater probability, you might say, right? Or plausibility, right? But it's not really reasoned out. It's not reasoned out knowledge as logic and geometry are. So it's being used equivocally, huh? Seeing said of the act of the eye and understanding.
Equivocal.
Yeah. And likewise seeing said of the act of the eye and imagining, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how Hamlet says there, I can see my father now, and I look around for the ghost, right? Mm-hmm. And he says, in my mind's eye, he means really in his imagination or memory, right? But Gregory the Great, he says what? Anger disturbs the eye of the soul. What does he mean by the eye of the soul? A kind of metaphor for reason, right? No?
Mm.
Dog said of what? Living dog and a dead dog.
Equivocal.
Yeah. Dead dog is not really an animal anymore, right?
Fine.
Okay. It's like saying, house said of a house that's good condition, right? And a house said of a destroyed house.
Mm.
We call it destroyed house. Isn't it a house? It's a destroyed house.
Yeah.
No, it's not really a house anymore. Any more than a melted ice cube is an ice cube anymore, right? It's a melted ice cube. That's the kind of an ice cube it is. See? Well, if you insist upon calling it an ice cube, you're really being equivocal there, right? So a dead dog is no more a dog than a melted ice cube is an ice cube. Okay? So you can see how it's important to separate different meanings of a word, right? Huh? Again, Aristotle has done a lot of that for us. But so this is the second tool of the dialectician here, the ability to distinguish the senses of a word. Huh?
Could you give an example of that other way you said about seeing the genera of which the word is said?
We have an example of it there. I'm talking about body, right? In the genus of quantity, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have line, surface, body, and then body in the genus of what? Substance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was an example right there. So knowing the categories of Aristotle is a big help, right? Okay. And Aristotle is distinguishing the meanings of the word disposition, right? And sometimes disposition is the name of a what? Quality, right? Huh? But sometimes it's almost the name of a genus by itself. Disposition or position, right? Okay. But then sometimes they speak of continuous quantity as a quantity whose parts have position. And sometimes they'll speak of quantity as a disposition of matter. Okay? So disposition, in one sense, is its own category or position. Another sense, it's a species of quality. Another thing, it pertains to the category of quantity, right? Mm-hmm. So obviously the word disposition is being used in three different words, right? In Greek and in Latin, the category for man, in particular, being clothed and so on, right? That's called habit in hexis in Greek, habit in Latin, habitus, right? So habitus can be its own category, right? Like you have a monk's habit, right? That goes back to that sense of habit. But then habit in the sense of what? A virtue or a vice that you have, quality that you have, right? So it's a different sense, right? Yeah. And sometimes Aristotle uses the word habit, in the Greek word, for anything that's had. That you're having in positive as opposed to a lack. Okay? So, Aristotle is always careful when it's necessary to distinguish the senses of a word, right? And Thomas Aquinas the same, you know. But the modern philosophers, they never do that. You know what they're saying. And they're always using words in a new sense without ever bothering to distinguish them.
I remember Warren Murray, I thought it was a good example. He was trying to show that value isn't the same as good. So he said, well, what's the opposite of good? What's the opposite of value?
Yeah.
It's not the same. So.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Now, number 3 here. The third tool Aristotle gives is the ability to see the difference between things. To see a difference. And this is something almost natural, right? So he's not going to give you rules for seeing a difference, right? Okay. But the thing he's going to point out, I think it's kind of interesting in his ability to see a difference, is that when you want to exercise this ability to see a difference, that the mind is exercised more in seeing the difference between things that are close together than seeing the difference between things that are far apart, right? Okay? And you might start with things that are further apart because it's easier to see, right? But as you exercise your mind, you want to get things that are very close, right? Okay? So you take, for example, the Meno, let's say, where the question comes up in that solution to the arguments to contrary sides, right? Contradictory sides. Well, can't a man be directed to the good by right opinion, right? And not just by knowledge, right? Okay? And so, to go back to my simple example there at the fork of the road, right? Won't I get to Boston just as well thinking that this is the road to Boston as knowing that this is the road to Boston? Right? But notice, you're contrasting now, and then Meno comes in and says, well, there's any difference between knowing and having right opinion, right? Because they both seem to be, as far as action is concerned, just as good, right? See? Why there's an enormous difference between false opinion, right, and the incorrect opinion, and knowledge, right? See? But right opinion and knowledge, in both cases, you're thinking what is true, right? Okay? So they're much closer. So what is the difference between those two, right? The difference between knowing and false opinion, that's obvious. One is true and one is false, right? But what's the difference between right opinion and knowledge? Well, knowledge, you're certain, as Socrates says, right? Right opinion, you're not certain. What you think in knowledge is tied down, he says, right? And what you think in your right opinion is not really firmly tied down in your mind. And he goes on that way almost to explain what demonstration is, right? Because he says it's tied down by knowledge of the cause, right? And so the kind of reason you give in a demonstration is the reason why something must be so. And if you see why this must be so, then your mind is tied down. What your mind thinks is tied down the mind, right? If you don't see why it must be so, something might change your mind, as Socrates says, right? See? So if I start down that road that in fact is going to Boston, because I think it's the road, but I don't know it is, right? I don't know it is, right? And some jokester says, that's not the road to Boston, that's the road to Boston over there. Oh. I might believe them, right? See? Or someone has put up, a different sign, right? If I'm driving from New York and those buildings are no longer there, right? Well, it can't be New York, right? Something changed my mind, right? I haven't heard about this, world trades business, right? Okay. And my example in class is, your mother and father tell you what's right and what's wrong, and you go to college and some smart professor convinces you that these bad things that your parents told were bad, that they're okay, right? And now you change your opinion, right? Huh? So you gotta go to college where they'll help you know what you believe, right? Okay. So now this is very important, obviously, when you're asking whether two things are the same or different, right? Now, they're really different, knowledge, in my opinion. But it's also very important for what? Defining, right? Okay. For those two things, huh? Now, the fourth tool, and it goes with the third tool because it's the opposite side, is the ability to what? See a likeness between things. Huh? Okay. Now, Aristotle says in exercising the mind with these last tools, you do so in a different way. Because the mind is exercised in seeing differences when it considers things that are close together, where it's hard to see their difference. Huh? But the mind is exercised in seeing likeness when it sees likeness between things that are further apart, right? So in seeing the likeness, say, of a dog and a cat that have the same genus, that's not too hard because it exercises the mind too much, right? Okay. But the kind of likeness that we exercise the mind is the ability to see a what? Proportion, right? Proportional likeness. Huh? Okay. So, like when you're talking there, to take an example from logic, when you go back to the Meno there, you're talking about the art of defining and the art of reasoning, right? And introduced to the art of defining in the first part of the Meno, and the art of reasoning in the third part, right? What's the middle part about, right? About what's common to defining and reasoning, right? And in both, you what? Come to know what you don't know through what you do know, right? Huh? Okay. Now, if you see in the case of either defining or reasoning that you can't have continuous definitions or continuous arguments going back forever, because then you have to go through an infinity of definitions to get to anything, right? If you realize that there must be some statements that are known not to other statements, right? Then you must realize analogously, right, or guess maybe to begin with, that there must be parts of some definition that are known without definition. See? So Euclid defines, say, square. He puts quadrilateral in the definition of square, right? But quadrilateral is defined before that, right? And before quadrilateral is defined, rectilineal plane figure is defined. And before that, plane figure is defined. And before that, figure is defined, right? But does that go on forever? That every part of every definition needs to be defined. Huh? If that were so, you could never come to know anything by definition. There'd be an infinity of definitions before you could define anything. Notice that's analogous to what? If every statement, if every premise, and every syllogism was in need of proof, you'd have to go on what? Forever, right? Because every statement of every syllogism would have be proven by syllogism before, right? And statements of that proven before, right? And you couldn't begin to even syllogize because any statement you try to begin with to syllogize, people would say, well, prove that before you use it. And then the premises I would use to prove it before you use them. So you couldn't really start, right? Okay? In the same way, someone could say, before you define square, define quadrilateral. Okay, makes sense, right? But if every part of every definition had to be defined before it could be used, you couldn't begin to define anything, right? Because anything you use to define anything, someone would say, no, you can't start there, you got to define that first. You see? So you see the analogy there, right? The likeness, huh? Okay? So that, what we call the highest genera, right? the 10 categories, are in a way to defining what the axioms are, right, and the statements known through themselves are to reasoning. Huh? So you see a certain likeness there. Huh? So the mind is exercised in seeing a likeness between things that are further apart, right? You have a likeness that this is to that as that is to that, right? Okay. Or sometimes I compare what we just said about defining reasoning to words, right? Huh? If every word had to be explained by other words, could you ever explain any word? If you knew no words without other words, right? You wouldn't know any words. I couldn't begin, right? See? I usually start the dictionary and I say, well, in the dictionary, you look up a word and it explains that word by other words, right? Well, now maybe some of those words you don't know, so you look them up. But if every word was of that sort, then what? You couldn't begin to use a dictionary because you come into this world knowing no words, right? When baby comes into this world, the speculation is you're going to say mama or dada at first, right? And my brother Richard said daddy first. My brother Marcus said mama first. I said to my mother, what did I say first? She said, you seem to say both of them at the same time. So I was the diplomat of the family, right? But the point is, you're waiting to see what they're going to say first, right? But the point is they come into the world knowing no name, not even mama and dad, right? And so the first words we don't learn from what? Other words, right? And the first statements we reason from, we not think we had to reason to. So the mind is kind of stretched, you might say, right? By seeing the likeness between things that are further apart. Huh? Or in the case of the tool of difference, the mind is stretched by seeing the difference between things that are closer together, right? Now, that fourth tool is useful for definitions too, right? Because seeing the likeness of things enables you to what? Find the genus, right? Okay. Aristotle says it's also useful for what? Induction. Because you have to have like things to induce, huh? And induction, as we mentioned before, is the other tool. The other argument of the dialectician. And he says, and this I think is most interesting in some ways, it's useful for if-then or hypothetical syllogisms. Because we often reason from one ratio that's more known to us to a what? Another one, right? Okay. And when you have four terms that are different, how can you have the regular syllogism? Because that has three terms. Okay. So I might reason from saying, right, that something known without defining is to defining, right? But something that is known without reasoning is to reasoning, right? And if I saw this in one of these, I could reason to the other from it, right? Okay. If reasoning begins with something not reasoned to, then defining begins with something not what? Defined, right? Okay. And more specifically, if reasoning begins with statements not reasoned to but known, right? Then defining, right, begins with things not defined but known. Okay. And if nothing is known without defining, then nothing is known. We don't know what anything is. And we don't even understand our statement, about defining, right? When you have something to say, right? We have nothing to say about anything. And if no statement were known without reasoning, then no statement would be known, including the statement I just made. You ain't got nothing to say, huh? You ain't got nothing to say, right? John Duffy, one of my brother's friends, said to me about some professor, he don't know nothing. John would get himself in trouble, One exam, final exam, I guess it was, that was a stupid exam, so he walked up to the professor, he says, this is the stupidest exam I've ever seen, he ripped it off, and walked out. I don't know what the professor did, but...
I got him to play a great Indian.
Badget, he's there. Doesn't Moliere have, comedy about the man who's perfectly honest all the time? Mm-hmm. Nothing gets you in more trouble than to be perfectly honest, Now, why does he give the tool to see differences before the tool to see a likeness?
So it comes first, it seems like it's easier to see a difference than likeness.
Perhaps.
Or,
Not sure about that, though, huh? Because people often see the likeness among things without seeing their difference, right?
yeah.
And that's why they're often deceived, huh? Plato speaks of how likeness is the cause of what? Deception, right?
Mm.
And he warns you about likeness. But, if the good didn't resemble the bad sometimes, or vice versa, or the true resembled the false, or the false the true, people wouldn't mix up the two, would they? And likeness seems to be, in general, the cause of deception. So if you see the likeness between things but not their difference, then you will be what? Deceived, yeah. See? Just like we were saying in proportion, right? Someone says, well, 2 is to 3 as 4 is to 6, right? Okay. And 2 is what? An even number, 3 is an odd number. So this is an odd number, this is an even number, right? Well, no. The likeness is not in that, right? Okay. So if you don't see the difference between these things, you might overextend the likeness, right? And so perhaps he gives the tool of difference before the tool of likeness because it is what? Because of the danger of seeing a likeness without seeing the difference, huh?
Oh,
Okay. It's interesting, how when they, like in modern science even, when they go from water waves to sound waves to light waves, right? There's an analogy between these things, but there are differences, right? And there's different ways that the waves are propagated, huh? And so you might carry over and assume there's more likeness than there really is, right? So if you see the likeness without the difference, you're apt to be what? Deceived, right? Huh? Okay. Tend to make these homosexual liaisons, call them marriages now, There's something like this. There's 2 people, right? There's a lot of difference between this and legitimate thing, right? You see, that's a gross example, but people, they see the likeness without seeing the difference, right? And so there's a danger there. But also the ability to see a difference is more like distinguishing the sense of a word, right? Than this, huh? Of course, the ability to distinguish the sense of a word is very close to the probable statements because they're all expressed in words, right? So it may be a reason why the third tool comes before the fourth, because it's closer to the second, right? Which is immediate to the first tool, but also in terms of avoiding deception. Huh? One time in the senior seminar, I did it on the fourth tool, right? And on the ability to see a proportion, right? And how important this is, huh? And each student did one part of philosophy. One looked for proportions in logic, and one looked for proportions in ethics, and another looked for proportions in natural philosophy, and another for proportions in the book on the soul. And it's amazing how many proportions run through those books, right? How many things you can't understand without seeing a proportion. It's amazing how important that is. And incidentally, it's very important in experimental science, right? Pierre Duhem, who was a famous physicist around the turn of the century, and he worked in thermodynamics, but he also was a famous historian of science, very famous historian of science. And then he finally wrote books on the nature of science, which are still, republished 50 years later, right? And he speaks that the ability to see a proportion, that this is the most important thing in the discovery of a physical theory, that most physical theories are discovered by seeing a proportion. And Albert Einstein, in his book, The Evolution of Physics, talks about the importance of that, especially when he's discussing wave mechanics, right, in the 20th century, and how Louis du Broglie saw these proportions, right, and how he developed the theory out of that. And this often happens, he says, in physics, right? It's a very strong thing. You know how the first inverse square law was found in gravity? Go back to the history of it. The inverse square law is saying that if you double, say, the distance between two bodies, the force of gravity will be not a half of what it was, but what? A fourth, right? If you triple the distance, it'll be what? Not a third as strong, but 1/9. So they call it the inverse square law, right? It's 1 over what? X squared, right? So you double the distance, it's 2 squared, 1/4. Triple it, 1/9. Okay, so now how would you discover that? You see? We go back to Newton and his contemporaries, and it's based on a proportion between this and light, because gravity seems to be like light, spreading out evenly, right? And if I have, let's say, a square on the wall there, and I double the light source, the single light source, how much light is falling compared to what was before? A fourth of the light, If I triple it, a 1/9. You're falling in the same area. Now this can be shown very simply because the square that it makes there will increase in that way, right? And that's the way Faraday would demonstrate it, from the popular lectures in the 19th century in the British Museum, right? So they knew that light decreased inversely as a square, right? See? So I'm shining a light in your face, right? And if I double the distance between a flashlight in your face will be receiving what? Not a half of the light, but a fourth of the light you'll be receiving. If I triple my distance, you'll be receiving 1/9 of the light. Okay? That actually goes back to the theory of geometry. You study Euclid there and the theory of proportions.
Lasers would be different, I guess.
But so the proportion light was seen by proportion to geometry, and gravity proportion to light. So it's the most useful thing according to Duane, right? And Einstein said very often, science, this is the way it's seen, right? He says to see a likeness, a superficial likeness, that's nothing, but to see, one hidden under, right, all these differences, right, that's really very important scientific work. Huh? I remember reading one thing by Einstein one time, he was talking about the fourth dimension, right, and he says, well, our knowing the fourth dimension would be like a, two-dimensional creature discovering that really his world is two-dimensional. It's an interesting proportion that he gives, right? Huh? And how would a two-dimensional creature, crawling in this two-dimensional, apparently, what he thinks is a two-dimensional world, how would he discover that he's really in a three-dimensional world? Very interesting proportion that Einstein has. But when you read Plato and Aristotle, you can see that they're just filled with proportions. Huh? If you look at the Republic, which is one of the most famous works of the great Plato, right? It's generated out of proportion. He's talking about, a just soul and an unjust soul in Book 1, right? And he very convincingly shows that, the just soul is better off than the unjust soul in itself, apart from punishment or rewards and so on, right? And they can't really answer the argument, but it's not as clear as it could be, right? And then Socrates says, well, you want me to blow it up, right? And then he gives this proportion, of 3 parts of the soul to 3 parts of the, city, right? And then you see in the disordered city, right? What a disordered soul is like, right? It's like blowing up. But it's based upon a proportion, right? But there are simpler proportions than that one of the Republic there. Huh? And there he's comparing reason and the irascible appetite and whose appetite to the rulers and to the army and to the mob common citizen, right? Okay. But sometimes Plato compares, he'll say reason is to the emotions like a man is to a horse. The man gets on the horse and the horse tries to throw him off, right? And the man can give up and let the horse do what it wants to do, right? Or he can continue to get back on the horse, and eventually the horse is tamed and obeys the man, right? Yeah? So in a sense you can say that reason is to the emotions like a man is to the horse, right? It's very helpful to understand these, huh? And then the great Aristotle there, he's talking about the rule of reason over the emotions, huh? He raised the question, should reason rule the emotions like a master rules his slave, right? Or should reason rule the emotions like a father rules his son? Right? And of course he concludes that reason should rule the emotions as a father rules his son, right? But notice the difference there. The master rules the slave for the good of the master. The hell with the slave, right? But the father rules the son for the good of the son, right? And so when reason rules the emotions, it's for the good of the emotions, huh? See? And they're better off, right? If reason doesn't rule the emotions go all jagged and ragged and so on, right? Now, sometimes there's another proportion that we use, and especially talking about the concupiscible appetite, right? Thomas calls some of these vices there in the concupiscible appetite, forms of intemperance, calls them childish vices, right? Okay? And it's by certain analogy that you say these things, right? Because if you don't correct the child, right, eventually the child becomes what? As he gets older, unruly, right? And you can't control the child, right? You get to a point where you can't do it as a parent, and the state has to step in, right? And but notice, those households in which the parents, discipline the children as a parent should discipline a child, not as a master or slave, but as the father should discipline the son. In those households, the children are actually happier and more contented than the households where they're not given the discipline that they need, right? And you can see that in the classroom too, right? In grade school, or even high school, that the teacher who can't really control the students, right, the students are more unhappy in that class, right? Than they are in a class where they get the proper discipline, right? Okay. So you can kind of see by that, right? That just as the children who are given the proper discipline by the parents are happier as children now, right? Not just the parents who have less problems with them, but the children themselves, are happier. So likewise, one's emotions are what? Better when they're ruled as a father should rule a son, right? One's emotions themselves are not ragged, Sometimes I compare, a man with his concupiscible appetite, sense appetite, they're out of order to, it's like working in McDonald's or someplace like that where you have a million people yelling at you that they want their order. And you're running ragged there, from satisfying one customer to another one, and then while you're down this guy's like, where's my thing, and I gotta get out of here. And so, and if you've ever been in that kind of a situation, the poor guy, in the pizza place, in the summer, and they're sweating there, and people want their pizza and so on. Well, that's kind of like being enslaved, to your emotions, you see? So these proportions are very important, right? When Aristotle is developing what moral virtue is, right, and how moral virtue is a habit in the mean between two extremes and so on, right, and he makes a proportion to art, right? When you cook, a piece of meat or you season a food or something, right, you can ruin it by what? Putting too much seasoning on, right? They still talk about the time when Daddy put too much pepper in the soup at home. It's a standard family joke, right? And but then sometimes you don't have enough, right? You need a little bit more, right? So you should have put some salt in the water when you cook something. You didn't, right? And it's lacking something, right? But the idea that or when you're cooking a steak on the grill, right? You can cook it not enough, or you can cook it too much, right? And the good is between too much and too little, right? And that's true, right? About all these things in art, right? If your nose is too short or too long, right? Cyrano de Bergerac, right? The nose is too long, and he's. But then somebody can have a nose that's too short, right? And that's not beautiful, right? So art consists in the golden mean, right? And that's maybe easier to see than that virtue consists in the golden mean, Mozart is always talking, about the golden mean, right? It's not understood fully, that proportion helps you to see, right? That in eating or drinking or whatever it might be, you've got to avoid too much, but also too little, right? Okay. So there's all kinds of proportions in all the parts of philosophy, and as we said, it dominates science too, It's also extremely important in what? Theology, right? Right. Notice this proportion that Second Vatican Council was using a lot there when it talks about the Word of God. Remember that? The proportion there between the Word of God in the sense of the second person of the Blessed Trinity, the Word of God became flesh, right? Became human, right? Took on that. Well, in the Bible, the Word of God becomes what? Human. It takes on human language, right? Mm-hmm. Expresses itself in a way that man, does, right? In words, You remember that proportion? It's very interesting, And they developed that proportion and kind of reason from it, right? It's very important that. The Lord is my shepherd, That's based on a what? Proportion, right? When you say, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. You even have a parable about that, the servant who was forgiven and so on. Well, notice, there you have what we call a continuous proportion. Huh? God is to you who have offended him, right? As you are to what? The person who's offended you, right? Okay? So if you don't, what? Forgive the person who's offended you, then God will not forgive you for what you've done to offend him, right? Okay? But it's based, that petition of the Our Father and the parable, right? It's about that petition, really, right? So it's about, huh? That petition, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. That proportion there, that's based on a proportion, isn't it? You see? When you say, we call him Father, you're saying God is to us like a father is to a son, right? Or sometimes, the Lord is my shepherd. God is to us as a shepherd is to his flock, right? Okay. You find that same proportion in Homer, right? Because Homer speaks of, the leader like Agamemnon is the shepherd of the flock, right? The shepherd of the people, right? See? That's based upon a proportion. Of course, the most beautiful metaphors, when Aristotle is talking about the metaphors in fiction, poetry, he says the most beautiful metaphors, similes and so on, are based on what? Proportions, huh? So Pericles, right, during the war when so many young men had died, right? And he said it's as if spring had been taken out of the year. That's beautiful, isn't it? You lost all these young men, right? Where are they? They're all dead. And one I'm always quoting from Romeo and Juliet, right? When Juliet is found dead, apparently, on her wedding day, your only daughter. On this supposed to be most happy day, right? And so the father says, death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field. It's a perfect way of saying it, right? But notice it's based on one proportion. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field. So all the way from the most beautiful metaphors to what? Discovery, right? In science and in philosophy, this ability to see a proportion is very important, right? And it's not easy to see sometimes when the proportion becomes even what? A more necessary argument, right? Aristotle, when he speaks of these, he speaks of consideration here of likeness, right? Because you got to be very careful with proportion. In what way are these two ratios like, right? And not to try to make them like in a way that they're not odd, right? Okay. So these are the four tools of the dialectician. Now, the basic tool is the ability to select probable opinions, but in order to understand those opinions and to avoid equivocation in proceeding from them, it's good to be able to distinguish the sense of the word, right? But you can multiply in a way the probable opinions if you have different senses of the word, yeah. And then, but these last two tools are very useful for arriving at definitions, for syllogisms about difference, for induction, right? And then for this seeing proportional likeness, and therefore for syllogisms based on these proportions. We talked about Shakespeare's exhortation, right? Now it's based, the first part there, upon a proportion, right? The chief good of man is to man, as the chief good of the beast is to the beast, right? And then alternating the proportion, right? As the chief good of man is to the chief good of the beast, so is man to the beast, right? So if the chief good of man is no more than the chief good of the beast, then man is no more than a beast, right? And then we all know man is more than a beast, huh? So therefore, his chief good must be something more than the chief good of the beast, right? See? Yeah. So it's very important to go to see proportion. Okay. So maybe stop now, much 4:05. Okay. I mean, we'll talk a little bit more about about the material logic next time, a little bit more into sophistry and so on, right? Okay. But you want to go on to some natural philosophy then, or you want to do?
I don't know, I didn't ask them if they want to do that or the love and friendship or...
Do love and friendship, you want to do? I guess still have some of those things I haven't taught for a while, but I guess still have some of the things, you know?
Either one for me.
What's the natural road to take on this thing?
Natural philosophy itself.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to do some natural philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love and friendship. That sounds really fascinating.
Okay.
But natural
We'll do some natural philosophy then, okay?
I think the sophistry course would really be interesting.
Well, no, we'll do some sophistry next time. Yeah. In fact, when I start the actual philosophy, I always, give them a little system argument there, which I'll give you guys and see if you can figure it out. But they're all deceived by it. They're all,
I've got one for the one on certitude and right opinion.
Yeah,
Right opinion seems to have a hope about it,
yeah,
and hope is good to have, so it seems better to have right opinion
yeah.
than certitude.
But people, what did Mortimer Adler say there? It's Mortimer Adler converted at the end, the Catholicism. But anyway, he said he thinks the possession of truth is better than the search for truth, right? He says, I'm not an incurable romantic, he says. I think the possession of truth is better than the search for truth. But some people, they like the search, right? And they think that's better, then once you find the truth, well, you want something else, right? The search for truth is for finding truth, right? For knowing the truth. The end is always better, right? Than what is for the sake of the end. So knowing the truth must be better than searching for the truth. But some people, want to make pain searching is better, right? More exciting.
Well, another thing you were saying about your colleagues and voting pay raises and all that. And you're worried about unemployment, but just reading here at G.K. Chesterton, he said the opposite of employment isn't unemployment; it's independence.
Yeah. Well, what's funny was, I happened to be on these two different committees, right? One have a different thing. And so the academic team came to both of them, right?
Yeah.
And asked their opinion, and we actually had a vote in both, right? And that left him free to do what he thought was just, right?
Yeah.
Now everybody voted one way. I think it's kind of funny that it's these very liberal professors, they're out of their pocketbook,
They know the whole's greater than a part.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We'll see that.
What was the other? Oh, I just read this other interesting thing Chesterton said. He said the architecture of New York City is continual destruction. That was kind of interesting. That was back in 1928.
But what Chesterton say, if something's worth doing, it's worth doing badly.
Oh yeah. Well, have you seen these Dover magazines? Oh, they're great. They got a lot of good quotes in there.
Could you explain a little on the places that...
Okay, the starting example of a place is a fortiori, right? If a predicate belongs where it's less apt to belong, right? They don't belong where it's more apt to belong, right?
Mm-hmm.
So an example of that would be when Socrates is reasoning that the soul is immortal, right? And he says, well, which is more apt to be destroyed, the composed or the simple, right? Simple, right? And we seem to be the composed, right? Well, people would think of the soul as being simpler than the body, right? So, but then he goes and gives some other arguments where he says that the body through the senses knows this chair, or something like that. He takes an example. Or this dog, right? But this chair or this dog are corruptible and eventually are destroyed. But the soul, through reason, knows what a chair is, what a dog is. That seems to be indestructible, what a dog is, right? So that shows that the soul, through reason, has more affinity with the indestructible than the body to the senses, right? So if the body survives death, then the soul will survive death, right? Okay? But then, in fact, the bones, at least, of the body survive death, right? And the mummies down in Egypt, right? Even the flesh is in some way preserved, but at least the bones, right? Within a fortiori, the soul will survive death, right? See? So you look at what is what? Something is less apt to belong to, right? And belongs to what's less apt to belong than the other, right? Okay. So if fornication is bad, then adultery is bad, right? You know, or if stealing from somebody is bad, then taking his life is even worse, right? You know? So that's another example. Or opposites have what? Opposite causes, right? So now first thinking about comedy, which Aristotle doesn't complete. We don't have a part where he spoke about comedy. But I said, well, comedy and tragedy seem to be contraries, right? So if tragedy purges us of pity and fear, then comedy would have to purge us of what? The contraries of pity and fear, right? Which would be joy and what? Confidence, right? Okay. Well, there's some probability to that, right? But then, you know, as I got more learned, I learned about the principal passions, right? Which are joy, hope, fear, and sadness, right? Well, then I said maybe comedy is really concerned with joy and hope rather than joy and boldness. I see? Because hope is not the opposite of fear. Boldness is, right? But comedy is really concerned more with hope than with what? Boldness, right? And I started, picking up all kinds of evidence of this, right? Because they speak of how comedy purges away melancholy and despair that melancholy leads to, right? When it's really concerned with more with joy and hope, right? And the comic poet that Dialectic quotes a number of times to illustrate things, Terence there, right? I had an edition of Terence's comedies, and the guy was quoting, St. Paul, about faith, hope, and charity, right? But contrary to Paul, for Terence, the greatest of these is hope. This is obviously not a statement of theology, right? But I mean, it's interesting how that this Latin scholar, sees hope as standing out in Terence's comedies, right? Yeah? And just as, tragedy ends in death, which is something sad and to be feared, right? Kind of the ultimate thing. So, the comedies tend to end in a marriage, right? But a marriage has the idea of joy, but also the idea of hope, because this is, they were married and lived happily ever after, right? And so you have that aspect of joy and hope, right? Rather than boldness, right? See? So in a sense, I was correcting my first thinking, right? My first thinking was, well, tragedy and comedy are contraries, right? Therefore, the emotions they move us to must be what? Contrary. Well, pity is a form of sadness, and fear is the other emotion of tragedy, right? Even Shakespeare sees that in the prologue to Romeo and Juliet, right? Where he singles out those two emotions. Well, then, comedy must be a form of joy, which is true, mirth, right? And a form, the opposite of what? Fear, which is confidence or boldness. Right? I don't. You see, there's some probability to that, and some truth to that, even, right? Because there's always that. But maybe it's not really boldness so much as what? Hope, right? See? But then you have to, understand the teaching of the chief what? Passions. And Thomas will explain that. You have an article on why joy, hope, sadness, and fear, right? Of course, you can see that in the treatises of John St. Thomas, right? He singles out those four. You can see it in Vatican II there in the beginning of the Constitution of the Church of the Modern World, right? Because you share the joys, the hopes, the fears, sadness, right? Gaudium et spes, remember that's the name of it? That's the story, but it's Gaudium spes, joy, hope, and then it goes on with fear and sadness, right? But why is he out those four, right? The same reason that St. John the Cross does, right? Rectify those four, and then you rectify the rest of yourself. And you're going to be joyful about the things you should be joyful about, and sad about the things you should be sad about, right? And fear the things you should fear. You can put both body and soul in hell, as the Bible says, and you'll hope for things you should hope for, right? And don't be jumping. They say in 1929 they're jumping out of the buildings on Wall Street there when the stock market crashed, right? Hopes are in the wrong place. Nice the stock market is falling, and everybody is losing money, right? The common investor, right? All these plans, and So in a sense, with the teaching about the four principal passions, right, I kind of corrected my first thought. It wasn't really bad in a sense, right? There's some probability to that, right? The tragedy and comedy are contrary, right? And then I have the opinion of Aristotle, which, these are the ones that tragedy moves us to, so I guess that comedy moved us to the opposite ones. Not a bad thinking, my part, right? But I didn't really have it fully, right? Dialectic didn't take me all the way. If tragedy and comedy, as I said later on, tragedy and comedy are the chief forms of fiction, they should be concerned with the chief passions, right? And they are joy and hope, not joy and boldness.
Is the place like a major premise, or?
Well, yeah, in it you can find the premise in a way, right? You can construct it out of it, right? You see, if you take Socrates' argument that I was giving you there, if the body survives death, then the soul will, right? But the body, at least the bones, we know survive, right? Alas, poor Yorick, right? The bones, and Hamlet there, right? You have the bones and relics of the saints, right? The bones. Sometimes maybe more than the bones survive. So one way of arguing that the soul survives death is from looking to see if there's something which is more apt than or less apt rather, than the soul to survive death, but which is known to in some way survive death, right? Okay. So it's more known to us through our senses, right, that the body survives death in the form of bones than the soul does, right? When Shakespeare's play there, King John, you know that one? King John. Well, the little crown prince there, right? At one point they almost put his eyes out, right? So he's trying to escape, right? He doesn't know what they're going to do to him. And so he tries to jump off the battlement there, to the thing, and he Once he jumps off, he realizes he's not going to make it, right? He's going to get killed, right? In the fall. He says, "Heaven take my soul, and England keep my bones." But it says, well, actually say that rather than England keep my flesh, right? Because his flesh is going to corrupt, right? But his bones, so the bones are the immortal part of the body, so to speak. And what's that scene in the Old Testament there? All the bones on the
Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, yeah. But when I was in Quebec, I don't know if you've ever been in Quebec, in the old seminary in Quebec there, but I used to go to kind of master after school. And they have, the martyrs' bones in 2 cases, glass cases that were, right? Got the skull and the whole thing. First thing, go in there, it'll distract him, it'll distract him, after all, he doesn't, he's used to it. But bones are the immortal part, right? And so if you can find something that you know to be mortal, but which is less apt to be immortal, right? Then you can reason from that, right? So he argues that if the body survives death, then the soul does, right? But you got to show, apart from that the soul is more apt to survive death than the body, right? And one reason he gives is one I gave you, that through the soul, or through the reason of the soul, the eye of the soul, we're in contact with what its share is and that's incorruptible, right? But through the eye of the body, only with the corruptible, right? That shows it doesn't show that the soul is immortal, but it has a more affinity with the immortal. And then he has another one, that the soul in some way rules the body, right? As God rules the universe, right? So it's more like God, the soul in that sense, right? So it's more like the immortal. Doesn't mean it's immortal, but it means it's more like the immortal. Therefore, it's more apt to be immortal. But it's more like the immortal. It's more like God. It's more apt to be immortal, but it's not like God, or is less like God. So in those ways, he shows that the soul is more apt to survive death than the body, right? That's no argument that it does, but now you can look and see, if the soul, they don't make it, in the immediate syllogism itself, you're not saying, if something belongs where it's less apt to belong, it belongs where it's more apt to. But it's based upon that, right? Say if the body then survives death, then the soul, I can form that statement, right? From the place, right? Okay? You see that?
Is the place just a more universal statement of the premise that you used?
Well, in a sense it is. It is a statement in a way, but it's like a place in that it can, many things can be fitted into it, right? Okay. This is one body can see another body. And it's kind of in a way contains therefore many things, right? Like a place does. So. He uses the word place there too, when he's talking about that second tool, as I mentioned, right? But I, approach it in kind of a concrete way, using the word where, right? Where you might look to see if a word has more than one meaning. You might look at the opposite of that word, right? Okay. For example, does the word to see have more than one meaning? Well, doesn't see have more than one meaning? Okay. You might say about a blind man, he doesn't see, he doesn't see, And there we mean he doesn't have the capacity to see, right? But now you might also say, that woman complains, you don't see anything around you to do, right? You don't see the three dishes, or you don't see this, you don't see that. And, kind of funny, you know, we got 3 cars because my son goes to Boston in his car, right? My wife, you know, drives her car around. So sometimes you have a problem because somebody's car is, you got 1-car garage, so whoever's home first might put his car in the garage, right? But you might have 2 cars in the driveway, and you got to be first. So you got to move those 2 cars, right? Well, usually I'm home before, so if I have to leave early in the morning, I may have to move 2 cars, right? If I, you know. So I thought I had to move my son's car and my wife's car, so I took my son's keys and my wife's keys and I went out there and I put his car out in the street, right? Then went over to the car and put the key in. It's my car. I forgot whatever happened the day before. See? But in my mind, I went out and I actually put his car in between his keys, and then I got the keys. You know, and my car sitting right there in front of me. I didn't see it. You know, I had mine in this car. You know, it would be, you know, that I had to move 2 cars before, you know. And so I didn't see, but that's a different sense, right? Because I saw it, and both of them when I tried to get opened up for keys. And so, you know, to say he sees then has 2 meanings, right? He has the capacity to see, or he's actually using that capacity to see, right? Act and potency in a sense, right? But the ability to see and the actual seeing, you know? So, but here you're doing the examples I was using are more contraries, right? You know, like, you know, wet and dry and so on, right? But I mean, you too should use contraries and even contradictories, you know. So that's where you might look to see, you know. So I suppose even the phrase liberal education might be used by some people to mean this kind of education that turns you into a political liberal, right? But that would obviously be the equivocal use of the word, right? You know? But another place he gives you there is to look at the word in combination, right? So we see a liberal politician and liberal arts, you know. If you define the whole and then drop politician and arts, you wouldn't have the same thing left, would you? No. Liberal arts are arts that are pursued for their own sake, or just for the sake of knowing, right? Well, liberal politician is a politician who's liberal with other people's money. No. You know, he's a politician who follows the left there. Right? If it follows the left, and it wouldn't be the same if you drop politician out, right? And but you have left when you dropped arts, right? From arts. So this is where you might look to see that the word has more than one meaning, right? Okay. By the places you have later on are where you might look to find an argument. A probable argument in this matter, right? Okay. See, even independent of the places, you can see the 4 tools would help you to construct these arguments, right? If you're able to select probable premises, well, then you can syllogize from probable premises, right? And if you're able to see differences in likeness, you have this basis.
So that it wouldn't really be right to say Aristotle's books on dialectic and the rhetoric, when he's giving you all these places, I looked to me that he was giving you just in a more universal way.
I think you would say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know if that expresses entirely the use of the place, right? Huh? I think it's better to approach it concretely at first, saying it's where you look to find an argument, right? And you go there, you might not find an argument, right? Okay. And I can, compare it to something, like, people like me wear glasses sometimes and you can't find your glasses, right? Okay. Or sometimes I can't find my keys in the morning, right? I mean, usually we hang them up, we're supposed to hang them up when we come in the house, and I have a slot for Duane, and then I have the first slot, and then supposedly the second, and my son's up there, right? Your keys supposed to be hung in that thing, And especially if you borrow somebody else's keys, for some reason, to move his car or whatever it is, you should be doing that and you get in trouble if you. Okay. So it's kind of a house rule, but people will sometimes come in and answer the telephone and set their keys down someplace, right? And they're in a hurry or something. They gotta go to the bathroom in a hurry, whatever it might be, that breaks their routine, and then they can't find it the next morning, right? But there are certain places you might look, right, where you might have left it, right? And we always say, well, think where you might have left it. Where were you? And sometimes I might leave in my pants, and then I change my pants or something, right? And I can't find anywhere. I go in the closet and it's still in the pants, right? In the pocket there, right? You see? So a number of places I might look where it might be, and maybe in this case, only one of those places could actually be, right? I don't look in every place, but there's some places where I would look. Yeah? So there's something like that, right? You're trying to find a logical argument, huh? Where would you look, huh? And Aristotle actually has kind of a even more general thing there in the paralytics, right? Where you look to find the syllogism, right? So you look at the definitions of the things that you're looking to find a term for, right? And their properties, right? The things that they follow upon, the things that follow upon them, right? Then you compare and you see if there's a what? Something common, right? Okay. So in a sense, he's giving some very general things about the syllogism, right? Where to find these things. But the more proper it is to the thing you're considering, the more you're starting to go away from dialectic and towards what? Demonstration, right? So now I was thinking that comedy moves the passions that are contrary to the ones that tragedy moves us to, right? I was proceeding more dialectically, right? But once I was taught by Thomas what the principal passions were, right? Then I was closer to what? Demonstration, right? See, then down to something more, what? More proper to the passions themselves, right? Huh? Because in a way, boldness arises from hope, right? Because I have the hope of victory over my enemy, right? That I approach him boldly, right? And it's because I fear something that I what? Despair, right? Huh? If you have the fear of the Lord and no hope in the Lord, you would what? Kind of despair, right? It's out of your fear because of your sinfulness. Huh? But if you had the hope without the fear, you get probably, or confident, bold, right? Security is mortal's chiefest enemy, as witches say in Macbeth, right? But he'll hold his hopes above what they say above. What's above fear, above grace, different things, right? Then he ends up going to security is mortal's chiefest enemy, right? Security there is a sense of what? Or confidence, openness. It's very true. Hope deceives a lot. Aristotle says that's what the young man is deceived more than the older man, right? Because he's full of all kinds of hope, right? All these things as a young man we hope to accomplish, or all these hopes we have when we enter this or that aspect of life, right? In most cases, things don't turn out exactly what we hoped they would, and we're deceived, kind of, full of hope, And the quantum physicists, after the successful completion, you might say, of quantum theory, they were full of such hope, they got to go in and correct whole biology using quantum theory, all these things, I mean. You make one, great accomplishment in philosophy or science, whatever it is, and then you get kind of bold, all the doors are going to come crashing down, all the difficulties, and then there's always some other difficulties, some other problem or question, But it's best, in the beginning we concentrate on these four tools, the time I give a special course in Dialectic, I just work with the four tools, right? They're so basic, right? And you can exercise yourself in using these four tools even without, knowing explicitly all the places, right? You can remember them more, As I say, I gave one time a whole senior seminar there in philosophy just on C proportions, and it's amazing how important they are and how often they come up, I remember one time in the Worcester newspaper, they were talking about, this exams are given, hiring people in industry, in business. And they're giving a sample of one of the tests. It was all based on proportions. And I guess sometimes in these IQ tests too, they have a lot of proportions, right? They say A is to B is X is to, you got to check off the right one, right? And because it's really a gauge of intelligence, right? And you kind of see it as you read through the Platonic dialogue. Simply and without qualification. Accidental being is being in a limited and qualified way. Okay? Now you can see that, right? This is the example I always give in class. I say, if you leave this room, you're going to cease to be. Doesn't that sound like a threat? Right? Now, if they bring me into court for threatening my students, right? The purpose was, well, all I meant was, if you left the room, he would cease to be in the room. Mr. Berquist, no one would understand that remark, right? You see that? When I walked into this room this afternoon, did I come to be? Huh?
In a certain sense.
Yeah, you want to qualify it though, right? I came to be when my mother and father conceived me or something, right? Okay? Do you see that? See? When I die, I will cease to be. My soul go on, but I will cease to be, right? I won't be around until the resurrection then. Okay? But when I leave this room, I don't think I'll cease to be. At least I hope not. But I won't cease to be in this room, right? You see that? In the same way, the other distinction of being and act and ability, right? See? When you have a pile of lumber, do you have a wooden house? An ability, you could say, but you wouldn't say you have a wooden house without qualification, would you? No. A pile of bricks is a brick wall, right? An ability. But you wouldn't say it's a brick wall, period, would you? Simply without qualification, huh? So the fundamental distinctions of being into substance and accident and into act and ability, they are distinctions of this kind, right? You know? So understanding that kind of distinction helps you to know what kind of mistake is being made, right? But seeing the danger of this kind of mistake there, and maybe in other places, makes you what? Aware of the importance of that distinction, right? And there's no kid's play to avoid that, right? When you see people making that mistake all day long, right? Okay. Now suppose that door over there you can't see through. Suppose somebody knocked at the door, okay? And I say to the student now, do you know who's knocking at the door? He says, I don't know, right? You go over, we open the door, and it's your mother. You said you didn't know who's knocking at the door, right? But your mother knocking at the door. So you don't even know your mother, right? Right? Well, now, what's the fallacy in that, huh? I can prove to you that you don't know your mother. Is that in a way overlooking this distinction or not?
He doesn't know his mother as the one knocking on the door.
Yeah, in a qualified way, right? You don't know your mother, right? See? You don't know your mother as the one knocking at the door. You know your mother. Period, right?
Mm.
But you don't know your mother as the one knocking at the door. In some way, she's unknown to you, right?
Mm.
Okay. Now, again, there might seem to be in that same example something of the accidental too, right? Because to be knocking at the door is something that happens to your mother, right? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And notice when I was talking about substance and accident and act and ability and talking about the distinction here, right? But also you can say that substance and accident are two meanings of the word being, right? And to be an act and to be an ability are two meanings of the word to be too, right? So you can have, more than one of these, distinctions and more than one of these, fallacies, huh? Okay? Now when you see some of the Greek philosophers, they'll think that whatever comes out of matter is already in matter, right? Okay? Well, they're confusing two senses of to be in. To be in matter and to be in place, right? What is in place is actually in there, right? What is in matter is only there in what? Ability. So in a big slab of marble, right, there is the pietas, huh? The pietas out here. Okay? Inability, right? Okay? But this table is in this room, right? In a different way than the pietas is in a rough slab of marble that hasn't been shaped yet, right? By Michelangelo, right? Okay? So you can say he's confusing two senses of to be in, right? The way in which something is said to be in a place and the way something is said to be in a what? In matter, right? Okay? I've got you in my power. That's another sense of being in. In fact, there's 8 senses of being in. people often confuse those, right? Okay? But you could also say that in thinking of these things as being actually in matter, right? Why they're only what? In matter and ability, they're confusing what? Being simply and being in some way. Okay? So it's possible that you have more than one kind of mistake, right? And more than one kind of distinction involved almost in the same what? Matter, right? This is the same thing you're talking about.
What would be the title or kind of fallacy? You know, we have the fallacy of equivocation of the accident. Did you? I made that on the road.
Yeah, well, usually you see it in the Latin, simpliciter and secundum quid. Okay? Haplos in Greek. For simpliciter. But it's a little bit hard, even to get a hold of what this is at first, right? You have to go through a mini example and you have kind of a sense of what this kind of distinction is, right? Okay? But understanding this kind of distinction, it's made over philosophy. You could go through every part of philosophy and you'd see this kind of distinction is being made all the time. But this kind of mistake is being made all over the place too by the unwary, huh?
So this belongs to the mistakes which are in the things themselves,
Yeah.
not in language,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So is abortion something good or bad? What is it? It's taking the life of an innocent human being. So that's bad, right? Okay? But enables somebody to continue their career. Or enables somebody to finish their college education uninterrupted. So in some very diminished sense, it's what? Good, right? So people are choosing what is bad because in some very, what? Imperfect way, it's what? Good, right? Huh? So, you annoy me, so I'm going to murder you. Huh? Couldn't get rid of annoyance in your life, right? Somebody annoying you to get rid of it, isn't that good? Huh? See, you annoy me, so as far as I can see, it's good to get rid of you. See? I mean, that's really what's going on, right? People are choosing something bad, like abortion, or murder somebody, because in some very diminished sense, it's good. Robbing the bank because that's what money is. Bank robbers, things, whatever his name was. You see? Or else they're not doing what is good because it's what? It's uncomfortable to study, isn't it? Huh? Makes me restless studying or something. Okay.
Isn't it also true that some things are bad as such, but may appear to be good?
Yeah. That's true too, yeah. But again, you see, when a man chooses the bad, it's not as bad, but because in some way it's good or because there's an appearance of good, right? See? But then it's really I always take the example there. My wife tells me of some Italian relative she had, and one of the relatives had come over from Italy, and he was a self-proclaimed expert on mushrooms, and they gathered mushrooms and had some big Italian feast, and ended up all having their stomachs pumped. Because, now, did they desire poisonous mushrooms, right? No. They desired the good mushrooms, right? But they wanted to eat these mushrooms because they appeared to be the good ones. So you desire the bad because it appears to be good, or because of the good that's in it, but not because it's bad. Huh? See? People sin so they can go to hell? That's why you sin? You want to go to Huh? No. You sin because of some paltry good, right? Which you want, right? So as I say, I'd like to emphasize those three kinds of mistake, most of all. The mistake from mixing up the senses of a word, right? The mistake from mixing up the as such and the accidental, and the mistake from mixing up the what is so simply, what is so in some imperfect and limited and diminished sense. Huh? Wait, okay? Because of how common those three kinds of mistakes are, right? And they're such important mistakes, I mean, such dangerous mistakes, you could say. But also because they correspond to three kinds of distinction that are so fundamental to philosophy. Huh? Okay. So we're going to philosophy of nature next time then, huh? Okay. I'm going to give you, I think I've got about 8 copies. If you need about 8 copies, I think I've got 8 here. Okay. What?
Michael will be beginning next week. Maybe one extra, but we can always make a copy if we need one. We'll be adding one student.
Okay. So there's 8 here. Okay.
Someone missing?
So, you could be reading one here, right? And we may get through that, right? Next time. Maybe we won't. Okay. I remember when I was in graduate school, right? You can go in the library and they have bound editions of doctoral theses that people have written before your time, right? And so as a student, people would often go there and look at these bound copies of doctoral theses. And they might look at them, because they're going to write doctoral thesis themselves and want to see exactly how it's done, a little bit under it. Or because you're interested in the topic of this person's doctoral thesis, right? Here's a doctoral thesis just on these words here. Of course, I was interested in them, so I read the doctoral thesis. But I didn't think he did justice to it, right? So if a man can write a doctoral thesis, which is a major undertaking, on just these words, right? We can take some time to try to understand those words, right? Okay? And I know myself, I first studied these words when I was a student at the College of St. Thomas with my teacher, Kasurik, and so on. And I had read these words many times, and Thomas's commentary many times. And so I said to myself, well, if there's anything I know, it's this. And when I got to Laval, the accounting was lecturing on this here. Of course, it is there for the first year students. And I said, well, now when I went to class, I said to myself, now let's see if he says something that I don't understand. Because sometimes professors just read the book first, right? And sure enough, the accounting really gave me a much deeper understanding of this. Okay. Well, then, after a couple of years, my brother Mark calls me up on the phone and needed somebody at St. Mary's for a while, so I interrupted my graduate studies and went out to teach for 3 years at St. Mary's College. And of course, I was teaching the philosophy of nature every semester, and you teach something, you learn it better, right? So then I came back to Laval, right, after 3 years of teaching this now, and then talking to Monsignor Dion, I began to realize something else I hadn't seen, right? But Dialectic had been teaching, these things from the 1930s, on when I met him in the 58, which was the first year I was up there. And so he'd been teaching these for maybe 30 years almost, right? And he said he still would see something new in them when he went through them again, right? And he'd be in class, he'd had the commentary of Thomas, and he'd read a little bit of it, And then he'd stop and he'd go and he'd explain how this modern philosopher misunderstood this, and and he'd go on, So I mean, one can make a whole excursion in a few words that he says here, right? And see how universal importance it is. Right? So, but you want to first do a basic reading of the text, right? But then you want to kind of go off the text and make an excursion where you see the universal importance of these things and other things about them. So, I remember Dialectic, we teach these things. You come down the hall, and he was kind of a short man. I mean, wasn't too tall, Come down the hall, and I'd be standing there in the hall waiting for class, and Dialectic would come down. He'd come to my eye like a little child, saying, "Isn't this wonderful?" But you could see the man was filled with wonder, as though he'd been through this, 30, 40 times, in class, and who knows how many times in his office and so on, right? He had more wonder than anybody in the class, right? You're supposed to be wondering because something is new to you, but to him, just amazing, to see that wonder, And so you'd be down, thinking, get down these texts, a whole semester, and voyez-vous, and he'd be like, voyez-vous, so there's something, something that you get from, seeing one of these great minds there, try to expound, an even greater mind, voyez-vous, so it's just kind of amazing to see that, So, it's kind of funny, because some people, they kind of measure how much you've seen in a course by how many words you've read, I'm writing a few pages with but when you make some of these excursions, you begin to realize how this little is a seed of so many things, Okay? So read the first page and maybe look at the second page. That's as far as we'll get at the most, right? Okay?